One when the end of the world arrived, panic spread like wildfire, but our main character felt different. He felt a strange, completely inexplicable sensation stirring deep within himself. There was no time to rest. He was already out on another high-stakes mission, fully focused. Right in front of him loomed a massive monster made entirely of wood. Knotted branches sprouted from its head like giant antlers. That was when Thain stepped up. He fired arrow after arrow, battling a creeping sense of dread. This agile beast was fast, moving with terrifying speed. It closed the distance instantly, striking Jake's wrist and sending a jolt of panic through him. The beast grinned, clearly knowing it had the upper hand. It was confident this weak human was about to meet his end. Bleeding and beaten, Jake collapsed to the ground, but then his eyes flushed a deep crimson. He laughed eerily as an insane surge of power flooded his veins. Now, talking to people might seem tough, but Jake actually had 10 personal rules for social survival. They were supposed to make him popular. What was rule number 1? You need to maintain solid eye contact so they know you are actually paying attention. Just then, Jake noticed a female coworker standing right beside him. She asked about his weekend, which immediately made him incredibly nervous. He awkwardly scratched his head and mumbled that it was not too bad. He politely returned the question, and she mentioned wanting to go fishing with her husband. But unfortunately, because of this terrible weather, they could not make it out. With that, she stepped out as the elevator doors slid shut, leaving him completely alone again. He was left alone, feeling deeply uncomfortable in the silence. Why was making a simple connection with another human being so incredibly hard for him? He stared down at the floor, feeling completely defeated. Making friends felt like an impossible mountain to climb, though he desperately wanted a connection. He had taken this corporate job to turn over a new leaf. But years later, he was still struggling to make any real progress in life. In a world that values social charm above all, he felt like an alien. He only ever played solo sports where he could avoid talking to people. Archery was his favorite escape, a quiet space where no one could disturb him. Unfortunately, the modern world is not designed for people who thrive in absolute solitude. That was a harsh, unavoidable reality that he slowly had to accept. Instead, he spent most of his days glued to his desk, living a completely dull existence. He was just wasting his life away in a crowded, noisy office. Honestly, feeling invisible in your own office is the worst, but things were about to change. Suddenly, a friendly colleague walked up to his desk and called out his name. He was accompanied by another coworker, and they had a surprising offer. They wanted Jake to join them for lunch, led by an incredibly outgoing guy named Adam. Adam was a natural leader and the total polar opposite of our introverted protagonist. He easily carried the weight of the conversation, which Jake genuinely appreciated. This took all the pressure off Jake, making the entire interaction feel natural. Usually he would have declined, but Adam's easygoing nature made him feel comfortable. Declining such a genuine gesture would just be foolish, so he smiled warmly. He scratched his head and accepted the lunch invite, feeling a small spark of hope. Together, the three of them made their way down to the crowded cafeteria. They wait right by the elevator, ready to head down to the cafeteria for a nice lunch, but as the doors open, waiting inside is Caroline from HR, looking as incredibly stunning as always. Adam asks the girls if they want to grab lunch on his company card. While Jake awkwardly looks away, Caroline is one of the few bright spots in this office, and her smile always warms his heart. She pats Adam's shoulder, joking that he will definitely get fired for using that same corny line. Then she turns her attention to the quiet Jake, noting how rare it is for him to join them, but Jake notices something. She never actually says his name. She probably does not even know it. Plus, her eyes are always focused on someone else, and right now she is holding hands with Adam. Suddenly, the elevator jolts to a halt, triggering instant panic. Adam tries to claim it is just a simple wiring glitch. Then the elevator snaps and plummets. Talk about a total nightmare. Everyone screams in terror, completely helpless as they freefall. Adam lets out a terrified shriek and begs Jake to hit the emergency button right now. They only have seconds. Jake slams his hand onto the emergency control, but absolutely nothing happens. The lift just keeps falling. The lights go pitch black. Adam yells out to check if everyone is still alive, desperately trying to keep his head. Suddenly, a glowing system screen appears in the dark, announcing the start of a tutorial sequence. and the grand reset of their universe. Across the city, others see these strange messages about a 93rd universe initiation, completely lost. Elsewhere, a shirtless man stares at the floating text with a grim smile and mutters that they need more lambs for the ritual. Meanwhile, Jake wakes up in a strange, empty void. Confused, he tentatively calls out a greeting to the bizarre alien-like creature sitting right ahead. Honestly, this guy looks completely unreal. It responds in a hollow, metallic voice. Terrified, Jake demands to know what this thing is, having never seen anything so bizarre. The creature calmly explains that it is here to guide him into a dangerous new reality, and their time is ticking away fast. Jake understands absolutely nothing. How could his normal world vanish in just 1 hour? Right then, a glowing holographic menu pops up in front of him, displaying a detailed list of stats that he cannot make sense of. He asks what this means, and the creature tells him it is a status screen tracking his progress in this survival game. Apparently, this grand system unlocked because Earth finally reached the requirements to enter the multiverse. A stunned Thain stands there, unsure if this is amazing or just completely ridiculous. Suddenly, the guide points a finger at our hero, warning that training must begin immediately because their time is short. A floating selection of weapons appears, and Jake asks if he really has to pick just one. The guide nods, and Jake quickly realizes that each class offers unique stat bonuses and skills. He begins to carefully weigh his options, wondering if the ranged archer class is his best bet. He locks it in, and a screen confirms his selection. A mysterious entity announced it. Their preparation time was finally coming to an end. Next, the young hero was being sent directly to a massive forest training area. It was confusing. The Great Forest was rumored to be filled with deadly dangers. Yet it also held massive potential for new players like Thain. Vicious beasts roamed the woods hunting. He had to hunt them down for points. If Jake got lucky, he might even track down the powerful beast lords themselves. Doing so would earn him massive points. Jake asked how long the training would last. The entity quickly replied, 64 days, only the survivors would get rewards. The young man hesitated. He asked if the trial had already begun, feeling a sudden rush of adrenaline. The thrill coursed through his entire body. It felt like a wild, electric excitement. Soon he materialized in the heart of the forest, alongside the other players. Everyone looked around in complete confusion. They quickly checked over their new gear. Jake examined his bow with a proud grin, thinking it actually looked pretty decent. He also realized just how massive this forest was. Adam raised a hand to speak. He acknowledged their confusion. He suggested they take a quick moment to breathe. But suddenly things changed. The ground beneath their feet began to shake violently. Panic set in. Adam shouted out that they were sinking fast. He urged everyone to remain calm, though keeping their cool was nearly impossible. Right then, Thain deeply regretted overlooking one major, terrifying detail. Monsters were not the only targets here. Meanwhile, another leader searched the woods. He asked his companions if they could hear some incredibly strange noises nearby. A girl in his squad whispered that someone might be stalking them from the shadows. The stern group leader glared at the thick bushes, knowing an enemy was lurking. He ordered the intruder to step out. Suddenly, an exhausted young man stumbled out. The boy apologized repeatedly. He explained he was only searching for his lost team. The green-haired girl softened. She pointed out that he was merely a harmless kid. The leader lowered his guard, promising they had no intention of hurting him. The boy claimed his group was ambushed instantly, and he got separated during the chaos. Hearing this, the leader turned to the girl. He noted the attack happened hours ago. They could be anywhere by now. Sheathing his weapon, he made an offer to the boy. He invited him to tag along, warning that wandering these woods alone was suicide. The kind girl gently placed a reassuring hand on the terrified, blue-eyed boy. She warmly promised they would help him track down his missing companions. His eyes lit up with relief. He thanked them gratefully. He expressed how terrifying it was to be alone in this dark forest. Yet nobody noticed the fresh, wet blood coating the tip of his hidden blade. Meanwhile, Adam's companion anxiously asked for their next move. Things were getting tense. Adam forced himself to stay perfectly calm. He needed to devise a solid survival plan. Another player asked if everyone had witnessed that strange guide from before. Adam reassured them. He insisted they would survive if they just took things slow. Taking careful, deliberate steps was the only way to avoid a fatal mistake. Watching him, Jake silently admired how Adam naturally took charge of the situation. The capable leader announced they needed to prioritize the absolute basics first. That meant securing shelter, food, and water first, right before they all set off. As they headed off, Jake realized that judging by the other pylons he saw, when he emerged, they probably weren't the only survivors. Jean had successfully cast the spell, and Jake realized that whatever they did next would be crucial to unlocking their skills. Meanwhile, Adam snapped the antlers off Meaty Moose while Jake analyzed the situation and reached a quiet conclusion. Their team was actually quite balanced. Suddenly, the group leader heard a strange noise, and in an instant, a sharp arrow whistled right toward him at terrifying speed. Stunned, he watched the arrow pierce straight through the head of a deer, sending it crashing to the ground. With a heavy thud, the lethal shot had come straight from Jake's bow, which worked flawlessly to drop the beast in one go. Caroline was the team healer who picked up skills fast, and she was already healing Adam's wounds, though the sudden intimacy left them both pretty embarrassed. Before long, the sun sank below the horizon, and the exhausted team finally gathered around the campfire, lost in their own quiet thoughts. Caroline warmly praised Jake, telling him that his archery skills were honestly incredible. Flushed with embarrassment, Jake felt glad this beautiful girl actually remembered his name. Adam chimed in, saying he understood that back home people respected him because of his position, but things had changed. Since they were in the same boat, they needed to team up. He put his hand on the shoulder of our pensive hero, looking him straight in the eyes. Jake threw his hands up, admitting with a nervous laugh that he wasn't cut out for social stuff, unable to connect with people the way they did. Adam shook his head. In this new world, the old rules simply didn't apply anymore, meaning they all had to adapt. An hour later, most of them headed to sleep, leaving the first sentries on guard to prevent any surprises. Near the camp, sitting by the fire, Jean told Jake about her husband, sharing how they were about to have lunch right before the world shifted. Staring deeply into Jake's eyes, Jean quietly asked him a surprisingly personal question. She wondered if he had a girlfriend. Catching him off guard, Jake admitted that he was single but kept his painful past hidden as he sank into old memories. Back in college, Jake only had two genuine friends, Andy and Melanie. Andy had been his roommate, a brother he trusted with his life. Melanie was a beautiful girl who brought him absolute happiness. Neither of them cared much for socializing, preferring to spend all their time together. It was easily the happiest 2 years of his life. Or maybe he had just desperately convinced himself that it was, completely blind to what was happening behind his back, until the day he caught Melanie cheating on him. Wiping away a fresh tear, Jean told Jake he was better off alone, confessing that worrying about her husband made her sick. Jean lowered her head, softly weeping as Jake sat there beside her, feeling incredibly awkward, but knowing he had to say something comforting. Before he could, the mage stood up, quietly apologizing to the young man because she needed some time to herself. As she walked away, Jake realized that Adam had finally accepted him, and Jean had truly opened up. Carolyn even memorized his name. It seemed Adam was actually right about everything. Maybe in this strange world, he finally had a real shot at starting over. But his quiet reflections are suddenly cut short by a terrifying sound. A piercing scream echoes through the dark trees, and he immediately bolts toward it. Jean is sprawled on the dirt as three massive men loom right over her. Their leader looks down with a cruel sneer, mockingly calling her a little lady. He rests a heavy sledgehammer on her knee, demanding to know where her people are. Trembling with fear, the poor girl looks up at her massive tormentor. She desperately claims she knows nothing, praying they will just let her go. The leader, Brian, tells her she made her choice and swings his hammer. He brings it down with lethal force. Jean screams, helpless and completely terrified. She closes her eyes, knowing no one is coming to save her life. But then a sudden hail of sharp arrows comes flying out of nowhere. The bandits are caught off guard as another shaft streaks through the air. It tears straight through one thug's throat, leaving him wide-eyed and breathless. He drops dead instantly, but Brian keeps his cool, raising a sturdy shield. He deflects the incoming fire, scanning the dense tree line for the unseen archer. Hammer in hand, he barks orders to hunt down the hidden threat. One of his loyal thugs immediately charges straight toward the brush. He expects to find a whole squad of archers waiting there. Instead, there is nothing but empty shadows. He is completely baffled. Where did they go? Suddenly, a soft rustle stirs right behind him. Jake has slipped right into his blind spot, ready to save Jean. Jake leaps out of the foliage, tackling the stunned outlaw head-on. He drives a sharp arrow directly into the man's throat, ruthless and fast. But this brute is incredibly tough and violently thrashes around to shake him. With a powerful heave, he flings Jake off and sends him sliding backward. Recovering quickly, the furious bandit tightly grips his razor-sharp battle axe. He has no intention of letting this kid breathe another second. He swings a devastating blow, but Jake barely manages to block with his bow. It is a desperate move, but the sturdy wood barely saves his life. Jake grits his teeth, pouring every ounce of strength into holding the weapon back. The outlaw keeps pressing down. Nearby, Jean finally collapses into unconsciousness. With his focus split, Jake frantically looks around for the second enemy. His heart drops as he spots the second brute closing in from behind. A heavy sledgehammer is already swinging straight toward his exposed back. Fighting them both off feels impossible, but Jake refuses to give up. Deep down, he knows this battle might very well be his absolute end. He simply lacks the sheer power to survive a 2-on-1 fight like this. In a final desperate moment, Jake shuts his eyes tightly to focus. He blocks out the noise, completely locking onto his deepest survival instincts. Suddenly, everything shifts. It feels as if time itself has completely slowed. This is no spell. The ancient bloodline of the primitive hunter has awakened. Pure, raw instinct floods his entire body with terrifying force. His eyes flash a deep, deadly crimson as his true hunt begins. He possessed a brutal power that let him send his opponents flying. Crushed with a sledgehammer, then Jake Thain firmly gripped a sharp arrow. He wanted payback for his wounded friends. He let the arrow fly. It pierced right through a bandit's rib cage, sending him crashing down. Jake stared at his own blood-stained hands, completely stunned by his strength. He had no idea how he did it. Suddenly, he spotted a sword nearby. He lunged for it immediately, a weapon like that was gold right now. In one clean motion, he slashed at the next enemy before they could react. The sheer force of the blow took them out instantly, but he wasn't safe. A hail of arrows rained down from every direction, but he didn't panic. Moving like lightning, he deflected every single projectile with his blade. Not a single shot hit, even though he was covered in blood. Jake smirked, boldly daring his terrified enemies to keep the attacks coming. Just ahead, a stunned opponent was desperately reaching for his holster. The bandit whipped out a deadly blade and growled in a menacing voice. He spat out that he would end this kid himself right here and now. Before Jake could move, the man lunged forward and grabbed him by the shirt. He stared right into his eyes, raising his weapon with absolute fury. "Who the hell are you?" he demanded, while Jake desperately forced himself to stay cool. Thinking fast, he silently reached back and grabbed an arrow from his quiver. With zero hesitation, he drove the sharp tip straight into the man's eye. The horrific strike made the attacker scream out in absolute agony as blood splattered. The thug collapsed onto the dirt, thrashing around in unbearable, crippling pain. But Jake Thain was far from finished. He reached for another arrow. He pinned his writhing enemy down, determined to end this fight once and for all. Straddling the man, he raised the arrow high, aiming right for the chest. The helpless bandit could do nothing, as Jake unleashed a brutal barrage of blows. Finally, he stopped. That is when Adam and the rest of the crew rushed in. They gasped at the gruesome scene, terrified of what had happened to their friend. 2 bloodied bodies lay on the ground, one of them bristling with arrows. The sheer horror of the sight made everyone hold their breath in shock. Jake Thain just stared at the sky, smiling through the blood as he whispered that he won. It takes him back. Years ago in school, he witnessed a defenseless girl getting cornered. Some punks were bullying her, demanding she let them cheat on an upcoming test. "Don't worry," the bully sneered, "just slide the paper over when the teacher turns around." Terrified of getting caught, the poor girl started to break down in tears. She sobbed and offered to tutor them instead, hoping they would leave her alone. But one of the thugs shoved her aside, calling it a waste of time. He didn't care about studying, and his harsh words made her weep even harder. Seeing this, Jake Thain reached his breaking point and lunged straight at the leader. He tackled the creep hard into the dirt, leaving the bully absolutely furious. "What do you think you're doing?" the bully roared, completely blindsided by the attack. But Jake didn't let go, wrapping his hands tightly around the bully's throat. Nobody hurts someone who can't fight back, not on his watch. The trembling girl watched in horror as Jake realized there was no turning back. When it comes to good guys and bad guys, a principal's lecture echoes in his mind. Both boys got suspended for fighting, and that's when he realized there was no difference in their world. Shaken, Caroline looks at the blood-soaked Jake and wonders if he's badly hurt with so much blood splashed around them. The young man pushes himself off the ground and wipes the red from his cheek, telling her it's fine because none of this blood belongs to him. Suddenly, a system alert pops up. He killed 2 hostile archers and earned points. Think about that, this system actually rewards survivors for hunting each other down. For a while, he quietly reviews the holographic prompt. Breaking down the cold data to understand their new reality, the alert says, his primordial hunter bloodline has awakened, opening a legendary perception realm. A panicked Adam demands to know who those attackers were and their motives. Jake calmly replies that they're likely hunting others for experience and points. While Caroline patches up Jean, Adam insists they must find a safe shelter to rest and completely rewrite their survival strategy. Their group leader agrees, adding that they must wait until the tutorial is over. Then, the group's healer turns to Jake, who listens silently. She demands to know why Jean was left completely alone, arguing that a comrade should never be abandoned like that. Jake replies in a strained voice that Jean wanted space, so he left her be. An angry Caroline snaps back that excuses change nothing and blames his poor judgment for putting Jean in danger. She adds that Jean's wounds are severe, though she can patch them, before asking him what their next move is. Jake asks if she is blaming him, but Adam steps in to soothe Caroline, pointing out that Jake actually saved Jean. But there's a catch. The leader asks why he let her wander off without waking the rest of the group to warn them. The main character lowers his gaze and offers a sincere apology for his rash decision, explaining he simply trusted his instincts. Adam urges him to use better judgment next time, reminding him they are civilized humans, not wild beasts. Jake fires back defensively, stating he already apologized, but there is no way to change the past or undo what was done. Caroline is still furious, asking him what would happen if Jean had actually died. The rest of the group stares in tense silence at the protagonist, who stands frozen, offering no immediate reply to her harsh words. His companions notice him clenching his fist, a clear sign his anger is boiling. Suddenly, he opens his hand and snaps, demanding to know if they are finally ready to open their eyes to reality. Jake points out that Jean only survived because of his quick intervention, and if he had woken everyone, things would have ended in disaster. He jabs a finger into Adam's chest, asking if they actually have the courage to take a life. He shouts that the old world is dead and they need to stop expecting someone to hold their hands. They must adapt. Hearing this, one member asks the protagonist what he suggests they do to survive these harsh new realities. Jake grimly replies that they must do whatever is necessary to level up and survive the deadly trials currently hanging over their heads. He tells them to do exactly what the system forbids, warning them not to complain if they fall behind. Unable to keep pace, they might get left behind. After resting, Jake wakes up to a surprising sight. Casper sits right beside him, taking over guard duty. Wiping his tired eyes, the hero looks up. He admits he fully expected the entire squad to abandon him the moment he closed his eyes. No one ran away. Instead, Casper explains they talked it over and agreed to stay. Though tempting to run, they eventually agreed to follow Jake's lead and face the system together. Casper mentions they each need to carry their own weight, leaving the hero genuinely surprised by this loyalty. Jake listens closely, deeply moved. After all, Casper used to work in the research department. Aside from Adam, this researcher is the closest thing Jake has to a friend. Their shared hardships bonded them quickly, a rare comfort in this harsh, unforgiving world. Having someone you can actually trust makes all the difference, and Jake truly values this bond. The protagonist smiles warmly at his companion. Some friendships are just worth fighting for. He refuses to let his ally die out here, but then Jake shifts his gaze toward Jean. Absolute shock hits him. Trust me, what she did next is completely insane. A rough wooden branch is now sticking out where her ruined leg used to be. Casper explains they had no other choice, and this desperate move was actually Jean's own idea. They are banking on leveling her up so Caroline can eventually unlock some powerful recovery magic. Right on cue, a sudden beast invasion begins to swarm their position. Seeing the chaos, Jake realizes the team is actually giving it their absolute all. Bertram easily proves he is the strongest fighter on the field after the hero himself. Meanwhile, Jean is putting on a masterclass with her devastating long-range magic. Yet Caroline steals the show, completely shocking Jake with her sudden burst of healing. Somehow she manages to stabilize Jean's leg, triggered by her friend's intense suffering. This tragedy awakens something deep inside Caroline, letting her help her friend. Her standard potions are useless for a limb amputation, making Caroline's magic an absolute lifesaver. She has instantly become the most critical member of the entire squad. Still, Jake realizes he and the healer haven't spoken a single word since last night. Someone needs to break the ice, but the awkward tension is incredibly thick. He decides to just pretend nothing happened. It sounds like a great plan. An hour later, Casper asks the protagonist if he is absolutely sure about his crazy plan. Wearing a blindfold, Jake confidently nods and tells him to fire away. Casper doesn't hesitate. He winds up, preparing to launch a heavy clod of earth. He hurls the dirt straight at the hero's back to test his blind reaction. Jake focuses all his senses, trying to feel the incoming threat. He controls his breathing, but his concentration slips and the attempt fails completely. The dirt smacks him right between the shoulder blades, leaving him slightly dazed. Jake wonders why his perception failed, while Casper asks if he is doing all right. The researcher threw it gently on purpose, which leads Jake to a sudden realization. His sensing ability only triggers when there is a genuine threat to his life. Because Casper meant no harm, the skill remained completely dormant. Suddenly, Adam calls them over. He suggests they set up camp immediately, since they are running out of daylight. Searching the area, they locate a secluded ravine that offers decent protection. Jake notes that this narrow spot limits the angles from which monsters can ambush them. He keeps a cool head, scanning their new surroundings. He knows they can hold this spot. He kept his guard up because his team needed constant protection from new, sudden attacks. Adam approached Jake Thain from behind, asking if his mind was still drifting away. It was pretty easy to read the sheer worry written right across the young man's face. Jake looked down, admitting he just couldn't bear to make the same mistake twice. So he overanalyzed everything. Adam placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He apologized for snapping earlier, acknowledging that the young warrior definitely did not deserve that kind of treatment. He raised a torch, telling the rest of the group to find shelter. Jake smiled, watching his leader walk away. Honestly, would they even survive without him? A solid leader is the only thing standing between life and death out here. Jake quietly reminded himself that his very survival was entirely thanks to Adam's guidance. He suddenly remembered their very first meeting back when they worked together. Adam had reached out a hand, asking if Jake wanted to join forces with his team. He claimed it felt like they were destined to work together as partners. After offering to share lunch, Jake had awkwardly looked away before agreeing to join. Back in the present, they were deep inside the dark gorge when Jean heard something. Jean asked what that weird noise was. Suddenly, Adam froze and halted everyone. Squinting into the darkness ahead, the leader took a slow, extremely cautious step back. The canyon walls started cracking. Jake immediately yelled for everyone to run. They were in extreme danger, as massive, heavy stones began raining down all around them. Adam barked out a desperate order to escape, taking the rear guard himself. The group scrambled wildly toward the exit, fighting the overwhelming urge to completely freeze up. But just as they ran, a massive boulder broke loose right above them. It was plummeting straight toward Caroline. Jake saw it and screamed her name. He was absolutely terrified for her safety. Hearing his shout, she instantly looked up. She saw the giant rock hurtling down, and terror locked her completely in place. Jake instinctively threw down his bow to sprint much faster. He rushed forward, desperate to save the girl he cared about more than anyone. Blind to the danger, he charged toward her because losing her would utterly destroy him. Right as the massive stone was about to crush her, Jake leaped forward. He tackled Caroline out of the way just as the entire ceiling came crashing down. Rubble sealed them off entirely. They lay in the dirt, gasping for air. On the other side of the collapse, the teammates panicked. They stared at the wall of rubble, desperately trying to figure out a rescue plan. Still shaking, Jake pulled himself up and asked Caroline if she was all right. She nodded weakly, saying she was okay. Across the rocks, Adam screamed. He called out for the young warrior, praying for any sign of life from him. His voice cracked as he yelled Caroline's name, desperate for an answer. You can literally hear the absolute terror rattling through his voice. Caroline yelled back, telling them they were trapped behind a massive wall of stone. Knowing they survived brought a wave of relief. Jake quietly warned her. They needed to keep their voices down. The cave was highly unstable. Anything could trigger another collapse. He glanced deeper into the dark cavern. Plus, who knows what kind of dangerous beasts might be lurking down in the shadows. Caroline realized the rocks were too heavy to move. They needed another way. Bertram swung his heavy weapon, volunteering to break through the blockage. He was ready to tear down the wall, but Adam stopped him and said they shouldn't. Dare touch it, a panicked John froze in place, her voice shaking as she spoke up. They couldn't just abandon their allies behind that wall, but Adam insisted there was. Another path ahead, keep moving, he said. They would surely meet up later. It was only a matter of time. Jake Thain calmly analyzed their current situation. Knowing Adam's claim might be a lie, but it was still their safest bet, he called out. That he and Caroline were going ahead to find a way to meet up with the others. No other choice. Looking around, the hero realized they were still completely clueless what kind of monster was actually lurking in this deep, dark cave. While Jake could easily defend himself, he worried if he could actually protect Caroline if they got ambushed, but the girl assured Adam she was doing fine. Forcing herself to stay level-headed, panic solves nothing, she smiled. And confidently declared she was not dying in some cave, so nobody had to worry. They had to move on. The hero liked her positive attitude. And smirked, this girl was a true fighter, she would never back down. An hour later, Adam was still wandering the caverns, wondering aloud to the others if leaving them behind was a mistake. Bertram placed a hand on his shoulder, saying that Jake Thain and Caroline were far better equipped to survive than anyone else here. He admitted that Jake made him pretty uneasy, but there was absolutely no denying his absolute strength. Plus, he managed to heal Caroline. Adam stared at his companion in utter surprise, quietly wondering why he was so uneasy around the main character. It was starting to sound rather intriguing. Bertram agreed they all needed to become stronger to survive this brutal ordeal. Survival ordeal that had been thrust upon them. But then, Bertram's tone became dead serious as he explained what the group's leader had personally witnessed and why he felt so uncomfortable. Adam had actually found the hero lying in a massive pool of blood, grinning like a total madman. Creepy, but the leader admitted. The main character had barely survived, so he could not blame him entirely. Still, Bertram argued that people warp in a crisis, right now. Jake was totally out of control, making him a danger to their group, but Adam looked away, insisting that Thain was his friend. He trusted him completely and would never doubt him. Meanwhile, our protagonist slowly pressed forward, holding a bright torch, while Caroline silently followed right behind. Suddenly, the girl caught sight of a nasty wound near his shoulder. Fearing it might get infected, Jake Thain glanced at the injury and brushed it off, claiming it was just from a minor fall and nothing to worry about. But Caroline demanded he stop right there so she could heal the damage. Our protagonist watched her, asking if she was still holding a grudge over what happened to Jean, since everyone blamed him for the entire incident. She simply replied that she would not let his wound rot over some silly grudge. Ordering him to stop squirming, Jake quietly wondered what he was even doing, struggling to recall his basic social training just to ask a simple question. As Caroline carefully tended to him, she warned him to be more careful. He might be incredibly strong, but nobody is truly invincible. She admitted that. She was still merely practicing magic, so her healing abilities were pretty limited. She explained everything while Jake listened in silence, before asking her one simple thing. Why did she choose to be a healer when there were so many other options? Caroline immediately fired back, asking him why he chose to be an archer. Jake quietly admitted he only did it for one basic reason: pure survival. Hearing that word made her smirk, admitting survival was her reason too. She did not know much about physical training, but she understood gaming. And in every game, the healer is always the least popular class. Surprised, Jake asked if she actually used to play games back then. She smiled, saying once upon a time she did. Then she opened up about her brother. As kids, her younger brother spent almost all his time in the hospital. Whenever she visited, she made it a strict rule to play online games with him. It kept him from getting bored. Jake was secretly quite surprised by this. He never even knew she had a brother. Talk about a major shock. They had never really talked. Caroline grudgingly continued her story. Everyone always pushed her to play a healer just because she was a girl. At first, she hated it, wishing she could just be a regular fighter. After all, who does not want to deal massive damage? Then, she noticed something. Normal damage dealers always struggled to find groups, making them a bad choice. But as a healer, people went out of their way to invite her. They practically begged her to join. In every game, she was always wanted. She realized she was needed and figured this training program would be no different. She did not know who she would run into, but healers always get protected. If she could keep people alive, she would be too valuable to lose. With a serious look, she added that her logic worked. She survived. Jake listened closely to her story, nodding in quiet agreement. She had played her cards right, and no one could deny that. As she bandaged his wound, she asked if he had always thought she was stupid. Or did he just never think of her? Jake caught himself reflecting. He had always been in love with her, but never actually knew her. He had no answer for that, so she silently finished wrapping his bandages. Telling him he was good as new, she stood up with a serious expression. It was finally time to keep moving and locate the rest of their group. Before long, they arrived at a dark fork in the road. Unsure where to go, Caroline turned to Jake, completely out of ideas. The young archer stood perfectly still, carefully analyzing their surroundings. He scanned the area, trying to formulate a safe path forward. His gaze was incredibly intense. Even one mistake could prove fatal. Caroline gently placed a hand on his shoulder, sensing his tension. She asked what was wrong, but he only asked if she felt it. Even though his perception skills were not fully active, he was certain. He could piece together enough clues to make a solid guess. Something dangerous was waiting down below, and it piqued his interest. Jake stared straight down into the pitch-black abyss ahead of them. A dark cavern swarming with bats and unseen monsters, he smirked. Something truly terrifying was waiting for them in the dark. He wanted to head downstairs immediately, anxious to scout out whatever lay ahead, but then he felt a strange, persistent prickling sensation, desperately trying to figure out what it was. He felt uneasy, his gut screamed that they needed to tread carefully. Yet some reckless part of him felt drawn to that danger. Grabbing the torch, he urged Caroline that they had to investigate, leaving the girl completely baffled. Jake insisted that regardless of any dangerous obstacles waiting ahead, they desperately needed to secure those precious experience points. Caroline tried to hold him back, arguing they were searching for their friends, not points, so they should stick to the search, but Thain countered that they had no clue where their allies were, and this path might lead straight to them. Caroline pointed out that the other path actually headed in the direction they last spotted them. Still, Jake argued that only one route promised them valuable experience, and their training was meant for fighting whatever lurked below. Sick of his excuses, Caroline snapped at Jake to remember this was real life and start using his head. Her blunt words actually forced him to pause and reflect, realizing he might be acting completely irrational, but there was still a catch. Let's be real here, deep down, he just wanted a good fight. Because of that, he was risking his own neck and dragging Caroline into danger too. She reminded him that while he found it thrilling, others did not want to risk their lives for some cheap score. Hearing this, an impulsive Thain grew highly defensive, asking her what on earth was wrong with wanting to become stronger. That was his ultimate goal, after all. He insisted they had been handed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to do what no human thought possible. Only survival. He demanded to know if that was her only goal. Caroline hesitated, his sharp question striking a nerve, but then she jabbed a finger right into his chest, stating that plenty of people actually preferred their old lives. Before this crazy new reality, they never asked to become cold-blooded killers, leaving Jake absolutely stunned by her words. She then asked if he could just think about the rest of the team instead of acting so incredibly selfish. Glancing down, Jake noticed the loose stones crumbling, realizing he was getting nowhere. It was useless. Letting out a tired sigh, he finally decided to yield and take the safer path, knowing it was completely pointless to keep debating with her. Caroline quietly thanked him and immediately started heading forward, leaving. Jake reluctantly followed her. Sometime later, Jean turned to the others and asked if they believed the pair was actually doing all right, hoping they had not run into any danger. Casper assured her they would be fine, noting that navigating this tricky cave system was easily the toughest challenge. Even with his high perception stats, he struggled to see very far into the gloom, proving how brutal this place was. Bertram suggested that if they did not locate No luck, then they had to camp, but Adam refused to stop. Bertram stepped in, reminding the leader they would only halt for the night and could resume their search at dawn, emphasizing that rest was absolutely vital. Think of Jean, her leg is in bad shape and needs rest. The poor girl was dripping with sweat, yet she forced a brave smile, claiming she could easily keep moving, even though she was clearly running on empty. They couldn't stop until they knew their friends were safe. They had to keep moving. Deep into the dark, ahead lay pitch-black darkness, a cold void where they clearly had to go. Low scraping sounds echoed from the shadows, leaving them with no other choice. Casper whispered to the others, asking if they heard that, but Adam raised his hand. He pushed the torch forward, urging silence. Then the flame suddenly flickered out. The group dropped low. "Get ready," the leader hissed. "Something is heading our way." Bertram whispered, asking Casper if he could see anything in this heavy gloom. The young man shook his head. It was pitch black, completely blind. Creepy noises echoed from the deep cave, and you can practically feel the group's tension rising. Sweat rolled down Adam's face, but he stared into the dark with sheer excitement. He was just waiting for the monster to finally show itself. Casper was incredibly tense. Whatever was out there, it was closing in fast. But a second later, his eyes widened. That was no monster. He blinked in utter disbelief, realizing a human figure was walking toward them. Adam let out a breath. It was Caroline. The relief was instant. Everyone grinned. They were finally going to be whole again. Caroline practically glowed with joy as she ran up to greet them. Casper smiled, genuinely happy to see that both she and Jake had made it out safe. She rushed straight for Adam to hug him, while Jake stood quietly behind her. The group leader placed his hands on her shoulders, offering a rare, gentle smile. She looked up into his eyes, completely sincere and filled with relief. Bertram broke the silence, asking if they ran into any trouble down here. Jake awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck, trying to find the right words. He fumbled, struggling to explain what they had just gone through. Caroline cut him off, claiming they didn't run into anything at all. It was a pretty surprising answer, given the dangers of this place. She shot Jake a sharp, annoyed glare, muttering that it was just a long walk. Jake merely smirked, keeping his mouth shut and letting her do the talking. He looked down at the ground, deciding not to add a single word. Caroline suggested they find a much cozier cave to set up camp for the night. Adam stared back at her, silent, processing her strange request. Meanwhile, Jean suddenly froze, her entire body shaking in absolute terror. Something incredibly creepy caught her eye, almost making her pass out on the spot. A glowing green spider was on the wall. She immediately bashed it with her staff. She absolutely hated bugs. Cheeks flushing, Jean quickly apologized to the group. She stammered that she just panicked when she saw the spider. But Casper gently took the creature away, saying there was no need to kill it. "They are vital for nature," he explained, leaving Jean totally baffled. He let the little crawler sit on his palm, holding it out toward her. "Look how cute he is," Casper smiled. "He is not even trying to bite." He decided to move it far away before Jean could smash it again. The tiny green spider stared right up at Casper, completely frozen. He carried it to a safe corner, wanting to set it free without any more drama. The terrified little bug scurried off into the cracks, finally safe from harm. They quickly scurried away, desperate to avoid falling into human hands ever again. Casper looked around and realized the place was crawling with spiders, and his heart sank. He immediately tensed up. Thain suspected a massive spider nest had to be nearby. There was no other explanation for this many pests gathering in one spot. Jake warned they had to move, but Casper brushed it off. Most spiders are harmless. He was completely blind to the threat, totally ignoring a venomous cave crawler dangling right above. The deadly predator slid down its silk thread, aiming right for his exposed ear. It was ready to strike, but Adam spotted the danger and panicked for his comrade. He lunged forward to brush the creature away, but the vile crawler was too fast. It sank its fangs deep, burrowing right into Casper's neck before he even felt it. Completely oblivious, Thain forced himself to stay cool, reaching for his bow. No time to waste, he had to kill that spider right now. Suddenly, pests flooded the chamber. They were completely surrounded, forced into a desperate defense. They quickly formed a tight defensive circle, keeping their calm and ready to fight. Jean frantically demanded a plan, but Casper was already out of commission. Tears welled in his eyes as he whimpered that his entire body had gone completely numb. The poison had hit. Outside, the endless swarm slowly closed the gap. Thousands of eyes locked onto them, a suffocating wave crawling forward. The sound was eerie, heavy rustling. Jake knew these were not normal spiders. A terrible gut feeling gripped him, and his worst fears were about to come true. Suddenly, a giant, sickly yellow nightmare jumped right out of the pitch black. Right beneath its jaws lay the paralyzed Casper, unable to even twitch. He was completely defenseless, and the deadly beast was closing in. Panic completely took over, and he let out a blood-curdling scream for help. He screamed to his companions for help, but they had no idea how to save him. In that split second, Jake Thain released a sharp arrow, his only option. He aimed straight at the giant beast, betting everything on this one strike. It was a perfect shot, striking the creature right in the mouth and enraged it. Adam seized his chance, sprinting straight toward the frozen Casper to save him. He grabbed the paralyzed boy, pulling him away just in time. Lifting him onto his back, Adam took off at a frantic sprint. Meanwhile, Jake Thain covered their escape, continuously firing arrows at the behemoth. Though his hands were shaking wildly, his accuracy remained absolutely deadly. They finally dragged Casper clear, and Bertram held him up. Adam stood guard, watching the beast's next move intently. Jake Thain unleashed another arrow, desperate to protect his team. But his luck ran out, and the shot missed completely, hitting the ground. It landed near the spider's massive leg, only making the beast angrier. A system notification popped up. This was a dangerous level 13 mammoth spider. But Jake Thain didn't flinch. If anything, the sheer danger made his blood pump with excitement. He craved this battle. Meanwhile, Bertram and Casper scrambled away. They dodged the heavy attacks, desperately trying to get out alive. Caroline quickly grabbed Jean, who was struggling to keep pace. Adam ran for his life, realizing they could never defeat this monster. He ordered a full retreat as the massive beast closed in on them. Only putting the group in danger, Bertram screamed to Jake that they had to get out immediately, now, or they would all die. Adam also shouted at the young man to flee as fast as possible, but he stood completely still. Fearless and silent, Jake pulled back his bowstring, ready to fight to his absolute last breath without even considering a retreat. He quickly drew a sharp blade from his sheath, apologizing to Adam. Fully determined to keep fighting, too late now, Jake quietly muttered that he would not waste this golden chance, then charged at the towering beast. His first target was the giant spider's thrashing front leg. Using its movements to get ahead, Jake pressed forward with supreme confidence, unleashing a flawless flurry of strikes on the monster, leaving it badly injured. Finally, he closed the distance and drove his weapon deep into its soft underbelly, sending dark fluid gushing out. Caroline screamed to the others that they could not wait for Jake, warning they would die. Run right now. But Adam knew he could never abandon his close friend, swearing to leave absolutely nobody behind in this dark cavern. But then, Jake took a brutal hit as the giant spider whipped its massive leg straight into his face. Jake got thrown aside by the force, sliding back as his glasses nearly broke. That heavy impact triggered a sudden collapse of massive rocks inside the cave. Honestly, getting crushed under tons of rubble is a massive risk here. Or being swarmed, more debris rained down around him, signaling a total collapse. Jake had to get out immediately. Adam looked around frantically, realizing his close friend was in deep trouble. Something had to be done, fast. Jake slowly picked himself up from the dirt, admitting that the spider's kick was actually pretty decent, but there was no way he would quit. Just then, a strange power began to stir deep inside his soul. It felt foreign yet oddly satisfying. He recalled the system message about his bloodline finally awakening and realized this was his hunter instinct. Jake planted his feet firmly and gritted his teeth, focusing completely on this brand new power surging inside, ready to fight until his absolute final breath. The young archer reached into his quiver, drawing a single deadly arrow. Ready to loose another shot at the beast, the furious monster lunged forward to stop him from aiming, but its desperate efforts were completely in vain. Jake's ancient hunter blood was taking over as his eyes flared with rage. Now he was fully prepared to shred the beast, yet the cavern was falling apart fast, meaning he had to kill this creature immediately. With his eyes glowing red with fury, he charged forward, swearing that he would never escape this place until his hunt was finally complete. He could not deny his own selfishness, but he had personal goals to chase here. Jake suddenly remembered Caroline talking about their cozy past. lives, but he knew deep down that a peaceful life just was not meant for him anymore. She argued they were only trying to survive. But for Jake, gaining ultimate strength was the only thing that mattered. With the cavern collapsing rapidly around them, Jake made a silent promise to himself to get stronger at any cost. A frantic Adam was pouring sweat, screaming that the cave was collapsing, and they had no time to fight the giant spider, quickly realizing that Jake couldn't even hear him over the deafening noise. Refused to run away. Instead, Jake stared at the monster with burning fury and pure hatred, immediately swinging his blade in every direction, unleashing a massive barrage to exhaust his opponent. But the monstrous spider still had plenty of raw strength, lunging forward with a heavy strike. To launch a strike from the left, which Jake narrowly avoided. He smoothly dodged every attack while looking to strike right back. And within a split second, the giant beast slipped behind him to launch a quiet attack. Unbeknownst to the creature, Jake was already calculating everything ahead. He quickly weighed his options between a fast dodge or a heavy parry. Realizing that this split-second choice was absolutely critical, he made his final tactical move. Determined to strike back, he gripped his sword firmly and prepared. Jake focused with everything he had, knowing there was zero room for error in this life or death situation, when suddenly a bloody human hand reached out to him, instantly getting slashed as blood sprayed out everywhere. Jake grew incredibly wary at the sight, realizing that something was seriously wrong. As he turned his full attention toward that heavily bleeding human hand in utter shock, his vision was blocked by a thick quiver of arrows hiding the person. And then the real shock hits. He sees Adam standing right behind him, with a bleeding arm, refusing to leave his best friend in this rapidly collapsing cavern. Adam desperately begged the young warrior not to throw his life away for nothing. Because his survival was far more important, Jake stared in absolute disbelief at his loyal comrade, who had risked his very life to rescue him. Suddenly, they both noticed another massive rockslide crashing down right beside them, serving as a brutal reminder that they were still in extreme danger. Adam instantly grabbed Jake, dragging him out of the way before they were both crushed to death. Meanwhile, the mammoth spider stood frozen in the debris, watching its prey flee as the cavern collapsed. Outside, a panicked John was desperately wondering if they would make it out alive, while Caroline tried to reassure him. The cave completely imploded, but thankfully the boys barely managed to drag themselves out alive, escaping certain death by a razor-thin thread. Caroline immediately noticed Adam's bloody hand and rushed over to provide urgent medical aid. A deeply remorseful Jake quickly explained that he had attacked him by accident, mistaking him for the spider. And acting purely on raw survival reflex, Caroline asked why he was even trying to fight that monster alone, but Adam stepped in to defend him. Bertram fumed, stating that while a simple mistake is one thing, actively attacking a teammate is totally unacceptable. Jake stood there in absolute silence, completely speechless, while Bertram insisted they could not ignore this behavior any longer. Adam waved it off, saying it was just a minor scratch and asking Caroline to heal it, but Bertram was absolutely not having it, loudly shouting that the team could not function if Jake kept going off the rails like this. Jake felt their cold stares, remembering how Caroline had previously warned him. They never asked to be turned into assassins, a fact Adam gently reminded Bertram of. Speaking as a true friend, he warned that things would only get worse over time. Jake just listened in absolute silence, slowly realizing something pretty heavy about himself. Maybe they were actually right. Maybe he really was just a massive burden to them. But then the truth hit him. They were actually the ones holding him back. Worrying about Jean mid-battle had distracted him, leaving a dangerous blind spot for the enemy. He also remembered how saving Caroline had gotten him trapped in that cave before. It was all just dead weight dragging him down. Then Jake connected the final dots. If Adam had not stepped in to stop him, he would have easily killed the spider. That giant mammoth spider would be dead. Suddenly, a strange rustling sound echoed from the bushes. Jake's eyes instantly snapped toward the noise, completely on guard against whatever was lurking there. With danger potentially inches away, Jake drew his bow and aimed right at the brush. He demanded to know who was hiding there, his voice laced with pure, tense anger. Suddenly, a giant, bearded man carrying a massive sword stepped out from the leaves. He introduced himself as Richard, flashing a surprisingly warm and friendly smile at everyone. The hulking warrior explained they merely heard some noise and wanted to check things out. Richard assured them they meant absolutely no harm, prompting Jake to finally lower his weapon. Jake glanced over at Adam, who immediately stepped forward to handle the tense introduction. Adam politely greeted the newcomers, adding that they had zero interest in starting a fight. But right behind Richard stood his crew, looking incredibly formidable and armed to the teeth. They carried themselves with absolute confidence. Richard explained that his group had joined forces with others. Since they all shared the same struggle, teaming up seemed like the smartest move forward. He openly invited Adam's squad, claiming they welcome anyone they find in this wilderness. Behind him, a blonde, blue-eyed young man flashed a friendly smile directly at Jake. But Jake only glared back at him, feeling an instant, deep wave of distrust. Richard calmly said he understood any hesitation, but cooperation was their best shot at survival. It was definitely something worth considering if they wanted to make it out alive. Standing closely behind Adam, Caroline gently held his bandaged, injured arm with a quiet smile. She trusted him completely to make the absolute best choice for all of them. The hulking leader quickly noticed her, immediately asking if she happened to be a healer. Jake watched them closely, and let's be honest, he saw right through Richard's plan. Richard desperately wanted Caroline because a skilled healer was an invaluable asset. Jake recalled Caroline's words about proving her worth to earn protection in this place. Now it seemed her special healing magic was drawing some serious, dangerous attention. Richard admitted their own healer had died early on, leaving them desperately low on potions. Dropping the overly polite act, the big man decided to be completely blunt with them. He claimed he wanted everyone, but they would happily accept whoever wanted to cross over. His hand slowly drifted down to rest on the heavy hilt of his massive sword. He made it clear that even getting just their healer would be more than enough. Jake listened, his instincts screaming that this guy was hiding some truly dark intentions. Sensing the looming threat, Adam immediately stepped in to shield Caroline from the giant. He calmly asked what would happen if she chose not to join their group. Richard just laughed, saying he preferred diplomacy because it made everyone much happier. But then his friendly expression completely vanished, replaced by an intimidating, cold grin. He quietly warned them that diplomacy was merely a choice, not a necessity. Fighting back was completely useless. Grilla confidently declared they would be leaving with Caroline. They absolutely needed her rare healing skills, making a brutal fight seem inevitable. Meanwhile, Jake broke into a heavy sweat, desperately trying to keep his cool. He desperately needed to calm down and devise a solid plan of action. Stopping this rival group from dragging Caroline away was his absolute priority. Glancing sideways at the rest of his team, Jake noticed something deeply troubling. Everyone was still completely exhausted. He was the only one left who could fight. He silently wondered if a sudden surprise attack on Richard would even work. How many shots would it take, and what about the men under Richard's command? Meanwhile, Richard stepped forward and assured Caroline that they would never mistreat her. He claimed they sincerely needed her help, while Jake anxiously bit his nails. There were simply too many strong opponents surrounding them to make a clean escape. Confused by the tense standoff, Adam placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder to calm his nerves down. He pulled Jake around, forcing the stressed-out young man to look at him. Adam quietly suggested that they should just go along with Richard's demands. Bertram admitted he absolutely hated the creepy way that leader was looking at them. But Casper argued they might not be bad, asking how they would survive all alone. Surviving without a healer was a death sentence. Their leader turned to Caroline. He asked for her opinion, and the young girl softly admitted she hated fighting. Jake felt his frustration boiling over as he listened to his comrades speak. It seemed they were seriously considering joining forces with the rival faction. Caroline gently touched Adam's chest, smiling as she told him she trusted him. Adam returned her warm smile. The group leader then made the final call. He happily announced they would join Richard to avoid any unnecessary bloodshed. Jake stood frozen in absolute disbelief, but then played along with their decision. He suggested having more allies around might actually work out for the best. Then he confidently walked up to Richard and asked for his level. The massive man proudly replied that he was currently at level 9. He added that a few others in his squad were level 7 or higher. Richard then curiously asked Jake what level he had managed to reach. Jake let out a fake sigh, acting like he was deeply disappointed. He claimed he had honestly expected someone as big as Richard to be stronger. That insulting remark instantly rubbed everyone on both sides the wrong way. Everyone gasped. Adam asked what he wanted. Yet there was not a single trace of fear on the young hunter's face. Richard gritted his teeth in pure fury after being humiliated in front of everyone. He growled that he thought they had a deal, but he was clearly wrong. Jake shrugged it off, saying his team could join, but he was out. He casually explained that he simply did not have the time for this. Asking to clarify the situation, Jake said he would leave his teammates. Jake flashed a highly provocative smile, absolutely mocking the massive leader's power. Watch closely now, did this fool really think he was the apex predator? With those cold words, he swiftly drew a deadly blade from his holster. He never broke eye contact, instantly pressing the sharp tip against Richard's beard. Now Jake silently dared him to find out just how fast his blade could strike. He wondered if those archers could outrun his blade before he cut off Richard's head. Meanwhile, the archer readied a shot, while Gila held back his rising anger. The protagonist turned to leave, giving them a final warning that he was watching. Jake figured that Caroline was safe because Richard definitely needed her as a chiller. He also knew that to keep her happy, they would have to protect Adam. With that threat in place, Richard would think twice before targeting the others. He refused to let his old comrades get hurt because of him. He desperately needed this risky gamble of his to actually work. At this point, staying together would only turn them into a massive burden. As Jake walked away, Adam turned around and signaled for him to stop. He wanted to say one last thing before they parted ways for good. A completely stunned Casper asked Jake what on earth that show was about. No one in their right mind expected such a crazy showdown to happen. Placing a hand on his shoulder, he asked if Jake was really going solo. Jake scratched his head sheepishly, admitting he had different goals for his training. He placed his hands on Casper and Adam on the shoulders with a smile. This was for the best, since Richard's crew offered them a higher survival rate. Giving them one last smile, he told them not to worry. He promised to drop by and visit them again somewhere down the road. Adam urged him to wait, calling him back one last time. He wanted to hand over a final gift before they parted. The group leader opened his medical pouch to grab something for the journey. He handed over a small box containing 6 bottles of vital medicine. Adam urged Jake to be careful, showing just how much he cared. Grateful for the warm gesture, the protagonist smiled back at his friends. He thanked his reliable comrades, deeply touched by their concern for him. Adam offered a quiet smile in return, wishing him the absolute best. With a nod, the young man turned and headed straight into the thick forest. His companions simply watched him walk away, making no move to stop him. Even a blue-eyed youth from Richard's squad silently tracked Jake with his gaze. He then shifted his focus to Richard, who was whispering commands nearby. The boss leaned over to give his trusted archer some direct orders. Richard quietly told him he had high expectations for this task. Richard quietly told him he knew exactly what to do and placed high expectations on him. The cold-blooded archer grinned, locking his eyes on the departing Jake. Soon the team started moving out, whispering complaints about this whole waste of time. One tired member grumbled that things would be totally different if they stopped playing nice. The archer agreed, imagining how easily he could have handled the situation. He claimed he would have just shot Jake in the back without hesitation. That way, they wouldn't have wasted a single second searching the forest. His ally laughed, mocking that the kid hadn't even reached level 5. But the archer insisted that they should still finish him off regardless. But out of nowhere, deadly arrows come flying right at them. 2 sharp arrows strike the companion directly in his wide open eyes. The stunned archer collapsed instantly, completely unable to understand what had happened. Chaos, the archer panics, whipping his head around to find the shooter. He desperately scans the area. Where is the arrow coming from? Suddenly, another deadly projectile streaks directly toward their terrified group. No time to react. The arrow strikes one man dead in the throat. He chokes violently, sending a wave of absolute horror through the camp. Scatter, the lead archer, screams at the surviving members to run. They scramble wildly, trying to dodge the invisible threat from the trees. Behind them, 2 lifeless bodies are left abandoned in the dirt. After a tense moment, survivors start peering out from behind the bushes. Trying to stay calm, the leader catches a faint rustling nearby. The enemy is in there, but he will not risk his own skin. Instead, he barks an order, forcing a subordinate to go instead. Trembling with pure dread, the soldier slowly steps toward the foliage. His hands shake, he reaches out to part the branches. Slowly and quietly, the dense leaves slide apart to reveal nothing. The scout looks around, taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart. A strange sound behind him makes him freeze. He is not alone. A silent killer stands in his shadow. Jake raises his blade. Steel glints under the moonlight. Jake stares down with zero mercy. Without a second of hesitation, he presses the freezing edge to his throat. One swift slice, the confused scout drops without making a sound. Suddenly, Richard's archer spots the shadow in the bushes and shouts. He quickly draws his bow and releases a shot. It flies true. The arrow tears into Jake's side, forcing him to grit his teeth. Pain flares. Still, Jake stands tall and rips the arrow out. He stares at the bloody tip. Honestly, this is where things get truly dangerous. Jake's eyes glow with deep rage as a terrifying grin spreads. The rival archer freezes, deeply unsettled by the pure malice in that stare. Before the enemy can recover, Jake fires back with 2 arrows. The shooter reacts instantly, shielding his face and diving to the side. He rolls behind a thick tree trunk, desperately seeking some cover. Both arrows slam into the wood, leaving the man completely unharmed. The narrow escape infuriates Jake, who quickly plans his next strike. Richard's archer peers cautiously around the trunk, sweating with anxiety. He prays he won't take a lethal shot straight to the forehead. Meanwhile, Jake silently draws another arrow and readies his heavy bow. He pulls back the string. His wary opponent waits on high alert. The archer looks around, wondering if the lethal threat has vanished. Suddenly, Jake's shot shatters a branch, throwing the archer into panic. Seeing the debris flying straight at his face, he raises a defensive arm. He braces for impact, keeping his guard up for any surprise. Where did Jake go? The sudden silence makes him even more anxious. For just a fraction of a second, he lets his guard slip. That's his final mistake. Jake is already behind him, swinging his blade. The cold steel sinks deep, leaving the outmatched archer to collapse in silence. Jake throws his full weight forward, pressing down on his opponent to sink the blade. He drives the knife in deep. The archer draws his final, ragged breaths as life fades. Realizing this is the end, our bloodthirsty protagonist flashes a dark, terrifying smile. He murmurs under his breath that he can hear another enemy lurking nearby. The terrified survivor from the enemy archer team draws his sword, desperately pleading with him. He begs Jake to stay away, but our hero just smirks and steps closer. He stares down his next victim with glowing red eyes, adding to the sheer horror. Meanwhile, far from the slaughter, Richard walks with the rest of the group. He asks Adam for more details about their mysterious companion Jake. Adam smiles slightly. Honestly, there is not much to say since they were only former coworkers. Richard does not buy it, noting that Adam seemed incredibly friendly when Jake left. Adam explains his side. Back in the office days, he worked as a manager. He fondly recalls an old photograph of himself and Jake standing together. Turning to the massive leader, Adam explains that being friendly just comes naturally. It is just his nature. Richard nods, calling it a highly respectable trait. He hopes Adam does not view him as any kind of threat out here. Everyone is incredibly tense, but Richard quickly reassures them that they are safe. No one gets hurt. They all work together in his camp to survive. Adam is completely shocked to hear about a camp existing in this place. He assumed they were all just wandering through this massive forest. Richard laughs, asking if Adam really thought they were just walking around aimlessly. Of course they have a home. He warmly welcomes the new guests to their base. It looks incredible. Their camp is a fully equipped military field base. Smiling, the leader admits it is small for now, but they are growing daily. Caroline is absolutely thrilled, calling the entire place spectacular. Bertram smiles and admits it looks pretty decent. They start looking around. They observe various survivors going about their daily routines inside the settlement. A friendly girl waves at them. Casper calls the layout absolutely perfect. Adam turns to Caroline to get her thoughts, and she hesitates, trying to answer. She awkwardly admits that while it is no five-star hotel, it beats a cave. Richard chuckles, promising to have one of his men show them around. They can set up their things and finally get some much-needed rest. He looks directly at Adam, telling him to relax and make himself at home. Nobody will harm them here, but wait, sharp, loud alarms suddenly shatter the quiet. Alarmed, one of the camp members frantically asks if anyone else heard that. Richard and Adam immediately turn to see a scout sprinting back at breakneck speed. Is something deadly chasing him? The camp commander immediately jumps into action. He yells for the guards, knowing this panicked scout ran back for a reason. Nearby, the blue-eyed mage instantly grabs his weapon, ready to defend the camp. He twirls his magic staff with clear excitement, eager for the impending clash. Meanwhile, a heavy lump forms in Adam's throat. He looks around in pure dread. He desperately tries to understand what kind of danger is heading their way. Suddenly, someone calls for the guards to hold, recognizing the incoming runner. The terrified, exhausted scout frantically raises his hand to signal his commander. He collapses to his knees, desperately trying to deliver his critical warning. Panting with exhaustion, Richard demands to know where Nicholas is and what happened to his squad. Choking back pain, the young survivor mutters that Nicholas and the rest of the squad are dead. They were wiped out, and he was the only one who somehow managed to escape. Richard breaks into a cold sweat, instantly wondering if that scumbag Nicholas sold them out. Shaking with fury, he points a finger at the terrified kid, demanding real answers. Did Nicholas slaughter everyone? He barks, but the kid says the archer is dead too. The massive leader boils over with rage, completely unable to process this sudden nightmare. That archer was far too valuable and powerful to just get wiped out like this. Trembling, the young survivor stammers that Jake the archer ambushed them out of nowhere. A furious Richard snaps back, demanding to know how this kid survived if everyone else died. Why on earth would that lethal archer let one useless survivor slip right through his fingers? Sweating bullets, the boy explains that Jake spared him to deliver a warning to everyone. Jake wanted Richard to know that Nicholas actually put up a decent fight before dying. Hearing this sends a massive wave of shock running straight through Richard. The kid adds that Jake meant every word of his threat, shocking Adam nearby. Furious, Richard grabs the terrified kid by the collar, dragging him close. Spit it out, he roars. What else did that bastard say? Staring into his boss's cold eyes, the kid stammers out a terrifying truth. He is insane, that archer is completely mad, and he has proof. Remembering the slaughter, he describes how Jake relished the massacre with bloodthirsty eyes. Terrified, the kid screams, sweat pours, he is absolutely lost in his fear. That guy is not human, he is a pure monster we should all fear. Meanwhile, Jake pushes deeper into the forest, searching for a safe place to rest. He has not stopped moving since yesterday, and his body is hitting its limit. Finally, some peace. He takes a quiet moment to check his system notifications. The screen pops up, confirming he defeated an archer and a warrior, granting him a massive pool of around 600 experience points. Even better, he hits level 7, unlocking fresh stat points to distribute, plus one extra free attribute point, leaving him pleasantly surprised by his progress. Those brutal back-to-back fights really paid off with multiple level-ups. With points to burn, he considers boosting stamina or vitality for future survival. If these life-or-death battles keep happening, he will need the extra tankiness. But perception directly feeds his unique bloodline, leaving him with only one logical path. Decision made, he dumps his hard-earned points right into perception. Extreme circumstances call for extreme measures, and his build demands it. He spends another moment reviewing his upgraded status menu, letting the stats settle. Reflecting on his recent battle, he knows he got pretty lucky. That rival archer managed to land a dangerous shot directly to his lower back. He needs to play it safe, especially since Caroline is not here to heal him. Adam left him some potions, but those need to be saved for emergencies. Suddenly, low growls break his concentration as a pack of wolves surrounds him. Instead of panicking, he simply smirks at the bloodthirsty beasts. Perfect timing for a warm-up, and a fight is completely unavoidable. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Caroline is busy setting up her tent. But her quiet work is suddenly interrupted by a smug mage from Richard's crew. The blue-eyed mage suddenly interrupted, speaking up. The young woman stared at him, completely caught off guard. She had no clue what he wanted. Caroline simply asked if he really fought for Richard. The young man looked down, admitting with a sheepish smile that he was actually quite embarrassed about it. Caroline quickly apologized to the assassin, hoping they had not frightened him, and tried to ease the tension. She assured him he did not seem like those other crazy fighters. The polite, seemingly sincere young man smiled. He introduced himself as William, hoping to build a good, friendly relationship with her. Caroline smiled warmly at the kid, immediately softening up to his gentle demeanor. She could not help but notice he looked far younger than anyone else in their rough group. William admitted that was exactly why he struggled to fit in, since nobody wanted a 19-year-old on their team. The boy explained that he constantly had to put on a tough act just to look intimidating. He awkwardly reached out, gently running a finger down her cheek to appear harmless. Running his finger down her cheek, he tried to convince her he was just a simple guy. She looked at him with genuine pity, calling him a poor soul, completely blinded by his innocent face. He was only 19, and she completely fell for it. Talk about a master manipulator at work. Meanwhile, a frightened white bunny hopped through a graveyard of dead wolves nearby. It was the pack Jake had slaughtered, and the little creature seemed stunned by the carnage. Spotting a small pile of dry leaves, the rabbit began digging furiously, searching for a quick meal. Suddenly, a human hand burst straight out of the leaves, shattering the quiet forest peace. The terrified animal bolted instantly, vanishing into the deep brush. It was Jake. He sat up with a sudden, violent gasp, completely disoriented. He wondered how long he had been unconscious, slowly raising his eyes to the morning sky. The bright sunlight confirmed it was morning, meaning it was time to get back to the hunt. He noticed his clothes were completely wrinkled and ruined, but dressing up did not matter right now. Fight prep was pointless if he was going to jump straight back into battle anyway. He reminded himself that he was completely on his own now, with a massive job ahead. Nobody else was going to do this for him. Reaching out, he grabbed a lightweight dead hare nearby. The poor creature had been struck down by a stray arrow, weighing almost nothing in his grip. Then a swallow darted by. With absolute precision, Jake took aim. Down it went, one shot. Jake was not stopping with just birds either. Moments later, he lunged at a wild boar, leaving it screaming in pure agony. Next was a massive, scarred old wolf, which he struck directly in the skull. His blade ended it instantly. He stopped to catch his breath and take stock. Reaching level 10 in one day was pretty sweet. Then, a strange light caught his eye. A brilliant, glowing aura was radiating from the hollow of a massive tree just ahead. He had no idea what it was, and honestly, walking toward a random glow seems pretty risky. Giving the trunk a cautious tap first, Jake quickly realized there was only one way to know. With no other choice, he grabbed hold of the thick bark and hoisted himself up. Pulling himself higher, he aimed to uncover whatever was blinding him with such intense brightness. He carefully shuffled along a thick branch, inching closer to the glowing hollow. Peering inside, the young man spotted a mysterious box that immediately sparked his intense curiosity. Mesmerized by the strange find, Jake slowly reached out his hand to grab it. He pulled out a yellow-green box, beautifully adorned with polished, deep red rubies. Suddenly, a system notification chimed, revealing it was an incredibly rare, magical container. It was crafted by the system itself, holding a legendary, highly powerful item inside. Jake closely scrutinized the container, realizing that it was essentially a massive jackpot. Nothing but standard loot, specifically, a pair of leather bracers meant for new initiates in the Order of Umbra. Jake had zero clue what this faction was. But he saw the stats on these bracers were pretty good. The heavy stone chest also contained an upgrade token meant specifically for his basic training gear. He began weighing the pros and cons. Upgrading his bow sounded great, but right now, that would be pretty pointless. Instead, his gaze drifted down to his heavily torn, blood-stained cloak. Could he upgrade his tattered cloak? If the token repaired it too, it was definitely worth a try. He initiated the process. Choosing the area enhancement, he watched the process kick off immediately. He waited in silence. Soon the notification flashed. His cloak was now highly resistant to slashing attacks. It also gained self-healing traits, which wasn't quite as impressive as those rogue bracers, but that passive healing would definitely save his life. This made him want to hunt down more upgrade chests in hard-to-reach areas. He figured the truly rare loot had to be tucked away in dangerous spots. It made him think back to that colossal spider he faced inside the cave. That beast was easily the most terrifying monster he had ever encountered. If this world really was operating like a game, it had to be guarding something big. The only real issue, he could not even go back there anymore, because the entire stone cavern had completely collapsed behind him after the fight. Walking on, he reached a high clearing with a vast view, hoping for another cave. A few hours of searching paid off when he found a brand new cavern entrance. This one looked entirely different, and he immediately decided to head inside. No danger nearby, still he kept his guard up. Something unique was calling out to him from the deepest parts of the cavern. He had to investigate. A wide, excited grin spread across his face as he walked forward without a single regret. Torch in hand, he stepped into a bizarre new chamber. Glowing blue mushrooms covered almost every single inch of the stone walls. He had never seen anything like this before. Captivated by the soft light, he reached out to take a closer look at one. But the real prize lay just ahead, a heavily rotted old wooden door. He gently ran his fingers over the wood, wondering how long it had stood there. The structure was completely decaying and rotted, practically crumbling right under his soft touch. Suddenly, a system prompt chimed in, announcing he had discovered a special tutorial dungeon. This was exactly what he needed. However, the entry requirements were pretty strict. He needed to be under level 10, have no class, and rank in the top 5%. Lucky for him, he easily met every single requirement perfectly. It seemed he was currently ranked in the top 5% of all local survivors. When the system asked if he wanted to enter, he just smiled. How could he possibly say no to a golden opportunity like this? He stepped inside, marveling at the absolutely breathtaking sights around him. As he looked around in awe, another system window popped up in front of him. His objective was clear: survive, conquer the trial, and clear out every single obstacle. Jake carefully reread the info along the way. He felt pretty confused. Was this really all the dungeon wanted? He seriously wondered. Then he looked down. A strange, vibrating necklace hung around his neck. He recalled reading about this amulet, a special dungeon item. It acts as a pocket dimension. Challengers store gear inside the stone. Right inside, a handy inventory, but perhaps it is also a vital clue. Before he can figure it out, the gem suddenly begins shaking. The stone swings back and forth. Jake is completely in the dark. Suddenly, a bright yellow light flares up. Panic sets in. He panics something is very wrong. Then, out of thin air, a blue beast appears. It has long ears and sharp claws. It is incredibly aggressive. Jake stands there trying to make sense of things. He stays on guard, then he reaches for his hip and freezes. His heavy sword, usually resting right in his left pocket, is gone. Tension instantly spikes. The weapon is completely missing from his side. Who could have possibly swiped it? There is no time to think. Because right then, the angry blue creature lunges straight at him. Suddenly, an entire swarm of these creatures surrounds him, snapping their jaws. But wait, they are actually harmless. Their little bites do not even hurt. Then one animal gets offended and promises to show him who is harmless. He chomps down on Jake's leg. Jake freezes, utterly stunned by this development. Hearing the monster talk scares him so much he leaps backward. Unfortunately, his foot lands directly on a hidden trap activator tile. A sudden explosion rocks the area, leaving our hero totally bewildered. Talk about a chaotic mess, but Jake somehow manages to keep his cool. Suddenly, a sharp projectile flies his way. He triggered a pressure plate. The deadly spike narrowly misses him, slamming violently into the ground nearby. Jake safely dodges the attack. Meanwhile, the blue beast hops away, laughing. He mockingly calls Jake a complete fool for getting caught like that. Then Jake notices the ground where the spike landed is actually melting. This is highly corrosive. Getting hit by one would mean instant death. He demands to know what this trap is and how to get out. The beast Eeyore snorts and says he has absolutely no idea. Eeyore complains that he is just a prisoner trapped inside the necklace. Jake presses him, asking who locked him in there to get some answers. But the long-eared creature scoffs, saying the kid has bigger problems right now. He warns that a fresh wave of spikes is about to skewer him. Jake prepares to dodge, swearing he will deal with this annoying beast later. For now, his absolute priority is making it to the end of the corridor. At breakneck speed, he sprints straight toward the wooden door ahead. He keeps his cool, navigating the hazard zone with impressive focus. The flying spikes do not stand a chance of touching him. Panting heavily, Jake finally reaches safety at the end of the hall. Eeyore patronizes him, calling him baby and admitting it was a decent effort. Jake asks if Eeyore plans on following him around forever, but the beast just smiles. It is a pretty annoying smirk, and Eeyore claims he has absolutely nowhere else to go. Great, he sighs sarcastically, looking at the floating blue platforms ahead. He has to climb these steps to reach the exit door at the very top. Right then, a system notification alerts him that his main task is to gather 5 silver mushrooms. They are scattered here. Analyzing the room, the young man quickly makes a connection. This must be the exact reason why he was given that mysterious gem necklace earlier. Looking extremely closely, he spots several tiny holes drilled directly into the nearby walls with his bare eyes. Deadly acid spikes are bound to shoot out the second anyone gets close to the mushrooms. Eeyore advises calculating the flight angles from the holes to plot a safe path. This would minimize any chance of him taking a hit. Taking the advice, the protagonist steps onto the main activator plate to trigger the test. Calculating the trajectory is easy, but suddenly, Jake lets out a sly smirk. Honestly, where is the fun in playing it safe? That is just way too boring. He boldly strides forward, stepping directly onto the blue platform to see what happens next. Instantly, the trap triggers. A massive, razor-sharp spike launches straight toward him at blistering speed. Dodging effortlessly, the hero glances at his quest log to track his progress. It shows that 1 out of the 5 silver mushrooms has already been collected. Still, he keeps his focus entirely on the launching mechanism so he does not slip up. One single mistake here could cost him his life, so there is zero room for error. Luckily, with the insane raw speed and agility inherited from his bloodline, Jake can just blitz through. Charging straight ahead, he secures 3 of the 5 mushrooms within a few moments. An incredibly shocked Eeyore watches in disbelief, completely speechless at this absurd display of talent. Next, our hero easily snatches up the 4th mushroom. Success is right around the corner now, and things are looking incredibly bright. The talking beast grins and chuckles, knowing the kid is about to wrap this up. But suddenly Eeyore freezes, pure panic, something terrible is about to happen. Accidentally stepping onto an activator plate, he triggers a lethal spike about to shoot out. Eeyore's heart hammers against his ribs. He is utterly terrified, unable to take a single step. Standing there trembling in pure terror, a truly massive blunder. Meanwhile, Jake is already closing in on the 5th mushroom. Complaining to himself, he feels like this dungeon is just trying to mess with him. Suddenly, the deadly spike rockets forward, aiming straight for the helpless beast. Dropping his mushroom in absolute terror, Eeyore watches the metallic tip fly closer. Just in time, Jake leaps forward, grabs his companion and dives away. They roll to safety, narrowly escaping death. Eeyore is completely stunned that he was saved. Shivering from the sheer shock, he knows his life almost ended right then and there. Exhausted from the effort, Jake lies flat on the floor, covered in sweat and gasping. Still trembling, the terrified beast calls Jake a brave boy and admits he owes him. Frustrated, our protagonist snaps. He glares with pure irritation. He snaps that he did not come all the way down here to baby a useless pet. The long-eared creature mutters that being sealed inside a necklace for thousands of years ruined his reflexes. Glaring back with deep suspicion, Jake wonders what kind of creature he is dealing with. Demanding to know his true identity, he listens as Eeyore reluctantly admits he is a demon. Formally introducing himself as Cecil, he thanks our hero for finally asking. Jake introduces himself, asking Cecil who trapped him inside that cursed necklace. The imp looks down, clearly frustrated. He admits it is a long story. He is not ready to talk yet, scratching his head in sheer frustration. Then he apologizes to Jake for making him miss that last silver mushroom. Our hero just chuckles. The sad little imp is completely and utterly confused. But then Jake holds up the prize, showing off the rare mushroom. Right on cue, a system alert confirms all 5 mushrooms are finally collected. Cecil is stunned. He praises the kid for actually pulling it off. Collecting all 5 was no joke, requiring some pretty extreme effort. He adds that only a complete idiot would rush blindly through death traps. Still, the young man has some undeniable, genuine talent after all. Deadpan expression, Jake coldly thanks Cecil while staring straight ahead. Massive obstacle, right in front of him lies a giant, flooded cavern. Jagged rocky heights rise from the water, forming a very dangerous path. The objective is to clear 3 rooms using platforms, with 15 minutes each. Reading the prompt, Jake figures he just needs to hop across them. Honestly, this platforming challenge does not sound too difficult at first. But here is the catch: a brutal alert ruins everything. His stats are instantly nerfed to 10, and his skills are locked. Total shock, Jake panics, having absolutely no clue why this happened. The system explains his powers will return only after completing the trial. This makes him incredibly nervous, since skills are his entire survival kit. Stripped of his strength, he stares at the screen with absolute dread. He is in a complete stalemate, unsure of his next move. Right on cue, his limbs start feeling heavy, like lead dragging him. Worst timing ever, his exhausted body is completely giving out on him. Panic peaks, the gravity suddenly feels 10 times heavier for some reason. The cause is unknown until he pulls up his baseline status screen. His current numbers are pretty much identical to his pre-training days. Jake shuts his eyes, trying his absolute best to find any loophole. Somehow, his primitive hunter bloodline is still quietly active inside him. Reading the details, he realizes a bloodline is not classified as a skill. Wait, did the system actually leave him a massive loophole here? He stands there completely bewildered, trying to plan out his next move. Sensing his intense dread, a pretty worried Cecil asks if he is okay. Jake nods, but the imp warns him that the countdown is ticking. He has 3 dangerous rooms to clear, so he forces himself to focus. His goal is clear: cross the room without falling into boiling acid. Scanning the area, he notices 3 distinct platforms with unique symbols. The first platform features a strange snake with something wrapped around it. From this far away, Jake cannot quite make out the cooled object. Squinting, his heart immediately sinks as he recognizes those damn mushrooms again. Honestly, he is completely sick of them after everything he just survived. The second platform displays a symbol of a massive winged serpent. Apparently, this ancient beast was once worshipped by other strange creatures. The third symbol is a wyvern-like creature, looking far more beautiful than the other 2. Its elegant form catches his eye. Jake studies the design and makes a guess. He thinks it represents a growth cycle, and Seal admits it is a pretty good guess. But frankly, Jake admits this discovery does not actually help them find a way across. Seal sighs deeply, mutters that he really wishes humans just had wings. The young warrior refuses to relax for even a second, scanning the chamber for clues. His gaze lands on one of the floating platforms, studying its faint, pulsing glow. Something about that light feels strangely familiar. Beside him, Seal looks closer too. The companion racks his brain, trying to remember where he has seen this pattern before. Suddenly, a crazy idea strikes Jake. He bends down and grabs a nearby mushroom. Time to move. Jake prepares to test his desperate theory. Holding his breath, he concentrates all his focus on aiming the throw perfectly. Seal watches in silent shock, choosing to stay back and let him work. Jake hurls it. The blue glowing fungus arcs through the stale air. It flies straight toward the target, leaving the young man watching in sheer anticipation. With a soft thud, it lands directly on the platform, right beside the glowing symbol. Jake holds his breath, waiting for a reaction. Within seconds, something shifts. The solid stone begins to slowly absorb the mushroom, just as he hoped. Seal gasps in excitement. He finally gets it. This is a feeding puzzle. They need to feed these gluttonous symbols. He praises Jake, and the hero just nods. Quick thinking, but there is absolutely no time to celebrate. His gut tells him those glowing platforms mean certain death. To cross safely, he must turn off their light first. Seal watches him with growing dread. He really hopes the kid's instincts are right, because one mistake means death. Only 9 minutes remain on the clock. Honestly, the tension here is absolutely insane. Jake grunts that he has to take the leap. Waiting around gets them nowhere. He bounces another blue mushroom in his palm, lining up his next shot. The throw is dead on, striking the exact center of the symbol. The glowing rune eagerly consumes the offering, and its dangerous light fades away. It worked. Now the pathway is clear, and the real challenge begins. No turning back. Jake steels his nerves for the first leap. With a sudden burst of speed, he launches himself forward across the deadly acid gap. Seal clings to him, terrified that Jake's reckless gamble might get them melted. Talk about a close call, but they actually managed to make the landing. They made it. The solid ground holds, proving his theory. Sweat pours down Jake's face, but he manages a shaky grin. See, he mutters, they survived, so there is nothing to worry about. Seal starts to cheer, but then stops, realizing he is actually worrying about a human. Shaking off the weird feeling, they leap across the remaining platforms to the exit. They reach the doorway to the next chamber, but there is no time to rest. Jake can barely catch his breath, his muscles aching from the intense strain. Absolutely no rest. Jake forces his aching legs to move forward. One room down, he wheezes, dragging himself across the threshold. The system registers the success, immediately starting a 15-minute countdown. Not even a single minute to rest. Jake steels himself and pushes open the door. He steps through the next door with a grin, ready for another challenge. Up ahead, even more floating platforms await, with a translucent stand positioned right at the entrance. Resting on that glowing stand is a weirdly shaped, crooked dagger. Its twisted blade instantly catches Jake's attention. He picks it up to inspect it, muttering that he has a bad feeling about this. The logic of this place is completely gone, nothing makes sense anymore. With poisonous snakes, magic mushrooms, and his low stats, leaping across seems absolutely impossible. Looking at the blade, he assumes that if mushrooms deactivated the platforms, this knife behaves similarly. He figures this crooked dagger has to be the key to activating the pathway. Recalling how the snake devoured the mushrooms, he realizes he has to build off that connection. He wonders what that winged serpent actually feeds on to stay alive. The only source of energy for that symbol has to be the believers. Jake grimaces, thoroughly hating the direction this is going. With absolutely no other choice left, he presses the curved blade deep into his palm. He slices right across his hand, cursing the cultists who forced his hand. A few tense seconds later, the ancient symbol on the platform becomes heavily stained with blood. His blood drips steadily from his wounded palm, staining the ancient stone surface. Pain flares, and he desperately hopes he won't bleed out right here in the temple. He grips the hilt of the curved dagger tightly, forced to endure the agonizing pain. Why on earth is it bleeding so heavily from just a light cut? Seal quickly assesses the dangerous situation and confirms that the path ahead is finally clear. Jake only needs to make 3 solid jumps to get across safely. Though the burning pain in his palm is incredibly intense, Jake knows he cannot stop. He bolts forward instantly. Realizing that his time is rapidly running out, he knows he absolutely must hurry. He launches into a high, powerful jump that easily covers the distance to the next ledge. Landing hard on the stone, his feet barely find purchase. Although his toes slip slightly past the very edge, he miraculously manages to keep his balance. No time to celebrate a small victory, he must keep pushing forward. But on his very next leap, Jake completely miscalculates the required distance to clear the gap. His heart clenches in pure dread as he begins to fall toward the acid. Grinding his teeth in absolute terror, his face turns completely pale. Extreme stress completely locks his muscles as he squints, while Seal screams in sheer panic. At this rate, he is not going to make it. He needs a miracle because the deadly pool is rushing up to meet him. Just seconds away from falling into the acid, he has to cling to life. At the absolute last second before falling into the acid, he manages to grasp the ledge. The rough stone tears deeply into his bleeding hand. A raw scream rips from his throat as Seal rushes to help. Grabbing his arm, Seal pulls with all his strength, urging him to climb. "You have to pull yourself up," Seal yells to him. "There is only a little further to go." Jake grits his teeth through the white-hot pain, thinking that he already knows that. Knowing it does not make pulling his heavy body up any easier, especially as his foot slips. His shoe lightly dips into the boiling acid, sending adrenaline surging through him. Terrified, he clings to the stone as sweat pours down his face. His face twisted in pure agony, he struggled to stand. An unnatural sensation shot through his leg, making him wince hard. He squinted through the intense pain, feeling a dark panic rise within him. He was slipping fast. The burning acid was already melting his leg away. And honestly, can you blame him for being absolutely terrified here? This was it, he was actually going to die in this cave. But his stubborn will refused to break, and he kept clawing forward. Gritting his teeth tightly, he told himself he could not die here. He had to push past his limits, no matter the cost. A panicked Cecil grabbed his arm, desperately trying to pull him up. Though Jake was incredibly heavy, Cecil strained with every ounce of strength. He pulled with all his might, while the young hero kept dragging his failing body upward. Dirt and loose sand kicked up around his feet, offering absolutely no steady foothold. But he kept repeating his silent mantra that he could do this. Every second was pure torture, but the thought of quitting never crossed his mind. Suddenly his vision began to blur, fading to a dark, hazy gray. It felt like the final curtain was falling on his short life. His limbs grew heavy and unresponsive, his strength slipping away second by second. Still, Jake fought the darkness, forcing himself to block out the creeping despair. He told himself to just keep moving, even with his energy completely spent. He had absolutely nothing left, but he refused to stop. His sheer willpower finally paid off when the system chimed. It announced that the second room was cleared and his body was restored. An incredibly relieved Cecil frantically shook the unconscious boy to wake him up. Jake slowly blinked his eyes open, trying to make sense of his surroundings. The memory of the horrific acid trap rushed back to him instantly. He gasped aloud, shocked that he was somehow still breathing. Cecil chuckled softly, admitting he really thought Jake was a goner. The young hero let out a breathless, relieved laugh of his own. Staring at his hands, Jake realized his skin was completely healed. The acid burns were gone, and even his shredded clothes were fully restored. Cecil warned him he was walking on a razor-thin edge, but could not rest yet. A new countdown was starting, and the tired hero stared at the flashing screen. Only one room remained, though he wanted absolutely nothing to do with it. Yawning, he collapsed onto the floor, desperate to catch his breath before continuing. Cecil asked if he was okay, but Jake's energy was entirely gone. He muttered in a weary voice that he felt completely dead inside. Having looked death right in the eyes, he had no desire to take another step. This brutal tutorial was his first real taste of mortality, and he hated it. He had been dancing on the edge of a blade, barely dodging fatal attacks. He added that he simply was not ready to die like this. Dying completely alone in a wet, acid-filled cave was just too much to handle. He offered a faint smile, asking Cecil not to judge him for being human. Cecil nodded in understanding, knowing exactly what it felt like to be abandoned. He too had spent a terribly long and lonely eternity trapped inside that cold necklace. He wondered if he would ever see another living creature, even a brute. It was pretty uncomfortable, but it forced him to see things in a new light. But Jake remained absolutely adamant he wanted nothing to do with this dungeon. Then he clenched his fist tightly, declaring with absolute confidence that he refused to die in this place because his life was far too precious. Suddenly, Jake swung the wooden door wide open, and Seal quickly followed. They dared not separate. Stepping outside, Jake stared at the massive layout of platforms. The organized platforms stretched out, leaving him to wonder what this mission actually was. Seal looked around, suggesting they pull the mushroom trick again here. That would make this ordeal pretty easy, but Jake immediately sensed a major catch. There was only the wyvern and the mountain around, absolutely nothing to serve as clues. Looking closely at the symbol, Jake noticed the wyvern was shouting toward the sky. He initially figured she was angry, but quickly dismissed that thought. Then Jake began to remember his past self and those raw, emotional impulses from before, applying them to this moment. After thinking about it for a moment, the young man concluded it was not anger. It was something else entirely, prompting him to form a completely different hypothesis. Was she screaming in fear? That had to be the clue. Jake did not rush. Keeping a cool head, he figured out exactly what to do. He knew exactly how to handle this. Jake slowly began taking steady steps toward the platform with the symbol, completely confident in his own theory. But Seal was deeply worried, calling out for him to wait just a moment. He had something crucial to tell Jake, pointing out a detail he might have missed. And honestly, who could blame him? Those blue symbols were still glowing ominously. But before Seal could finish, the imp gasped in horror as Jake suddenly lunged. It was an insanely risky move. Jake leaped high into the air, aiming high. He didn't even stop to calculate risk. Yet against all odds, he landed perfectly on the correct glowing stone structure. He stepped right on the glowing symbol. Watching this, Seal could barely hold back tears. The little imp was terrified, convinced the young man was jumping straight to his death. Right then, the platform erupted in a massive explosion, throwing him aside. Jake tumbled away safely, shouting out that the true answer here was courage. Adrenaline pumping, he began reflecting on those pivotal moments of facing his fears. He remembered his old life as a helpless office worker, constantly full of doubt. Back then, he always believed the world simply was not built for him. Striking again, Jake successfully completed another high jump, finding his footing. Standing there, a terrifying memory flashed back, the night Brian attacked him with a knife. Brian had lunged at him in the great forest, determined to slice him apart. Leaping high once more, he realized that in moments of sheer terror, only raw willpower and courage can pull someone through. Another memory flashed. He remembered saying goodbye to his companions, heading into the dangerous forest all alone. Now Jake looked back and smiled warmly at a terrified Seal. It was willpower and courage that kept him moving forward, conquering every nightmare. He had survived this impossible test, but the platforms behind him began rapidly crumbling. Seeing him survive, Seal started jumping up and down with pure joy. Jake actually managed to pull it off, and the system sent an instant notification. The trial was complete. Instantly, all of his locked skills and stats surged back. The imp cackled and gave him a playful shove, calling him completely out of his mind. Both shared a quick laugh, Then a sudden system alert caught his eye. The secret mission was cleared, unlocking a hidden bonus room. Jake read the alert. He was completely caught off guard. He had never heard of a hidden chamber. Before long, he reached a mysterious chamber lined with old, dusty portraits. Jake asked what this place was, but Seal doubted there would be any quests. The hero stared at the wall in sheer awe, pointing out a massive, singular mural. Stepping closer, Jake gently ran his hands across the ancient, detailed stone carvings. "This looks like some kind of legend," he muttered. The carvings showed a snake eating mushroom after mushroom, slowly growing until she sprouted wings and soared into the sky. The mural described her flying over the lands, completely emptying the earth below her. As she grew to a colossal size, other beasts began to worship her as a god. They became her loyal devotees, following her every command with absolute faith. She fought stronger and stronger monsters, truly believing she was entirely invincible. But one day, everything changed. She morphed into a ravenous wyvern, devouring everything. She did not even spare her own loyal, terrified followers in her endless hunger. The poor creatures were shocked by this brutal betrayal, but they were completely helpless. Once everything lay in ruins, the mighty wyvern ended up completely alone. She claimed the mountain peak, basking in her absolute power as centuries rolled by. Yet the massive serpent kept roaring toward the heavens, day and night, without rest. Finally, after countless years, she ascended into the skies, no longer a mere wyvern. Instead, she had transcended into a legendary, colossal, dark blue dragon. She was massive, covered in razor-sharp teeth with a deeply fierce and terrifying presence. Seal wondered aloud with surprise if the dragon had taken her followers with her. Maybe so, Jake suggested, just as another system notification flashed before him. He had witnessed the raw will of a true dragon, gaining 10 willpower points. The surprised, long-eared creature asked Jake what he thought of the grand legend. After all, the tale carved on the stone was incredibly bizarre and fascinating. Jake smirked slightly, admitting he had absolutely no clue what it actually meant. Still, he found the story incredibly cool, looking up at the massive mural. Talk about insane ambition, he proudly declared he wanted to fight that beast. They continued their journey, heading deeper into what seemed like another endless corridor. Jake sighed with exhaustion, already incredibly bored of the repetitive stone pathways. It looked like they still had not fully cleared this dungeon just yet. There was still plenty to explore. Suddenly, Seal accidentally banged his head hard. He collided right with Jake's solid iron wristband, clutching his forehead in pain. Rubbing his bruised temples, he whined that he already missed those bright mushrooms. He then asked the hero how on earth he could navigate this pitch-black darkness. Jake grinned, explaining that his high perception stat made it easy to see. However, he did not mention that stats were only a small part of the secret. Deep down, he could feel his unique bloodline abilities steadily growing stronger. His domain of awareness was actively expanding, stretching far into the cold dark. He felt stronger, realizing his perception was steadily expanding in this area. It only triggered when he was in danger. Now, it runs constantly, just in a smaller radius. It is a passive skill now. Jake wonders if he should mention it. Since the beast is ancient, Jake figures Seal might know something about it. He offers to let Seal rest inside the necklace again, at least until they find a safe spot. But the beast grudgingly and firmly refuses to take him up on that. There is absolutely no way he is going back in there under any circumstances. A pretty perplexed Jake asks Seal what exactly is so bad about the necklace. Seal lowers his ears, insisting that it is really no big deal. But then he begins to recall that incredibly long, agonizing phase of his life. He did not even have a chance to see what was happening outside. Time felt completely endless to him, just an eternal void of nothingness. To him, being trapped in there against his will was nothing short of a prison. He is definitely not eager to spend another millennium locked inside that horrible place. Hearing this, his stubborn refusal suddenly makes a lot of sense. Jake nods, realizing that being trapped like that must have been pure torture. Our main character gently pats the beast on his head to comfort him. He promises he won't ever force him back in there, and Seal listens in quiet silence. Still, the beast grumbles that everyone always says that right before they betray him. But just then, Seal suddenly gasps with pure excitement, pointing into the distance. He sees a faint light up ahead, and a sudden spark of hope ignites within him. Jake stays calm, noting that the glow does not look like regular glowing mushrooms. They walk toward the source, only to find a massive, stunning library. Huge windows flood the massive hall with light, leaving Jake utterly speechless. Seal is just as shocked, muttering that it looks like some ancient library. Jake walks over to the nearest bookshelf, eagerly inspecting the old covers. He is hoping to find some secret, powerful techniques hidden inside. These books look incredibly ancient, meaning they could hold some highly valuable secrets. But the moment he reaches out his hand to grab one, something stops him. A glowing blue barrier suddenly flares up, blocking his hand completely. Jake is pretty taken aback, realizing he cannot actually touch any of these books. Meanwhile, Seal calls out, having spotted a desk with some old records. Those papers might actually give them the clues they desperately need right now. Jake tries to pick up the notes, but another magic barrier flashes in his face. It seems like this entire room is under some kind of total lockdown. But wait, why aren't any system quests popping up to help him? As Jake racks his brain, Seal points toward an open door nearby. He gestures for Jake to look, hoping that might be their way out. Honestly, Jake is getting pretty tired of these endless dungeon mind games. He decides it is best to just walk straight through that open door. They step through immediately, but their confusion only deepens on the other side. Because what lies ahead of them is not any better at all. A massive hallway filled with identical doors stretches out before them. Seal even sighs, asking if this place is starting to feel repetitive. Jake pushes one open, finding nothing but an ordinary, boring bedroom inside. He closes it and moves to the next door, hoping for better. Behind the next door, he found a plain-looking room resembling some kind of shower. There was nothing unusual inside, but Seal was already pushing open another door. It led to a room packed with flowers, clearly a greenhouse or indoor garden. Meanwhile, Jake discovered a grim chamber that resembled a laboratory or a torture room. A little long-eared beast guessed they must be exploring some strange, massive house. Jake just kept walking forward in complete silence until they suddenly stopped. A large double wooden door blocked their path, hinting at something unusual hidden inside. This was the very last door, and Jake pushed it open without any hesitation. He was desperate to find anything that could actually be useful to him. Looking around the room, Jake smiled. They had finally found something mysterious. Seal pointed toward the center, noticing a strange pedestal standing all by itself. Jake approached and found a box with a slot perfectly shaped for a human palm. The dagger was missing, but there was a clear handprint engraved on the pedestal. He examined the platform closely, realizing he probably had to place his palm there. Doing so would surely activate whatever mechanism was hidden inside the room. Seal grew anxious, warning him that after that last dagger trick, this was risky. The little beast's panic made Jake laugh, and he playfully teased his companion. He asked Seal where his sense of adventure went, completely discarding any doubts. Eager to see what would happen, the young man bravely pressed his palm down. He slid his hand into place, but his confident expression instantly vanished. Horror set in as he realized his hand was completely stuck to the stone. A wicked, sharp spike slowly emerged from the very center of the mechanism. It was heading straight for the middle of Jake's palm. He panicked. He pulled with everything he had, desperate to free his hand without getting hurt. Seal watched in sheer panic, completely helpless to save his friend from the trap. With a final surge of strength, Jake managed to violently rip his hand away. He leaped back, leaving a clean hole right through the palm print on the stone. Jake clutched his arm as a blinding wave of pain shot through it. Everything had happened way too fast, leaving him absolutely no time to even react. The lightning-fast spike had left a bleeding wound right in the center of his hand. Suddenly, Seal gasped and pointed, calling for Jake to look nearby. Another pedestal had emerged from the ground, holding a crimson book. On the cover, there was a detailed engraving of a snake tightly grasping a mushroom. He instantly recognized it as the exact same serpent from the platform symbol. Squinting at it, Jake muttered that this book had to contain a cure. A new quest window popped up. He had to become a viper alchemist. His goal was to brew an antidote for the deadly venom coursing through him. The system coldly warned that the poison would remain dormant for 1 month. Once those 30 days passed, he would drop dead. Jake forced himself to stay calm. He looked down at his bleeding hand, noticing deep cracks spiderwebbing around the wound. But the system offered a choice. Rejecting the quest had a surprising reward. He would be completely healed and sent right back to the Great Forest. It was a massive decision: leave now, fully cured, or keep going. From Jake's shoulder, Seal looked down and asked what he wanted to do. Wondering what scenario he would choose, the system asked if Jake wanted to become a deadly viper alchemist. To him, only one choice remained. With a wry smile, Jake noted he had survived every single brutal trial so far. He was not about to back down from one last challenge right at the very end. Meanwhile, deep inside a quiet forest clearing, a herd of deer grazed peacefully. They enjoyed their quiet life, completely unaware that Adam was watching their every move. He tracked the herd as he and William quietly closed in from the east. Suddenly, the hunt leader gave the signal, and they leaped out from the thick brush. Brandishing their weapons, they charged directly at the startled, beautiful creatures. The terrified animals reacted instantly, scattering in absolute panic. With the prey running, Adam knew Bertram had to play his part. Bertram's task was to block the south route, and he was giving it everything he had. His main job was to steer the panicked animals westward, straight toward the waiting trap. He pulled it off perfectly, driving the herd right into the snare they set last night. Seeing the plan work, the leader yelled out to Casper to make his move. Hearing the clear shout, the young man wasted no time and sprung into action. The trap snapped shut. Instantly, 3 deer were caught in the heavy netting. Hanging high in the air, the struggling beasts had no way to break free. Adam saw that one lone deer had managed to slip past, but 3 was still a win. Still, they couldn't just let a prime source of fresh meat run away so easily. A whole carcass meant a ton of extra food for the village, after all. Quick on his feet, William shouted that he would bring the runaway down. He bolted. Adam just stood there, completely frozen in sheer disbelief. William let loose 3 throwing knives, praying that at least one would find its mark. Incredibly, the blades flew true, striking the fleeing beast square in its back. The target crashed down, completely immobilized in an instant. With the prey down, William grinned and strolled over to claim his prized catch. Thrilled by his insane marksmanship, the young hunter cheered with absolute pride. He boasted about nailing the shot, and honestly, he earned the bragging rights. But wait, there was a slight catch to his legendary throw, and it was pretty painful. One of his stray blades had actually grazed Casper, slicing right into his arm. William immediately apologized, blaming his terrible eyesight, but Casper just laughed it off. He insisted it was merely a scratch, keeping his eyes on the prize instead. Staring at the massive haul, he noted they now had enough food to last a whole week. That was a real reason to celebrate. Adam clapped, praising the entire team for their work. This haul gave them 3 whole deer. Soon, the group leader turned to Lyra. He asked the lovely girl if she could help him lower the heavy net to the ground. She graciously agreed to help. An hour later, the meat was prepped on the table. Casper apologized, feeling bad that his trap had let one of the animals slip away. Adam just smiled, telling him this was an incredible haul, so he should relax. Sensing his mood, Lyra walked over, teasingly calling him cute to cheer him up. She asked if he was doing all right, and Casper grinned back with sparkling eyes. He reassured her he was fine, suggesting they deliver the fresh meat to the butcher. Soon after, Lyra waved goodbye to the crew, promising they would meet again very soon. The guys smiled warmly in return. Adam then glanced over at Casper standing beside him. He quietly remarked that he could feel things beginning to change around here. Things were moving faster between them. Casper asked in awe if it was too quick. Hoping Lyra wouldn't think he was some kind of sneak, the group leader told him to relax. It was the end of the world after all, and things here had to move pretty fast. The young man curiously asked Adam if that was the reason he kept sneaking into Caroline's room every night after. Saying that, Adam felt quite embarrassed and had no clue how to get out of it. Thinking no one had seen him, Casper laughed and told him not to worry, promising he would not tell a soul about the picture. Then he smiled at the group leader, saying he felt everyone else had figured it out a long time ago anyway. After a while, Adam visited Smith's tent to check on him. The stout, bearded blacksmith asked Adam if his sword already needed repairs. Standing right next to Smith was the beautiful Caroline. Adam explained he was actually looking for her because Casper got hurt on a hunt and needed some healing, a tired-looking. Caroline apologized, explaining she just had to grab some armor for Richard. The surprised leader looked at her with quite a bit of confusion and asked if she was his errand boy now. Awkwardly, the girl told Adam already knew she was doing absolutely everything to stay as close as possible to Richard. Adam smiled back at her and teased that Casper saw him stop by Caroline's house, which made the girl giggle. Meanwhile, the group leader continued to chuckle, saying that Casper was pretty skillful and would probably be even trickier than Jake. Caroline grinned, telling Adam they needed to move forward now, no more thinking about Jake since he was gone. The young man shyly admitted he was worried about the hero since weeks had passed since they parted ways and nobody had heard a thing. The girl took Adam's hand, reassuring him that Jake was grown and could easily handle himself. Adam asked what she thought the main character was up to right now, and rubbing her face against his hand, she said, obviously something stupid and dangerous. Meanwhile, a pretty annoyed Jake was complaining to Seal about being sick of the basket of mushrooms they gathered. Seal, however, rested quietly on the ground, suggesting that if Jake just stopped eating them, they wouldn't need to keep gathering more. The young man, though, took a bite anyway, explaining he had unlocked a special skill that let him analyze poisons by consuming them, but he also added that they simply had no other food around, so they had to make do. Eeyore was perfectly relaxed, claiming he was doing just fine on a diet of moss and cave water. Stuffing moss into his firebox, he advised Jake to try it too so they wouldn't waste time hunting mushrooms. Soon, they returned to the massive library room where Seal had previously mentioned his sweet home. Jake asked for a mana potion because he really needed to replenish his supply before cooking. Seal wondered if he could just rest at night, especially after they spent hours shoveling trash. Suddenly, Jake grit his teeth tightly as he felt an incredibly sharp pain shoot through the deep cut on his palm. Staring at his cracked skin, he muttered that resting for even a few hours was simply not an option. Jake needs to master alchemy immediately. The main character knows he needs this antidote. It is his only way to end this pain. First, Jake grinds the ingredients into a fine powder using his mortar, working them in swift, steady circular motions. Next up in his attempt to brew the antidote is infusing the mix with mana, followed by more stirring. Once that is finished, the young alchemist focuses on shaping the mana flow. Giving it the properties of the antidote, he focuses completely. Staring down at the resulting mixture, he knows that if he succeeded, it should turn a bright red. Instead, the potion-making fails. The paste turns a muddy brown instead. Jake bites his lower lip, realizing another batch is ruined. Talk about a brutal setback, but he won't quit. Seal tries to soothe him, gently reminding him that he has only been studying for a week now, meaning there is still plenty of time left. But Jake replies his wisdom stat is just too low. He needs more mana potions. For another attempt, Eeyore warns him about a crucial catch with these potions. Drinking several of them back to back means they will completely lose their effect. Suddenly, Jake grinds his teeth. Dark veins bulge across his face. He is hit by pure agony. Terrified, Seal rushes over to him in a panic, desperately asking if he is all right. Jake catches his breath, forced to admit the poison is getting worse. They are running out of time. He shocks Seal entirely by ripping off his shirt, exposing a bare chest covered in dark cracks. The poison is literally cracking his skin open. Meanwhile, Adam arrives at Richard's cabin, highly curious about why he was suddenly summoned. Richard offers a polite smile and thanks the warrior for coming so quickly. This is urgent. The warm expression quickly fades, replaced by cold gravity. He reveals their latest hunting party returned empty-handed, leaving a massive shortage of meat he wants to send Adam's squad out to hunt much deeper into the dark forest than usual. Adam leans back. He is highly surprised by this request. Is Richard suggesting they venture out of their safe zone entirely, something unprecedented? Richard flashes a faint smile, confirming that is exactly what he means. It is incredibly dangerous, which is why he is handing this mission to Adam, but the young warrior is not easily swayed by this, admitting that he is still highly unsure of his team's survival odds. But Richard counters that he would never send them to a certain slaughter. Adam weighs his options, wondering if it would be possible to bring Caroline. With them, having a reliable shielder around would put his mind at ease. But Richard immediately rejects the request. It is not even personal. He simply insists on keeping the different squads completely separated. Adam sighs, standing up from the table. He accepts the harsh terms. He agrees to gather his crew, but Richard halts him mid-step. Richard wants one more favor. Adam stops to listen closely. Staring with absolute gravity, Richard tells him to leave Casper behind. Completely baffled Adam immediately wonders why he would ask that. Besides, this was a fighter on his own team. he simply could not just abandon him. The large man explained that a scout had spotted a cut wire in their perimeter fence, and they suspected another group of survivors was lurking nearby, Richard added. He heard that Casper was pretty skilled with traps and wanted the young man to help reinforce their camp defenses. Adam quietly took in every detail, calmly replying that he would definitely pass the message along to Casper. Later that afternoon, the entire squad had traveled deep into the dense forest, and a massive pile of hunted badgers lay on their table. Bertram asked how many beasts they got, and a smiling Lyra proudly guessed 8. Adam dragged a heavy carcass closer, pointing out that there was far more than just badgers here, making good prey. He then threw the heavy carcass onto the table, noting there were plenty of other powerful creatures roaming around, covered head to toe in fresh animal blood. William simply laughed, saying this meant they would rake in massive amounts of training points. Alarm bells rang for Adam, who quickly told the blood-soaked kid to go wash off in the river while they gathered up all the carcasses. The young man smiled, giving a polite nod to his commander before heading off to scrub away the grime, but as he walked toward the water, William could feel his temper flaring. Adam and Richard were really starting to grate on his nerves, though he kept his mouth shut. To his eyes, they were just a bunch of boring, useless game characters he wanted to ditch as fast as possible so he could focus on himself. Suddenly, the tired youth halted, his ears catching a faint rustling sound nearby. Instantly, he ducked behind a massive tree to stealthily scout out the situation and see who was lurking. Right ahead of him was an armored guy, whispering quietly to his ally to keep quiet because they were not alone. The girl stood right beside the river, urging him to relax, do this quickly, and get out. Their mage grumbled that he just needed to clean his staff, but kept his distance from the actual shoreline. William watched them very silently, noting there was no assassin class among them. He smiled, calculating how much experience they were worth, but then their swordsman tensed, shouting that someone was hiding in the nearby brush. William clenched his jaw in brief panic, but quickly calmed down, remembering he had pulled off stealth plays like this before. Suddenly, a stern female archer drew her bow, aiming straight at his hiding spot and ordering him to slowly step out if he valued his life. Realizing he was cornered, William immediately turned on the fake waterworks. Trembling, he whimpered that he had gotten separated after his squad was brutally ambushed. The soft-hearted, brown-eyed archer lowered her weapon slightly, visibly swayed by his helpless act. William smirked internally, knowing girls always fell for this exact pity play. He thought he was home free, but in a split second, a deadly arrow zipped straight past his face and slammed into the tree trunk just inches from his ear, terrifying him. The girl grinned, mockingly asking if he really thought they were that stupid, and reminding him they were not born yesterday. Their hot-headed swordsman then barked at him to drop his weapon and back away to stay alive. Well, his brilliant little act had just completely crashed and burned. He slowly lowers his arms, looking for any chance to get out of there. But the sharp archer draws another arrow and orders him to move faster. They are running out of time, but William is not the type to just walk away. In those brief moments, another devious plan takes shape in his mind. With a sudden drop to his knees, he reaches for his magic staff. He is ready to unleash some heat, but the archer immediately senses the danger. She reacts instantly, letting loose a deadly arrow straight toward her target. William covers his head and dives aside just in time. The arrow thuds into the tree trunk, barely missing his foot by centimeters. The young man summons a flurry of magical throwing knives. The sharp blades fly straight toward the swordsman. He barely blocks them with his shield, surviving the initial onslaught. He screams to his allies, "Catch this insolent brat before he hurts someone." The archer quickly draws her bow again and fires 2 rapid shots. She wants a guaranteed hit, but the nimble boy is too fast. He slips past them, and they sink uselessly into the tree bark. The enemy mage is completely baffled by William's strange magic. He grips his staff tightly, while the agile young man prepares his next move. William flashes to the side, realizing these opponents are stronger than he expected. But the persistent archer refuses to back down, locking her sights on him. She draws another arrow and screams out that she can see him clearly. William silently notes they might be strong, but they are still not strong enough. He readies his knives for a counterattack, and trust me, they are not ready. A blade pierces the archer's throat before she can even blink. She drops her bow, her eyes instantly filling with absolute terror. She is in unimaginable pain, bleeding out with no way to save herself. The terrified swordsman watches in absolute disbelief as his ally falls. Death claimed her in an instant, but William is still far from finished. More magical throwing knives fly through the air toward the remaining survivors. Blades lock onto the throats of the remaining swordsman and mage. Neither has time to react before they are sent straight to the afterlife. Exhausted, William sits down on their cold bodies to catch his breath. He opens the game system to check his newly acquired information. Seeing the rewards, he smiles, realizing this battle was definitely worth the effort. But suddenly his heart skips a beat as a familiar voice calls out. Lyra steps out from the bushes, sounding incredibly cheerful and upbeat. She asks with a bright smile if he is ready to head back. William freezes, panicking inside because he is standing right over a bloody scene. There is no hiding the dead bodies lying directly at his feet. Lyra gasps, freezing completely in absolute horror as the realization hits her. With a trembling voice, she asks him if he was the one who did this. He gives her a cold, stern look, asking why she had to interfere. Now things have to change because of her. 5 minutes later, he runs out. He bursts through the bushes, shouting that he is finally back from his search. The sudden entrance startles Adam, the group leader, who quickly turns to him. With a smile, they mention they just sent Lyra to check on him, but he is already back. Putting on a masterful act, William pretends to be shocked and claims he never crossed paths with her. He even acts worried that she might have gotten lost, hiding the dark truth of the blood pool left behind in the quiet forest. Meanwhile, Silly flies into the room with a basket, excitedly telling Jake about his new batch of helpful mushrooms, but the little beast gets absolutely no response. Unanswered, Silly tenses up and nervously calls out to the young hunter. Stepping further inside, the creature gasps in absolute shock at what lies ahead. Jake is sprawled on the floor, completely unconscious, sending Silly into a panic. He drops the mushroom basket, rushing over to shake his friend back to reality. Tugging wildly at his arm, the beast begs him to wake up, but Jake remains lifeless. He does not stir. It is terrifyingly obvious that the lethal poison is taking its toll as dark, glowing cracks spread rapidly across his skin. They have already reached his neck, but at least Jake prepared plenty of healing brews. Grabbing a powerful recovery potion, Silly gently props up his head. He carefully pours the glowing restorative liquid down the unconscious hunter's throat. He gently shakes the boy, desperately praying that the healing medicine works. After a tense moment, the protagonist's heavy eyelids slowly start to flutter open. Regaining his focus, Jake sits up and wipes the cold sweat from his brow. Completely dazed, he asks Silly what went wrong during his sudden blackout. The frantic beast babble, explains that he just found him passed out on the floor. He asks how Jake feels, but the hunter can only manage a heavy, exhausted sigh. He groans that he is completely spent, his weak voice laced with intense fatigue. Silly notes they still have a massive supply of these healing elixirs. He wonders how many Jake brewed earlier, and the young alchemist weakly responds. About 50, he says, confident that he is finally mastering the complex recipe. He might even try making some lethal toxins next. Silly perches on his shoulder. The caring little beast gently suggests that he rest up and recover first. But Jake refuses to stop, insisting he must keep practicing his craft. Time is ticking away, and he absolutely cannot afford to fall behind. With only 2 weeks remaining on his timer, Silly warns him against overexertion. Chuckling, Jake tells the creature that he is starting to sound like his old colleagues back home, all while continuing to stir his magical cauldron. Thinking of Caroline, he muses that his old friends always chose the easy way. They were always too terrified to push past their limits, but Silly looks sympathetic. The creature looks at him with pity, begging him to just calm down. But Jake stays focused, hands steadily working the thick alchemical compound. He grumbles that avoiding hard challenges is nothing but pure cowardice. Upset, the long-eared beast snaps at him and throws a playful punch. The light blow makes Jake fumble, dropping his fragile potion dish. The bright red, shimmering mixture spills across the floor, completely ruined. Stunned, Jake stares down at the mess, his jaw dropping in absolute disbelief. The clumsy creature immediately points a finger, defending that he did not mean to do it. He firmly declares that he is no coward, visibly hurt by Jake's harsh words. Feeling a sudden wave of guilt, Jake sighs and scratches the back of his head. With the bow of his head, Jake apologized to Cecil, but a still hurting, slightly angry Cecil said. Next time Jake could fetch his own mushrooms, he wasn't going to forgive him. The next day, Jake was engrossed in a book and noticed Cecil hadn't returned to the library. Jake started to worry a little, wondering if he should just offer a real apology after all. Still, he slammed the book shut, deciding he needed to focus on his work, trusting Cecil would understand. Jake had finished his introductory books on attack alchemy, with the last one including a recipe for poison. What he took from the books was that making poisons was almost the same as making potions. The biggest difference he noted was simply that poison ingredients specifically suppressed life force, and not only that, but they also enhanced damage taken. Jake, coincidentally, was needing poison for himself. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. He had successfully created a regular necrotoxin. This affirmed the correctness of his methods. Jake, incredibly happy, couldn't believe his eyes and called out for Cecil to come look. But after his words, the beast didn't appear in the library. Jake immediately noticed, and the smile faded from his face. He called for Cecil again, but still no answer, making him even more anxious. Jake pleaded for him to come out, wanting to share his alchemy achievement as soon as possible, but Cecil peered into the library, grudgingly asking Jake what he wanted, clearly not in the mood to socialize. The delighted Jake gestured to his freshly made poison, explaining he'd created it on the first try, then urged Cecil to take a look. Still angry and resentful, Cecil grudgingly told him to just take a brownie off the shelf for it. Jake saw the reaction and knew Cecil was still mad. He needed to figure out how to properly apologize. The system then notified him he'd reached level 24 in the malicious serpent alchemist profession, plus 2 free points. Jake carefully reviewed his stats and decided to allocate a few more points to his wisdom. With a smile, he mused that alchemy was indeed starting to pay off, so it was worth pursuing. Points went into wisdom, and the system notified him that his profession evolution requirements had been met. Jake, puzzled, wondered what this profession evolution even was. Cecil, watching, said that was already interesting. The system then asked if Jake wished to begin the evolution, and with music playing, he thought deeply about the question. He wondered if his alchemy skills would improve if he agreed. And Cecil admitted he'd never seen this before. There was also a warning that the latest evolution could have unfavorable consequences. Jake reasoned that if he said no, he couldn't upgrade, so he had no choice but to say yes. He chose the positive answer and looked around, wondering what would happen now. Flasks of poison suddenly began to fall to the floor, causing an unpleasant mess, but Jake tried to remain calm. Still, he nervously exclaimed that something was definitely happening. Observing the situation and trying not to panic, a worried Cecil asked Jake what he was doing, and he wondered if his alchemy skills would improve if he accepted this path. And Cecil admitted she had never seen this before. A warning also popped up that the upcoming evolution could have dangerous side effects. Still, Jake knew refusing the offer meant giving up the upgrade, leaving him with no real option. He selected yes, warily waiting for whatever came next. Suddenly, flasks of poison began tumbling to the ground, creating absolute chaos. It was a terrifying sight, but he tried to stay calm. Chaos erupted all around him. He tried not to panic. Cecil watched in sheer worry, asking him what on earth he was doing. Jake yells he has no clue. Suddenly, green fog fills the room. This strange, thick mist instantly puts the young hero and his companion completely on edge. Without warning, they float up, only to crash right back down. They try to gather their senses, but suddenly Jake finds himself sliding down a steep hill. He looks around, desperately trying to get his bearings in this totally bizarre environment. The landscape feels like some alien world. Jake scrambles up and brushes off the dust. Even though the place is incredibly strange, he admits he does not sense any immediate threat. Then our exhausted protagonist spins around. Someone is slowly walking toward them. Pale, bare feet step out from the deep shadows, immediately putting Jake on high alert. A blond man steps into view. He wears a fancy cape, and his eyes look just like a cobra's. He stares right at them, coldly asking who had the nerve to pay him a visit. Jake is utterly baffled. Why is his bloodline not reacting to this guy? Even with no obvious hostility, every single cell in his body screams danger. This stranger is incredibly powerful, and then the man asks if they can even hear him. He walks right up to Jake and a terrified seal looming over them. What are the odds they survive this? He asks what they are doing here alone. Jake takes a deep breath, desperately trying to stop shaking and regain his composure. Telling himself he is safe, he explains how he reached a high level in his training. He states that he ultimately became a viper alchemist and stumbled into this exact zone. Hearing this, the blonde youth with the snake eyes just smirks, staring him down. Despite his intensely cold glare, the stranger says he is actually pretty pleased to meet them. As he casts some bizarre magic, Jake and Seal can only watch in absolute silence. Waving his hand casually, the man claims that he is the legendary viper they mentioned. Suddenly, he throws up a rude middle finger with a smug look on his face. He bluntly tells the young man to pack his things and get lost right now. Confused, Jake scratches his head, seriously doubting this guy is actually the mighty Viper. He expected some massive dragon beast. Hearing this, Viper flashes his razor-sharp fangs. The giant sneers, asking what the big deal is with taking a human form. Before they can answer, his entire body starts to warp violently. Massive claws sprout out as he shifts into a ferocious, terrifying beast. Giant wings burst straight out of his spine as his upper body rapidly expands. The transformation completes, leaving a massive, legendary serpent towering before them. The colossal beast hisses, asking if they find this appearance more to their liking. Shaking from head to toe, Seal stammers that he cannot believe his own eyes. The legendary dragon peers down and asks if the two of them are acquainted. The terrified Seal quickly denies it, but proudly adds that he is a loyal follower. Viper ponders this, surprised to learn his devotee is actually a demon. He chuckles, muttering that Seal really should have mentioned that little detail sooner. Jake sighs, claiming he has no idea what Seal is even talking about right now. The boy clarifies that he is not a servant, but just completing a dungeon quest. Viper bursts into roaring laughter, finding Jake's struggle absolutely hilarious. Wiping tears away, he admits he built this dangerous trap just for fun. Jake does not find this funny at all, giving the giant serpent a cold, sharp glare. He flatly demands to know if he really is the mastermind behind this entire mess. The giant viper just grins and asks how he liked feeding him those bizarre ingredients. Muttering crazy stuff to himself, Blondie laughs, asking Jake how it feels to uncover all this ancient history just to unlock that massive mural. Jake wonders about the guy's massive ego. The malefic viper just laughs, calling it a nice compliment. Our hero then asks if he really is some kind of god. The deity stays dead silent for a moment before offering an answer, resting on his throne. The grin fades. He simply tells the young hunter to keep leveling up until he eventually claims his own kingdom. The giant snake god adds that unending life is beautiful but utterly agonizing. Jake finds divinity intriguing but rejects immortality, claiming that the very risk of death keeps life thrilling. Viper pauses to think and commends the kid for having such rare, ironclad logic. With a sly grin, he admits he really likes that way of thinking. Jake stands there silently, taking in the praise. Cecil bows his head flat against the dirt, begging the terrifying deity for forgiveness over his companion's blatant rudeness. Jake just chuckles, making the big beast ask how anyone dares to challenge a god. Sweating in absolute panic, our hero figures his willpower is keeping him sane, but the viper quickly corrects him. Stats can only alter your physical form, not your mind. Sure, willpower helps you endure the crushing weight of eternity, but Viper warns that the mental strength must be there from the very start. He explains that countless almighty entities with unfathomable strength have collapsed under their own mental torment. Suffering deeply, the god notes that some minds just never adapt and time cannot heal everything, a harsh reality to accept. Jake watches him silently, wondering why this ancient being feels so different. To the young hunter, the god looks profoundly sad despite his terrifying presence, keeping his ancient pain a deep secret. Viper sighs heavily, warning the kid that the pursuit of absolute power is drenched in isolation, a heavy burden he must carry alone. Soon his friends and loved ones will be left far behind, flashing a memory of Jake's former colleagues. Walking up the temple steps, the young hunter remarks that the viper sounds like a man who has been cut incredibly deep. Our hero places a hand on his massive shoulder, confident that sulking in his castle won't fix a thing. A terrified Cecil panics, asking Jake if he has completely lost his mind by casually laying a hand on a god. The viper simply looks down, shaking his head and telling the boy he just does not get it. Jake retorts that the deity is merely deflecting because his current tactics failed, suggesting a new approach. Nearby, the beast laughs nervously through gritted teeth, terrified that the deity is about to obliterate them. For such disrespect, meanwhile, the ancient snake god casts a freezing glare at the hunter, causing cold sweat to slowly trickle down our hero's cheek. Yet, Jake remains certain that this deity will not strike, sensing only a soul. Deeply scarred by eons of absolute isolation, the primordial tells the hunter to look at himself, pointing out that he is already so deeply consumed by. Without even noticing, leaning back on his throne, he admits he really likes Jake. That stubborn drive of his set him apart from almost everyone else. Cecile stared into the god's eyes, while the malicious viper racked his own brain. A few hours later, they found themselves sitting together on the edge of a high cliff, and the viper finally learned what Lady Caroline had secretly revealed to Jake. By then, the long-eared beast sat beside them munching on chips, listening to their tales with keen interest. She huffed, asking if all this drama was just about some women. Jake and the viper slowly turned their heads toward her, staring blankly in absolute dead silence at first. Suddenly, they both absolutely lost it, rolling on the ground and crying with laughter. Cecile puffed up with anger, snapping to demand what on earth was so funny. Jake held the laughing viper, who teased that Cecile had plenty of experience with demon girls. That is when Jake suddenly went quiet, his laughter cutting short as he remembered something. He had completely ignored those recent notifications popping up from the system. A screen flashed, showing his core bloodline ability had just undergone an evolution. As the viper leaned in to ask, Jake carefully scanned his glowing status screen. He realized his base perception bonus had just jumped from 5% up to 10%. Insane upgrade. Even the viper peered over and noted his lineage was getting pretty interesting. Jake nervously asked the god if he knew anything about his family line. He pleaded for any details, since this legacy meant absolutely everything to him now. The viper warned him that the system usually reacts terribly when people swap sex. That is something Jake definitely needs to keep in mind. He mentioned trouble starting when a god wiped out a small universe back then. This cataclysmic event in the Fifth Era left both Jake and Cecile completely stunned. Jake sighed deeply, muttering that he really should have realized this much sooner. Standing up, the malicious viper noted that this talk had been quite a bit of fun. However, it was finally time for them to part ways, and Jake stood up to join him. The god admitted that this mortal had given him plenty of fascinating things to ponder over. He rarely met anyone with such sheer ambition, leaving the young hero feeling a bit shy. He sheepishly asked if he was now officially recognized as an alchemist under the malicious viper. The god nodded in approval, officially passing him before placing a heavy hand on Jake's shoulder. His palm began to radiate a warm, golden light as he offered it as a parting gift. He called it a tiny thread of karma, a little boost to guide him along his incoming path. Wide-eyed and breathless, Jake watched the gorgeous, shimmering beams flow directly into his body. The god thanked the protagonist for keeping him company, and Jake smiled warmly back. Offering one last respectful wave to the powerful deity, the young warrior turned toward his exit. He promised they would cross paths again, stepping forward and vanishing entirely into the swirling portal. Alone once more, the viper murmured that with a lineage that strong, Jake would survive just fine. He slowly wandered over to the massive, towering monument ahead, raising his hand toward its cold surface. Closing his eyes, he focused his immense senses on the ancient stone, whispering to himself. He had spent far too long standing still in the shadows, and it was time to make his return. Meanwhile, Casper welcomed his tired allies back from their hunt. He was actively building a complex trap, casually wiping sweat off his brow with his sleeve. He proudly asked his returning allies what they thought of the sturdy new fortifications he built. Just then, Adam approached Casper, keeping his eyes glued to the floor with heavy shoulders. He was carrying some deeply troubling news that he knew would shatter the mood. Sensing the tension, Casper did not waste a second, immediately demanding to know where Lyra was. They returned alone. The group's leader looked at Casper with an incredibly heavy, somber expression. He placed a heavy hand on his shoulder, somberly apologizing for their tragic and sudden loss. He explained that they had no idea how Lyra vanished into the dark woods. They found absolutely nothing, leaving Casper frozen as his face turned pale with sheer shock. He demanded to know how someone could just vaporize into thin air like that. William spoke up, claiming they had searched for Lyra for several exhausting hours. They found absolutely no trace of her, though dark rumors were already starting to spread. It clearly pained Adam to speak. He admitted they had zero answers to give Casper. The grieving young man stood frozen, completely unable to process the horrifying nightmare unfolding. Fury flared up next as Casper barked, asking if this was some kind of sick joke. The group leader only shook his head sadly, repeating that she was truly gone. It was a devastating blow. Casper felt lightheaded, his mind rejecting the terrible news. Tears began streaming down his face uncontrollably as the painful truth finally sank into his heart. A month passed. One of the scouts brought Richard a fresh report on William. Intrigued by the update, Richard commanded the scout to lay out the details. The man warned that protecting William was bound to cause much more trouble than good. He told his boss to just say the word, and he would handle it. That way, they could eliminate any potential threat before it even became a problem. He added that 2 of his scouts were already tailing the kid right this second. Richard stood up, telling his subordinate to simply keep watching the boy for now. He explained that he had dealt with plenty of arrogant punks like William before. The brat was a smug, annoying puppy, but his raw talent made him incredibly valuable. The loyal subordinate listened carefully, absorbing every single word of his boss. He gave a respectful salute, promising to carry out the task perfectly. Meanwhile, Adam met up with William, asking if there was any real progress on the arrowheads. The boy nodded, carrying a heavy wooden crate packed with his latest work. He handed over the supply box, offering a polite apology for taking so long. He sheepishly admitted he was still trying to master the difficult and dusty trade of blacksmithing. Looking closely, a worried Caroline noticed he was covered in dark, greasy soot. But in his line of work, getting messy was simply to be expected. She stepped in, wrapping her arms around him to wipe the dark grease off his face. William stood perfectly still, silently tolerating her motherly fussing with a forced laugh. He claimed it was no big deal, then looked toward the smith behind him. The veteran craftsman looked up from his work, agreeing that grease meant honest, hard work. Caroline sighed deeply, admitting she still couldn't understand why he wanted such a filthy job. Tailoring with Jean would be so much easier. The boy smiled, replying that blacksmithing was actually a lot of fun. Plus, he genuinely liked hanging out with the veteran who taught him. The girl gently ruffled his messy hair, begging the young man to stay extra careful around the forge. She admitted she couldn't help but worry about him, working near the forge. William smiled warmly, promising he would behave so she could stop worrying. With that matter settled, Adam took the heavy supply crate and walked off with Caroline. Watching them walk away, the young man let his polite smile instantly vanish. He stared at Caroline's retreating back, mentally mocking her as a weak chicken. She honestly believed she could boss him around, and that was something he absolutely loathed. He figured if she wasn't so pretty, absolutely nobody would put up with her constant nagging. Pulling his sword from the barrel, he reminded himself of the harsh reality waiting for them. The brutal war between Richard and Hayden was going to erupt any day now. Look at that creepy smile in his reflection. This guy is totally unhinged. Once he finished off every last person here, he could finally leave for good. Out of nowhere, Smith walked up and asked him to help carry some heavy crates. He couldn't manage them alone, and William immediately jumped up to offer a hand. Agreeing to assist right away, it was a welcome distraction from his grim thoughts. Meanwhile, Adam stepped inside Casper's tent to deliver some requested supplies. He dropped off the gear and asked why Casper didn't just grab it himself. Casper completely ignored the question, quietly focusing on his own work instead. Getting no response, the leader realized the young man was deeply troubled. Adam suggested that Casper take a break, but he got nothing but cold silence. Finally, Casper spoke up, his voice serious, stating he didn't want to see him. He didn't name anyone, prompting Adam to set down his heavy box of arrowheads. Asking if Casper was talking about Smith, he tried to get some clarity. Casper shook his head. He was actually talking about that shifty guy, William. Adam knew Casper blamed William for Lyra's sudden disappearance, but disagreed. The leader insisted it wasn't true, but the angry young man snapped back instantly. He argued that anyone acting that innocent was definitely hiding a dark secret. Even without hard proof, they absolutely could not let their guard down around William. Casper insisted Jake would never trust him either, though Adam remained skeptical. Taking a breath, Casper tried to focus on his work, but his hands shook. Seeing his struggle, Adam placed a reassuring hand on his heavily stressed friend's shoulder. Gently, the leader asked him how long it had been since he last slept. Spitting mad, Casper shoved his hand away and snapped that he didn't need pity. If Adam wasn't there to actually help, he should just get out of the tent. Unsure of what to do next, the leader calmly stated that he understood his pain. He wasn't calling Casper crazy, but there was still a major problem here. Adam pointed out that the way Casper stomped around Camp glaring was too obvious. Everyone saw the raw hatred burning in his eyes. He was looking at the guy like a literal target, ready to strike at any moment. It was glaringly obvious, and the group leader warned him about his look. His bloodthirsty glare was starting to terrify the rest of the survivors. Everyone in the camp genuinely believed Casper was on the verge of snapping. Adam couldn't even blame them. He then noticed the various traps lying on the table. Picking one up, he asked what Casper was planning to do with all of them. These deadly, reinforced metal contraptions definitely weren't designed to catch harmless deer. Casper slowly stood up, a dark and distant look in his eyes. He muttered that there were far worse threats than wild animals in this forest. Clutching a sharp stone-tipped arrow, he declared that someone had to hunt them down. Meanwhile, a heavily sweating Jake was balancing on his fists, pushing his physical limits. He counted up to 997 seconds before the door swung open. The long-eared Cecil walked in and asked if he was finally ready to move. They had to move fast because their window of opportunity was rapidly closing. At the beast's question, the sweating young man silently counts to 1,000 seconds. Inside the candle-lit bar, a worried Cecil asks how long he has. Been pushing his limits, noting how exhausting it is. Jake stands up, saying, he's been training for half an hour, and tiny cracks are spreading across his skin that give him goosebumps. The hunter checks his status window and calls it solid progress for the night, though he still craves more, worried. Cecil begs the young man not to overdo things early on, since they have so much work. Ahead of them, Jake flashes a confident smile, admitting he is simply glad to finally escape that miserable cave that drained so much of his strength. The beast warns him not to get ahead of himself, reminding the hunter that they still need to craft an antidote, warning him that the severe poison will eventually kill him, and the hero just points out the cracks spreading across his skin from the venom. Suddenly, Jake spots a system prompt warning him to cure himself of the venom within 24 hours. The young hunter smirks confidently and reassures Cecil that they will get it done, ready to put in absolute maximum effort. Meanwhile, William is hard at work hammering iron in his forge when Caroline suddenly interrupts him. The young blacksmith asks if she came to check on Richard's armor, offering to ask the master smith for her, but she explains she is there for something else, wanting to give him a serious warning. Placing a gentle hand on his shoulder, she begs him to stay far away from Hayden's camp since it is highly dangerous. The young blacksmith plays dumb, acting completely oblivious as to why there would be any trouble. A tense Caroline explains that things are highly unstable, warning that while hunting is fine, they must not wander too far out. William's expression darkens slightly, but he promises to heed her advice to stay out of harm's way. Caroline smiles with relief, noting that she always knew she could trust him without a single doubt. Then she sighs in frustration, mentioning she wanted to warn Casper too, but he refuses to listen. William quickly asks why she thinks Casper would approach the enemy camp and what he could possibly gain from it. She admits that nobody really knows his motives, adding that the strange young man seems to be setting up strange traps and acting entirely on his own. Caroline also confesses she is highly curious about how many tutorial points Casper has racked up from his crazy stunts. William gives her a charming salute and gives his absolute word that he will keep his distance from Hayden's camp. Later, she returns to the house to meet Richard, who immediately asks how her conversation with the young blacksmith went. Caroline rubs her palms together in discomfort, explaining that the trick is done and William will definitely hunt down Casper. Richard rises from his desk, slowly scratching his beard with and smilingly tells the girl she did a pretty good job. He then places his hands on her shoulders, acknowledging that she hates playing this dirty game, but both boys are becoming massive headaches for them. Richard believes William is far too sneaky, while Casper seems to think he can destroy their entire camp on a whim. Looking deeply pained, Caroline defends Casper, saying he is only acting out because he recently lost someone close. But the boss remains cold, believing the kid has simply gone off the. But get this, things are about to get tragic. A few days after Lyra disappeared, a desperate Casper searched the dense woods, yelling out her name. He shouted her name over and over, completely consumed by dread and fear. All he wanted was to find his beloved, or or at least hear her voice again. Eventually, he stumbled upon a clearing where two savage beasts were fighting. And right beside them, a girl's body lay still in a pool of blood. Casper's entire world shattered in an instant as his mind went blank. Recognizing that distinct hair color, he realized it was indeed his beloved Lyra. Fighting back tears, he charged forward, scattering the wild beasts in a panic. Completely fearless, he dropped heavily to his knees right beside her. He reached for Lyra's bloody body, but she was entirely lifeless and cold. Shattered by grief, tears streamed down the young man's face. He cradled his lifeless lover, sobbing and asking who could have done this. The sheer agony on his face was enough to break anyone's heart. He stared in absolute disbelief, completely unable to process this horrific reality. Then a very specific wound on her body caught his attention. Squinting through his tears, he leaned closer to examine the mark. It was a clean stab wound from a blade, meaning this was murder. His mind instantly flashed to William, a skilled combatant. Everyone knew how lethal he was with throwing knives. Trembling with deep rage and heartache, the devastated boy wept uncontrollably. But then an unfamiliar voice called his name. He held her body close. Staring up at the sky while weeping, suddenly the voice called out once more. Hearing his name called for the third time, he grew highly alert and glanced around. Searching for the source, the mysterious voice asked if he wanted her back. Without a moment's hesitation, Casper cried out that he wanted nothing more. Still clutching Lyra's cold form, he listened intently as the voice laid out its terms. He was told to follow, pointing toward a dark dungeon entrance ahead. After that day, he became incredibly cold and bitter, a stark change. The entire camp noticed his dark aura, and some even began to fear him. When he finally stepped back into camp, he looked like a total stranger. Richard remarked that Casper's whole demeanor had taken a dark turn. He was practically a walking time bomb, someone they needed to watch very closely. Tearfully, Caroline spoke up, saying it was far too cruel for their friend. But Richard countered that while the training was brutal, it was absolutely necessary. It would all be over soon, and once they made it back to Earth, they could finally process everything. And honor the dead, he urged Caroline, focus on a better hope. Because maybe Casper would put an end to William and return to his old self. The girl was heartbroken, yet she knew Adam would be thrilled too. See his dear friend again, Richard tapped Caroline's chest with his fist, and reminded her they both wanted this, promising they would support each. Others, he promised he and Adam would find their happy ending, but they just had to be patient, hold on through these dark times. Caroline softly wiped a tear from her cheek, muttering that she desperately needed to escape this godforsaken hellhole as soon as possible, but as it turned out, Richard was actually. That treacherous scoundrel secretly rejoiced. The girl had completely believed his lies. Meanwhile, Casper waited deep in the great forest, sitting in a clearing. A wooden spear rested across his lap. Suddenly, he heard the leaves rustling. It was William, he knew it. Right on cue, the bushes parted. Out stepped his smug rival, wearing a broad, provocative grin on his face. Williams looked down at Casper. Have you been waiting long? He asked. Casper didn't answer. He simply gripped the wooden handle of his spear. He stared cold-eyed and muttered that his target had arrived right on time. Pure hatred filled his eyes, but William just chuckled in response. A clash was inevitable. Neither of them broke their intense eye contact. Casper broke the silence, saying he thought his opponent wouldn't show up. William laughed. Caroline told me to stay away from you, he said. But judging by your desperate face back at camp, you wanted this battle. He mocked him, putting his hands on his cheeks with fake confusion. He claimed he couldn't understand why Casper harbored such intense, boiling hatred. Don't play dumb, Casper growled. I know you're the one who murdered Lyra. William scoffed. You're weak, and you've barely done any actual hunting, he said. You only care about hoarding easy training points while hiding away. His toxic cynicism only fueled Casper's rage, pushing him past his limits. Through the anger, Casper remembered arriving at camp and seeing her again. Beautiful Lyra had run up to meet him with a bright, welcoming smile. He was incredibly nervous. He had rarely ever talked to girls before. Still, he tried to act cool. Lyra just giggled at his attempt. This feels just like a movie, she teased, his cheeks flushed red. I know I'm acting stupid, he mumbled, unable to hide his embarrassment. But she kept smiling. I think it's really adorable, she told him. Her words only flustered Casper more, leaving him completely at a loss. A week later, they sat together warming themselves by a cozy campfire at night. He gently handed Lyra a hot plate of food, offering her some more. He wanted to make sure she was well fed, making her feel touched. She felt a bit shy, but she bravely asked him a question. "Do you want a date?" Her direct confession caught him completely off guard. No one had ever asked him before. He froze, utterly unable to speak. Seeing his shock, she blushed and admitted she just loved spending time together. "Am I being way too forward?" Casper nodded yes in his confusion. He immediately panicked, realizing how stupid and clumsy his answer had sounded. He began stammering frantically, trying to explain that he actually wanted to date. The sweet girl giggled, gently stopping his panic before he could spiral. She placed her warm palm on his cheek and kissed him gently. It left him stunned. Now, Casper asked if William had ever lost anyone. Talk of love meant nothing to the cold, cynical villain standing before him. William just mocked him, openly wondering if the boy had gone mad. His heart was broken. When you love someone, they become your entire world. Silent tears fell down his face as he glared at his rival. He asked William if he wouldn't burn for revenge if that world was stolen. William had taken everything from Casper, yet he just stands there, completely uncaring. He says fighting is pointless anyway, since it would never bring Lyra back. Casper cannot forget her, but William, he is too hollow to ever comprehend love. To him, love is just a useless, complicated concept. But then William snaps, realizing his opponent is deliberately trying to get under his skin. And it worked. Brushing away a tear, Casper tells him he looks down on everyone. Arrogance is his weakness. He is far worse than anyone else. Those words sting the blue-eyed blonde, so he offers a swift exit. He promises to spare Casper if he walks away now, but the boy just fixes his hair. Casper calmly says that threats only work on people who are actually afraid of dying. The cold-blooded assassin wastes no more time, raising his magical staff to end it quickly. Within seconds, a volley of lethal throwing knives hurtles forward at a terrifying speed. But Casper does not flinch. Death does not scare him anymore. With a massive, sweeping strike of his spear, he knocks the blades right out of the air. This absolutely infuriates William, who silently admits that this kid is faster than he looks. Instantly, the boy seeking vengeance grips his dagger tight. It is time to go on the offensive. A split second later, a sharp blade is unleashed. The projectile streaks toward the assassin, who just stands there smiling. With a cold grin, William halts the flying knife midair using his magic. He bursts out laughing, boasting that the knife did not even come close to touching him. His victory is guaranteed, or so he thinks. Let's see how Casper plays this next move. Casper quietly responds that he was never actually aiming for him anyway. William is baffled, only to notice a nearby rope has just been sliced clean through. A classic hidden trigger. Just like that, Casper's trap is set in motion. Suddenly, William finally understands why the kid was carrying those stone arrowheads. Luckily, he acts fast, deploying the heavy metal plates he kept on him just in case. Driven by pure, unadulterated hatred, Casper charges straight at his enemy with his spear. He screams that it is finally over as he thrusts forward to deal the killing blow. But William is incredibly agile himself, deftly sidestepping the lethal thrust completely unscathed. Then a metallic snap, his left foot gets caught in a hidden bear trap. Another surprise, gritting his teeth, William immediately uses his magical staff to pry it open. He struggles to keep his cool, but Casper is already capitalizing on the opening. Casper immediately hurls a deadly, stone-tipped spear straight at the trapped assassin's chest. At the absolute last second, William twists his body and narrowly escapes death. Even so, the razor-sharp stone tip grazes his right ear, leaving a bloody gash. He grinds his teeth through the sharp pain as he finally wrenches his leg free. Clutching his bleeding head, he quickly leaps backward to put some distance between them. Casper refuses to let up, keeping his eyes locked on the assassin despite his exhaustion. He watches every single twitch. William touches his bloody cheek, staring back with cold eyes. Touché, he admits that the kid is actually putting up a decent fight. Gripping his staff tightly, he asks if they should finally start fighting for real now. His weapon glows, instantly calling all his remaining throwing knives to full alert. Hundreds of razor-sharp daggers hover menacingly above them, blotting out the light. William raises his hand, smugly telling Casper that he is not the only one who came prepared. With a soft, effortless sweep of his arm, he prepares to unleash absolute devastation. With a flick of his hand, William directs a swarm of sharp blades right at Casper, daring him to survive this onslaught, but Casper is completely unfazed because he still holds a major ace up his sleeve, and he wants to deliver a final message to his backstabbing enemy. Spreading his arms wide, he calmly reminds William of the day they first crossed paths deep inside the dungeon. He recalls how the older adventurer took him in and offered him a mysterious bargain, one that turned out to be incredibly valuable. Casper focuses every ounce of his energy and, at the absolute last second, freezes the incoming daggers midair. A completely stunned William starts to panic, fearing this bizarre shift as the blades hover motionless right in front of him. Unshaken, Casper continues his story, explaining that the bargain gave him a special kind of strength. It is a legendary energy that feeds directly on raw human feelings. Now, the young fighter is about to unleash this terrifying ability right on his treacherous opponent, and right before our eyes, he conjures a miniature swirling void and warns William that he could never hope to obtain this dark power, for it is fueled by the pure hatred of the dead. Terrified, William begins to shiver, stammering that this cannot be real, completely lost on how to survive. He slowly stumbles backward in absolute horror, but within a split second, his foot catches on a loose rock, sending him crashing to the dirt. Instantly, he loses all his pride, begging Casper to spare him and promising to flee the camp forever, but the betrayed youth calmly responds that he has no plans to murder him. He only wants him to watch. Then Casper gently closes his eyes and lets go, allowing the dark energy to completely wrap around his body. As the darkness takes him, Casper apologizes for the trouble, adding that after what William did to Lyra, he deserved a good punch before this farewell. Shaking, William drips with sweat, entirely confused by these parting words. He can only watch as Casper's physical form slowly begins to dissolve into nothingness, whispering a final goodbye since they will never cross paths again. The dark vortex pulls the young man entirely inside, leaving behind absolutely no trace of his existence before slowly fading away. Within minutes, only William is left in the silent forest clearing, desperately trying to comprehend what just happened. Meanwhile, a few moments later, in a hidden location, cloaked figures gather, forming a perfect golden circle. Right in the middle of this glowing formation, the vanished Casper suddenly materializes, calmly announcing that the task is finished. One of the cloaked figures notes that such a heavy ritual would exhaust anyone, but their great patron is highly satisfied with his results. The figure with the long skeletal arm gently tells Casper to stand up because he has some news to share. As the youth stands, they officially welcome him into the afterlife, his new home for all of eternity. Back in the woods, William is still reeling, desperately trying to understand what kind of spell could make someone just explode. Staring down at the deep crater with greedy eyes, he realizes Casper's skill set is absolutely insane. He recalls how Casper claimed his power feeds on pure human emotions. Even though William has no clue how that actually works, he makes up his mind right then and there. He must acquire this exact ability at any cost, knowing it is incredibly strong. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jake sits in deep meditation, with only 1 hour left to find a cure. Despite the deadly poison circulating inside him, Jake keeps his head cool and concentrates entirely on his body. The toxin is hitting him harder by the second, making it almost impossible to even open his eyes. Yet his composure holds. Beside him, a worried seal watches his twisted face. Seeing the young man's distorted expression, the beast can only watch helplessly, wishing he could ease the suffering. Honestly, Seal admits to himself that going through this agonizing process would probably scare him to death. Still, Jake senses everything, even with his eyes closed. He actually feels the beast staring and calmly tells Eeyore to cut it out. Absolutely stunned, Seal sputters, demanding to know how Jake could possibly tell he was being watched. Jake simply explains that his bloodline is active, letting him sense his surroundings even with closed eyes. Time is ticking. Eeyore immediately points out that they are running out of minutes. Eeyore asks how much longer he plans on meditating, and our hero simply replies, until he is ready. No practice, the anxious demon presses him to do something. With less than an hour left to heal, you have to admire Jake's sheer confidence here. Just a calm no, he remembers how his college peers panicked before major tests. Back then, he figured out pretty fast that panicking does absolutely nothing to help. Instead, the smartest move in high-stress situations is to simply relax and focus. To him, managing this poison is just like competitive archery, demanding total stillness. Preparing to release an arrow, a shooter must first take a slow, deep breath. Steadying the bowstring requires ultimate control to prevent even the slightest tremor. It is a delicate process where any sudden movement can completely ruin the alignment. Clear the mind, every single distraction must be cast aside entirely. Only when absolute focus is achieved does the perfect moment to release present itself. Follow the rules, trust the training, and the arrow will find its mark every single time. Bullseye, following every step, Jake lands the shot right in the center. Breaking the silence, Seal nervously asks the young man if he has started praying yet. Jake is pretty skeptical, admitting he does not really put much faith in divine intervention. The long-eared beast looks at him like he is crazy, pointing out that Jake literally met a god last week. Despite that literal divine encounter, our hero just offers a faint, amused smirk. He confesses he had not really looked at the situation from that specific angle. After all, the Viper did grant him a blessing. Spotting a notification, Seal curiously asks what it is. Jake explains those are just helpful system rewards that kept him alive during his alchemy trials. While he could technically try praying, he knows the malicious deity far too well. Straight to voicemail, the malicious deity would never answer anyway. Dropping his head, Jake closes his eyes and mutters that nothing is going to work out. Honestly, you can practically feel his frustration as he prepares to accept his grim fate. But anger takes over, and he furiously vows that if he dies today, he will hunt down the Viper. He promises to crawl back from the grave just for payback. Hearing this, Seal gasps in pure shock. It has been ages since the beast witnessed his friend displaying this level of raw fury. Panicked, Seal lunges forward and starts landing light punches directly on Jake's stomach. He warns Jake that he is begging for divine punishment with that kind of blasphemy. Instead of being intimidated, Jake bursts into loud laughter, completely unfazed by the threat. He stands by his words, claiming he is not even slightly scared of the malicious deity. Deep down, he oddly feels a strange sense of reassurance from that very deity. Then total chaos, a violent spasm suddenly rips through his entire body. Losing all balance, Jake collapses to the ground as his world completely spins out of control. He collapsed to his knees, immediately feeling intensely nauseous as a worried Seal rushed over. She asked if he was all right, but the young hunter forced a brave grin, hiding his pain. He muttered that maybe he was mistaken, hoping this was not the Viper's deadly reply. Staring at the dark blood splattered across his palm, Jake could only admit that it looked terrible. He told the small beast not to worry, swearing he would not let his journey end here. He vowed to fight to his very last breath, knowing surrender was not an option. After everything he had endured, his mind began to drift back through his past. It was as if he had stepped into a massive gallery of his life's defining moments. He saw the deadly enemies he had vanquished and the brutal battles he had survived. Every past wound and scar that had slowly forged him into a stronger hunter. He also remembered the old comrades he had bid farewell to along the way. Those who had once meant everything to him. Then his eyes flicked to the timer. None of those memories would matter if he failed to survive this brutal trial. Steeling his resolve, the young alchemist firmly clenched his fist, showing no fear. He told Seal it was time to get to work, since time was rapidly running out. Sitting down at his workstation, his first priority was preparing the necessary tools. With his workstation prepped, he immediately began processing his raw ingredients. Juicing the rare mushrooms came first, keeping his hands incredibly steady. With barely 30 minutes left on the clock, Jake could not afford a single mistake. He began thoroughly blending the fresh mushroom juice with the ancient moss blood. He knew this reaction would take precious time, but he kept his focus absolute. Refusing to let his guard down, he stayed completely focused on his work. Fully absorbed in the process, an anxious Seal kept delivering the next ingredients. Time was slipping away rapidly, forcing Jake to make a quick, desperate choice. He decided to recover his mana, using the dregs of his leftover potions. After downing one, he placed the fresh mixture onto the desk, waiting. If bubbles began to form, it meant the volatile chemical reaction was succeeding. With under 4 minutes left on the timer, the final step was finally here. Now came the delicate part, slowly and precisely injecting his own mana. Sweat rolled down as he kept channeling energy, waiting for the system's command. Suddenly, a bright notification flashed before his eyes, confirming his success. He had actually created an extremely rare, unstable malefic connection. A 10 Seal asked if this was the correct result, but Jake wasn't sure. As he kept stirring the active liquid, another urgent system alert popped up. He had crafted a highly volatile brew with massive life force, completely unfit for consumption. Jake noted that the system didn't specify whether it would save his life. Seal quickly warned him that he only had 10 minutes to drink it. Then they both looked up at the flashing red timer on the wall. Only 1 minute left. With no other options, Jake had to drink it. Sitting quietly on his shoulder, Seal could only wish him luck. Jake threw his head back, pouring the glowing green liquid down. He swallowed it without hesitation, hoping this toxic substance would help. Even though it was unusable, he forced every drop down his throat. Seal asked if he felt any difference, and Jake calmly shook his head. He replied that nothing had changed, but the deadly venom was still burning inside. The time to cure the poison ran out, yet nothing changed. Suddenly Jake's insides flipped. A crushing, heavy weariness hit him. He struggled to understand. Nearby, a worried Seal called out. Seal asked if he was all right. Jake could not answer. Tremors erupted. Violent shakes tore deep inside his chest. It felt like he was being ripped apart. Panic took hold. The realization hit him hard. The poison was still in his veins. Falling to his knees, Jake choked. He could not draw air. He gasped desperately. The venom clawed its way further inside. Dark cracks webbed across his face. He ground his teeth hard. He tried to fight back. Still, his muscles refused to listen. The loss of control was total. Then a sudden warmth surged. Blood poured from his mouth. He was completely stunned and helpless. He had no idea what to do. The toxin spread faster. With every passing second, it claimed more ground, straight to his heart. If the corruption reached his chest, it was over. Game over. But honestly, what could he even do in this battered state? Terrified, Seal scrambled toward the shelf to grab a health potion. Jake forced himself to stay focused, desperately retracing his steps. He recalled brewing the cure, checking every detail in his mind. Everything was perfect. He followed the instructions, so why this failure? He writhed on the floor, coughing up blood in pure agony. Why did the remedy fail? His heart hammered wildly. The frantic rhythm slowed down. It began to fade away entirely. Exhausted, he collapsed onto his back, completely giving up the fight. Staring blankly at the ceiling, he realized his story was ending. Seal rushed back with several flasks, desperately trying to save him. But Jake's vision was already darkening. His heartbeat grew faint. The poison had finally claimed its target. His chest went still. Darkness took him, but inside the void, Adam appeared to ask a question. He asked if Jake was really quitting. This was not the warrior he remembered. Stirring back to consciousness, he saw the blurry image of his old friend. Summoning his remaining resolve, Jake slowly clenched his fist tight. He absolutely refused to die here after fighting so hard and coming this incredibly far. Pushing against the cold stone, he dragged his body up. He ground his teeth, swearing to conquer this wretched venom. He made a silent, confident vow to win this battle. Giving up was not an option, not after surviving so much. Forcing his trembling legs to lock, Jake stood tall and defiant. His chest surged with life, his pulse roared back to action. A steady rhythm returned, bringing a massive wave of hope. Nearby, a fumbling Seal clutched several flasks, staring in awe. Jake bolted upright in a sudden flash, though his ragged breathing betrayed his strain. A stunned Seal watched him closely, completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He could only stare, wondering what miracle had just occurred. Jake clutches his chest. It looks like that antidote is finally starting to work. Seal suggests he pass the test, and a happy Jake quickly confirms that he did. He notices the glowing cracks on his skin. Finally, they are fading away. Utterly drained and completely dazed from everything he just endured, he can barely even think. He whispers a single phrase, "He is alive," then pure relief floods his chest. He shouts out in pure joy that he survived, while a laughing Seal calls him crazy. Nearby, malicious Viper watches. Not bad, he quietly mutters to himself. Sure, the medicine could have been stronger, but the kid has got insane grit and vitality. The god watches Jake celebrate, realizing these two rare traits are what pulled him through. Beating a lethal poison, unreal. The kid definitely earned some serious respect here. A sly smirk creeps onto his face. Looks like choosing this kid was the right call. Just then, a system alert chimes to let Jake know his training is officially complete. The trial is over, and the system is ready to calculate his hard-earned rewards. Now they only have a brief 4 hours to pack up all their gear and finally escape this godforsaken dungeon. Seal groans, time is running out, but Jake just smiles. He says he travels light anyway, then looks over at a hesitating seal. Jake stares back with a calm expression, asking if his companion will tag along. He hopes for a yes. Seal just scratches his head. The beast admits he has not even processed the idea yet, wondering if Jake actually wants him. With a warm grin, the young warrior reassures his fluffy friend that he has no plans. He would never leave him behind in a dusty old dungeon they are escaping together. Stunned, Seal perks up his long ears, asking if the human is actually serious about this. He cannot believe someone wants him around. Jake just gives him a genuine smile. He reminds the beast that they have already survived so much crazy stuff side by side. Jake holds out his fist, telling him that everything they endured makes them partners. He offers a fist bump to seal the deal. This sudden emotional warmth gets to Seal. A tear wells up. Embarrassed, he quickly covers his face to hide it. Jake chuckles, teasingly asking if he is crying, which only makes the beast more defensive. Seal keeps his face hidden under his hands, grumbling for the human to just back off. And trust me, nobody was expecting the massive notification that pops up next. Seal peeks over, asking what is up, as Jake stares in absolute disbelief. He explains that notifications are completely flooding his screen. Looks like the real rewards are here. His jaw drops as he scrolls through massive stat boosts and high-tier equipment upgrades. There are honestly too many to count, but first, he gets +4 to all stats. Along with +4 to new power, legendary boots, and expanded necklace storage. Seal asks how he feels after the power-up, and Jake flexes his muscles with a grin. He boasts he has never felt better. Next, he grabs his gear. Seal wonders if he is ready for action, since he has not fought in over a month. Jake shrugs, saying he is mostly just eager to see the outside world again. He made massive progress in alchemy, but on paper, he is still just a level 9 archer. He has no clue what the local power levels are, so he probably needs to catch up. Seal looks down, admitting he might just be dead weight since he does not have a level. He has no skills or levels to speak of, which clearly makes him feel pretty useless. Jake laughs and says if things get too hairy, he can just pop him into the necklace. Seal shudders, begging him not to do that, making Jake tease him about his fear of being trapped, and Cecil told him to try spending a whole millennium locked up first before complaining, but Jake spotted an exit ahead and told him they had to run. Cecil silently followed behind as the young man led the way forward. Jake asked if he was ready for some fresh air, and Cecil impatiently agreed. Just minutes later, they finally stepped out of the dark dungeon and onto a high cliff. After enjoying the great view, they wandered deep into a massive forest. A highly aggressive dinosaur suddenly lunged right at them with lethal intent. Terrified, Cecil warned that they had company, but Jake did not show any fear. Instead, he actually wanted to fight, as a whole pack of predators surrounded them. Cecil complained to the young archer that these beasts would not even give them a break. Jake stayed entirely cool under pressure as he calmly notched another arrow. He muttered that these were actually the perfect hunting conditions for him. Excitement rushing through him, he drew his bow to finally stretch his bones. After an entire month of pure boredom, he was suddenly surrounded by high-level velociraptors. They crept closer, eyeing the young archer as if he were an easy meal. Jake quickly analyzed the pack, noting that their levels were higher than his own. Yet he felt almost no real danger and knew he could easily handle them. The velociraptors bared their razor-sharp teeth and lunged forward with terrifying speed. They expected a quick victory, but our hero was eager to fight. He decided to thin their massive numbers while he still had the distance advantage. And watch this, in an instant, 2 powerful arrows flew from his bow. His aim was flawless, both shots striking 2 of the charging beasts dead on. They never saw it coming. The 2 ravenous predators instantly collapsed. Their eyes rolled back as they crashed heavily onto the dirt, completely lifeless. But 2 more dangerous beasts were already closing in fast right behind him. Jake calmly reached back into his quiver for another arrow to put them down too. One massive creature lunged forward, opening its jaws to swallow the young man whole. Jake executed a perfect roll to dodge, realizing these 2 were significantly faster. He noticed they were much faster, wondering if his own speed had dropped. It was highly possible he had gotten a bit rusty after sitting around. While keeping close watch, one beast suddenly turned its sights toward Cecil. The terrified companion screamed out, begging the archer to do something. Pausing for a split second, the predator locked its eyes directly on Jake. Showing zero panic, Jake calmly put away his bow and reached for his sword. He casually shouted back to Cecil that he was a bit too busy to help. The predator noticed this opening and instantly lunged forward to strike again. Within a couple of heartbeats, the beast was right in his face. It growled fiercely, but the young warrior only gritted his teeth in return. He swiftly leaped to the side to dodge the jaws of the beast. Then he swung his heavy blade to deliver a fatal counterattack. With one clean, powerful slash, he left a deep gash across its throat. Dark red blood sprayed instantly, and the massive predator collapsed to the earth. It lay perfectly still, completely dead, marking another swift victory for our hero. Jake casually wiped the sweat from his brow, smiling at the quick workout. Now only one beast remained, and he planned to finish it off quickly. But suddenly, Jake realizes that this predator is not fighting alone. It had actually called in backup, and now a whole pack of dangerous predators is rushing toward him. They are biding their time to overwhelm him. But Jake only smiles. He is excited to face this sudden ordeal. He treats this trial as a gift from heaven to see how much he has grown. With fierce confidence, Jake grips his sword tight and declares his readiness. He refuses to lose. The raptors immediately lunge forward to attack. Tongues out, they prepare to swallow him whole. But Jake charges right back, swearing to prove his absolute power in battle. Direct charge, he runs headfirst into the pack of sharp claws. With a swift, blinding swing of his sword, he tears deep into their throats, completely slicing off a limb from one of the beasts. Thirsty for blood, he vows to fight until he becomes the strongest. But a cold chill hits him. Another predator is leaping from behind. Reacting instantly, Jake swings his sword around to deliver a deep defensive slash. No way out, but he survived an impossible dungeon before. With pure fury, he thrusts his blade straight into the beast's mouth, knowing for a fact that absolutely nothing can stop his path now. Surprise attack, 3 more raptors leap from the bushes, then freeze in shock. They can't believe their fierce packmate was easily butchered by a human. Jake grips his weapon tighter, ready to massacre the remaining monsters. Eager for the clash, he draws his curved dungeon dagger in his left hand, unleashing a fierce battle cry that he is fully ready to end this. Panic strikes. Meanwhile, a terrified Cecil scrambles up a rock to escape. But a raptor springs after him, and Jake refuses to abandon his friend. Immediate action, he aims and fires his bow at the beast. His sharp arrow flies true, going straight into the throat of the lunging beast. Clean through, the arrow causes the monster to bleed out rapidly. The dinosaur staggers on its feet for a moment before crashing down hard. Total silence, it hits the dirt with no signs of life. Looking around, Jake realizes that this was indeed the very last of them. Cecil sighs, muttering that the dangerous dungeon actually felt much better. Out of the frying pan, they ran straight into this dangerous mess. Jake admits the welcome was a bit rough, but things should get easier. Warmed up and ready, Cecil rethinks his stance on their journey. After all, nothing is worse than being eaten alive by dinosaurs. Suddenly, Jake gets a very pleasant notification pop up from the system. System rewards, he has been awarded 4,000 training points for his kills. In addition, another bright blue system screen catches his eye. He has officially reached level 13 as an archer, gaining 4 free points. Big gains, he got bonus experience for hunting higher-tier creatures. Cecil notes that this is the best way to catch up fast. Even better, Jake has unlocked an unusual new skill called Powerful Shot. Maximum damage, this special ability drastically increases the overall power of his arrows. He realizes that the longer he draws the bow, the more devastating his hit. Ambushes, he noted that it paired beautifully with alchemy, though he remembered how incredibly tough it was to coat his arrows with poison beforehand, because they would immediately lose their lethal edge. Still, Jake figured if he made it work, he could combine a powerful shot with a toxic arrow, a truly legendary combo. Suddenly, Jake went on high alert, sensing a deeply unsettling energy nearby. Worried Seal noticed instantly, and the hero hushed her, whispering for absolute silence now. Because he felt something, Jake could not tell how many miles away it was, but he could clearly feel an absolutely massive wave of energy approaching. The worried, long-eared beast begged him to retreat, suggesting they immediately abandon this area, but the hero firmly refused. Running was simply not an option. At one point, the young hunter smirked confidently, saying this was a battle that had to be fought and he absolutely could not wait to get started. Meanwhile, over at Richard's camp, Caroline sat quietly on her bed, brushing her hair before sleep. Deeply distressed Adam suddenly walked into the room, asking in a soft whisper if there was any word on Casper. A downcast Caroline shook her head, noting that Richard promised to dispatch a search party tomorrow. Adam remained incredibly anxious because Casper was his dearest friend, and he could not bear the thought of losing him. Caroline placed a gentle hand on his chest, assuring him that things would work out, but Adam admitted he was terrified that Casper was in grave danger. Everyone knew that. Casper had gone after William, but now both of them had completely vanished. Adam also questioned if William had dropped any hints before leaving, making Caroline quite bite her lip, horribly nervous. She claimed he had said absolutely nothing, promising to share any news the moment she heard it. Then she gently wrapped her arms around her lover, though Adam remained deeply tense and uneasy. Caroline could barely hide her dread, carrying an immense weight in her heart. Because she knew William had met Casper in the woods. Talk about a recipe for disaster. Meanwhile, William sat in a therapist's office as the doctor asked why he had come. Smiling casually, the young man explained that a court order forced him to seek treatment immediately, and he was simply playing along. The therapist then asked him if he actually understood why the judge handed down that specific sentence. William shrugged, admitting with a smirk that he clearly lacked basic empathy and was prone to extreme outbursts of violent aggression. The therapist stared at him blankly, prompting him to continue his story, since she knew there was more to it. Instantly, William's smile vanished. He leaned forward, shifting into a tense, unsettling pose, his expression dropping any pretense of warmth, turning completely cold and hostile. Rage bubbled up as he gritted his teeth, snarling that it all started when he murdered his own little brother a year ago. Flashback to 12 months prior. He sat in the hospital hallway alongside his father, who excitedly asked if he was ready to meet the new baby, but William remained completely glued to his phone, coldly telling his dad that he was far too busy. His father urged him to show some joy, explaining that his mother really needed a bit of support from her eldest son, right? Now, suddenly, a doctor emerged from the recovery room and called Mr. Hansen inside for a private word, while the anxious father immediately asked if everything was okay. The doctor explained there had been minor complications, but the newborn had already been rushed off for an emergency medical examination. William, that moment, planted a seed of pure, uncontrollable resentment toward the newborn. He slowly walked over to the glass window, staring at his baby brother. This baby had not been alive for 24 hours, and he was already causing immense trouble. Angered by his very existence, William silently sneered at how pathetic he was. The helpless infant lay in his incubator. 6 months later, William's mother stood by the sink washing dishes, asking him to go grab the mail. He agreed and stepped out onto the porch, where the envelopes were waiting. He scooped up the entire thick stack of envelopes lying on the porch floor to bring inside. As he sifted through them, one specific piece of paper caught his eye. William froze, his eyes widening in complete shock. He knew instantly that this was absolutely not just some typical piece of mail. Looking very closely at the official letterhead, he realized it was his long-awaited acceptance from Stanford. He burst through the front door, shouting with excitement that his dream came true. He had actually passed the selection process and got accepted into his ultimate dream university. Completely caught off guard, they did not even know what he was talking about. They confusedly asked him when he had even applied, since they never heard a word. William explained his counselor suggested it, but he kept it quiet just in case. He did not think he stood a chance at getting in, so he hid it from them. Instead of celebrating, his father snatched the paper directly out of his hands. He demanded to know how much this was going to cost, but William had no idea. The older man scratched his head, looking stressed. This was tough news. The father admitted the news was great, but they simply did not have the funds to pay. Desperate to go, William pleaded that Stanford was one of the absolute best. But they quickly shut him down, saying they had other priorities now. They were proud, yes, but his brother's failing health meant a local state school was better. And just like that, his ultimate dream was completely crushed. His eyes narrowed in disbelief as he realized they had absolutely no intention of helping him. In his mind, all the blame shifted entirely onto his weak little brother. His sick brother lay asleep, breathing through a machine. He glared down at the crib with mounting anger, questioning if they were even actually related at all. Glaring at the sleeping infant with pure, hot rage, he thought he was barely human. The weak infant could not even manage to draw a breath on his own without a complex machine. How could this weak creature be more important? He reached down toward his head. Resting a palm on his tiny forehead, he whispered that the boy was a heavy burden. Blinded by bitterness and anger, his hand closed around the oxygen supply tube. Without hesitating for even a second, William reached down and pulled the plastic line loose. He muttered for the baby to do them all a favor and just go away. The helpless child immediately struggled, crying out weakly in a quiet panic as the air ceased. But William stood there, feeling absolutely nothing. Within minutes, the crying stopped completely. Starved of oxygen, the tiny body went totally still, devoid of any life. It was over. Suddenly, the medical monitor nearby began to blare in panic. Hearing the sudden screaming medical alarm, his terrified parents charged directly into the dark bedroom. They screamed at William, demanding to know what he was doing in there. His mother shoved him away, crying out in panic as she checked the crib. He collapsed in absolute shock, staring up at his parents. He told them he fixed their massive financial crisis. But he did not know he had killed his brother. His heartbroken mother cradled the lifeless infant, crying out that he wasn't breathing. William just looked on in confusion, asking why they were screaming. Didn't they realize the brat was ruining their lives, and they were finally free? His furious father immediately lunged forward, grabbing him by the collar. He shoved him hard, screaming and demanding to know how he could do this. The terrified boy stammered that he only wanted to help them. But he still had no grasp of his horrible crime. 1 year later, inside the sterile asylum, a line of patients waited for medication. William Hansen gave his name with a hollow look. Heavy bags hung under his eyes. The doctor handed over 2 pills. He said these would help because William was not doing well. William swallowed them immediately, knowing they pumped him with drugs every single day. His mind felt completely foggy. Looking into the mirror, he quietly wondered. Exactly how long had he been trapped inside this psychiatric ward? He could no longer make sense of anything. He still did not get it, eyes wide with horror. He could not comprehend why his parents had abandoned him here. He remembered their warm hugs when he got into Stanford. Now he had to admit that he was slowly losing his mind. Every single day spent away from home only dragged him deeper into the dark. Suddenly, a system notification announced that the 93rd universe had launched. The screen said training had begun, leaving him utterly baffled. He had no idea what training meant. Was he hallucinating? Sometime later, utterly exhausted, he wandered through a massive forest. He blamed everything on Casper, the person he hated most. Casper had fooled everyone, only William knew the truth. He wondered about the source of Casper's incredible, terrifying power. Determined to learn his secrets, he clutched his badly aching arm. He needed to clear his head first. Casper might not have tried to kill him. But that massive energy wave still nearly finished him. William yawned, exhausted. Dehydration was setting in, and he needed to find fresh water fast. Luckily, he stumbled into a small clearing with a flowing stream nearby. A wave of relief hit him. This was his lucky day. But there was no time to relax because things were about to get tense. He heard someone approaching and scrambled to hide. Hiding behind a nearby rock, he watched Jake approach the water. At first, he did not recognize him, but that silhouette looked familiar. Meanwhile, Jake calmly filled up his flask with a smile. William squinted from his hiding spot, positive he knew this guy. Just a short while ago, the hero stood near that massive crater. He called the empty site strange, like an energy blast had wiped it out. With everything gone, Seal quietly asked what kind of power caused that. No ordinary magic could cause that massive explosion, so Jake assumed it was some kind of bomb. He hoped the survivors were still out here, holding onto a sliver of hope. If they picked up the pace, they might catch them, but his long-eared beast companion quickly intervened. The beast announces he is heading back inside the necklace, leaving Jake entirely solo. Jake asked if he was seriously abandoning him now, but Seal retorted that while the hero can hunt monsters all he wants, he refuses to die on day 1. Jake did not beg. Instead, he simply warned his picky little ally never to whine about being bored inside the necklace later on. He then activated a magical artifact, initiating the transfer to pull Seal back into safe storage. Jake sighed in pure relief. Finally, that loudmouthed beast was out of his hair. But Seal snapped back, reminding the hero that his hearing was still sharp. The young man laughed it off with a quick lie before casually continuing on his journey. A bit later, Jake stops by a peaceful creek to rest. He refills his flask with a light smile on his face, then whispers quietly to Seal. Sensing a presence nearby, Jake notices someone is hiding right behind that rock. Seal mutters that he only sees what Jake looks at. Is it the crater guy? The cautious hero murmurs back, no, whoever is here is strong, but not that strong. Seal asks what the plan is, so what are you going to do now? Jake warns him to keep quiet, emphasizing that he must play this encounter incredibly safe. Though the stranger does not realize, he possesses high-tier magical items. Jake stares toward the rock. Is someone actually watching him right now? William gets a bit excited, wondering if his cover was blown, and slowly steps out. Stepping out to greet the hero warmly, saying it has been ages. He asks what brings him around, prompting the hero to calmly explain his sudden arrival. Saying he just escaped a cave and decided to explore the area. William quickly realizes Jake does not recognize him, assuming that the other guys kept him busy. Assuming Richard and Nicholas must have kept him occupied, they exchange handshakes. The hero asks if there are any survivor camps around, and William nods, revealing that there are actually several different camps operating right now in this dangerous territory. Asking who runs them, William explains that two rival factions dominate the region. One of them is run by a guy named Hayden, while the other belongs to Richard. The two groups constantly clash. This is the first time Jake is hearing about human infighting. He genuinely thought everyone would be working together to fight off those terrible dungeon monsters. William reassures him, telling him not to stress over it too much. He knows all the safest trails and will have zero issues leading him straight to camp. Jake agrees to trust him to lead the way, expressing real interest in hearing all about the interesting personal histories of the other members living in that camp. He introduces himself as William, and Jake replies with a warm nod. Jake says he is glad to meet him, suggesting they start moving, but William is suspicious. He wonders why this guy is hiding his real name, guessing his name is Jacob. As they walk along the path, Jake keeps a very close eye on him. He carefully analyzes his companion, identifying him as a level 24 caster. Jake knows he cannot trust this guy for a second, still, if things go south. Resolving any threat will be easy. William casually mentions that their camp has a talented blacksmith. Named Smith, Jake responds with genuine interest, eager to see his work. Jake decides to use this moment to ask about a man named Adam, a person he had never forgotten for a single second of his journey. But the guy ignores the question, asking if Jake feels the strange mana too. Jake feels absolutely nothing, but William claims to have a unique sensory skill. A power that reveals hidden mana pools, meaning an ambush is waiting ahead. Jake looks at him with pure skepticism. Still, he tells himself to stay quiet and not jump to conclusions. The blonde guy asks if Jake can sneak ahead and scout the area. Jake asks what William will do, and the guy just smiles back. He promises to keep watch and cover Jake if anything goes wrong. Jake still deeply distrusts this guy, wondering if this is his best excuse. Even so, the protagonist dashes forward, deciding to play along for now. He shouts back that he trusts William, who only grins in silent amusement. William smirked, wondering if this was really the weakling who defeated Nicholas. Raising his magic staff, the blonde traitor prepares to make his move. He summons a set of sharp throwing daggers, muttering about blowing off steam. Jake keeps running, ignoring the heavy sense of dread building in his chest. Suddenly, his danger sense flares up. He skids to a halt. Dropping to his knees, he uses his heavy bow to deflect the oncoming blades. With insane speed, Jake shoots down every remaining projectile midair. The main character smirks, turning his weapon back toward the smiling traitor. Aiming his bow, he mocks William. Only an absolute fool would fall for that. William calmly sweeps back his hair, saying this training camp is full of idiots. He conjures another flurry of steel blades, aiming directly at the protagonist. Declaring that Jake's life ends right here, he launches the lethal weapons straight at him. Jake leaps away just in time, sending William into a fit of mocking laughter. The traitor pursues him immediately, knowing he cannot let Jake keep his distance. If an archer gets enough breathing room, those arrows will become deadly weapons. He chases him without stopping, knowing he cannot let his target escape. But the next wave of blades only slams harmlessly into a massive tree. Jake has already slipped out of sight, using the thick trunk as cover. William calls him a slippery rat, knowing he has nowhere left to run. Suddenly, Jake leaps out from the shadows, closing the distance in an instant. He delivers a vicious, deep slash, sending a torrent of fresh blood spraying. Terrified and bleeding, William freezes up, his voice shaking with absolute panic. He asks why the hero stopped, but Jake only offers a mocking smirk. Did you really think an archer is useless when the enemy gets close? Jake pulls out a jagged dagger, warning him never to underestimate his foe. William stares at the weapon, realizing a dungeon blade means he will bleed out fast. Cold bloodlust flares in Jake's eyes as he decides to end this fight. Raising his dagger, he swings down hard. The trembling boy can only watch. William looks into his cold gaze, realizing death is only a second away. As the sharp metal approaches, he plays his final card in absolute desperation. He wanted to save this trump card for Richard, but there is no choice. Clutching his bleeding side, he activates the power of shimmering steel. An ability with massive potential, but Jake stands there completely baffled, not knowing what is happening around him. He grits his teeth, fighting off his rising nerves to maintain some sort of composure. William's silhouette suddenly glows bright blue as celestial rays erupt all around him. This bright display completely blindsides Jake. Just a single week ago, William had actually pulled Richard aside for a quick talk, only for the boss to sigh and ask, "What went wrong this time?" William hesitantly admits he is struggling with his struggle with the new potion and mana dispensation, which makes it impossible to hunt properly. Richard just scribbles in his notepad and casually says that is completely expected. He notes normal people cannot keep up, sparking William's desperation. William eagerly asks if he can just borrow some of the boss's personal stash for himself. The angry boss snaps, glaring straight into the boy's eyes. He tells him to ask someone else if he wants potions, offering a fake apology. Claiming he has far more important business to attend to, he walks away. William stares after him with a pained expression, realizing he has been completely cast aside. Richard has left him to rot, but that deep hurt quickly twists into something else. A blinding fury takes over, and he quietly curses his boss's name in secret. He is absolutely dying for payback. Later that day, William ties up a captured beast. Furious, he wonders who Richard thinks he is to treat him like trash. The boy swings his blade at the helpless animal, making a silent, dark vow. He will steal every single potion in this camp as ultimate payback against his boss. Driving his dagger deep into the beast, William eagerly counts down the days to his revenge. All he needs is a tiny bit more raw power and the perfect opportunity. He will finally have the strength to put an end to Richard once and for all. Just then, a sudden system notification completely catches the bitter young man's attention. A system screen flashes. He notices it immediately. He has unlocked Shimmering Steel, a spell that creates a blinding flash and razor-sharp metal shards. A dark smirk creeps onto his face as the possibilities run through his head. Now he has the perfect weapon to settle his score with Richard once and for all. Wait for it, because right now, he is unleashing that exact spell on our protagonist. This is a disaster. Things just got much worse. The spell conjures a massive, looming metal ball that directly threatens Jake's life. William collapses to the dirt, completely drained of mana, while Jake frantically warns himself to run. There is no time to run. Instantly, the massive sphere detonates. It erupts into a violent cloud of razor-sharp shrapnel, flying in absolutely every single direction. Trapped with no escape, Jake simply braces his arms to block the blast. The incredible shockwave sends William flying, while our protagonist braces himself against the incoming blast. He drops hard. He prays the shards do not mince him. Shrapnel tears through the surrounding forest, snapping thick branches and splintering tree trunks. Yet the deadly metal storm does not bypass our hero, raining down directly over him. They hit his magical wristbands, but the onslaught continues. Several sharp pieces pierce straight into the front of his legs, causing agonizing pain. The incredibly powerful blast slides him backward through the dirty ground for nearly 100 meters, sending him crashing into a rock as shrapnel pelts him. An incredibly pissed-off Jake frantically wonders what in the world this insane attack was all about. He remembers his absolute terror during that explosion, realizing he almost died. Even with his pedigree, he barely reacted. Still, Jake brushed it off. None of it mattered now. His mind immediately jumped to William up ahead. Against all odds, the sneaky villain survived that massive blast and fled. He was desperately trying to escape our hero at top speed. Jake immediately noticed. He knew he had to catch up. But those deep shrapnel wounds were keeping him firmly in place. Just standing up felt impossible with all that metal in his legs. His bones might even be fractured. Suddenly, his glowing gemstone flared red. It pulsed a violent light because Seal was desperate to get out. The worried beast asked his partner if he was all right. Jake shrugged. He was a bit banged up, but his vitals were safe, Seal warned him. It was better to let William escape than die in this condition. Jake admitted he felt like an idiot for letting his guard down. Underestimating William was a huge mistake. He never saw this coming. Who knew he had such a card? An angry Seal spoke up. Did that bastard really blow up the entire area? Jake had no clue. Honestly, because he spent so much time trapped in that dungeon, Jake was lost. He had no standard to measure how strong the other survivors were now. If William was considered normal around here, they were in massive trouble. The long-eared beast suggested they slip away to find a safer dungeon. Jake firmly shook his head. No way would he hide. Jake confidently gripped his bow. Now that is the spirit we love. Time to grind. Meanwhile, Caroline turned to Jean with a pair of gloves. Jean was busy sewing. She smiled and admitted the gloves looked wonderful. Caroline was truly getting the hang of it. The progress was undeniable. She sheepishly confessed they were actually a special gift for Adam. He had been pushing himself so hard lately, she wanted to help. Jean gently patted her cheek, teasing that they made a cute couple. But Jean's eyes suddenly dimmed with sadness as she looked away. The sweet moment reminded Jean of when she first met her husband. Caroline quickly comforted her, saying they still knew nothing about Earth. Her husband was probably just surviving some other basic training program. She joked that his test was probably way easier than theirs. Maybe he was just relaxing by a campfire somewhere. Jean smiled warmly. She thanked Caroline, praying they would be reunited when this nightmare ended. Checking the interface, Caroline noted only 30 days remained on the clock. 30 days left of this madness. Her expression turned incredibly solemn. Finally, they could all return to their ordinary, peaceful lives. Suddenly, the cabin door slammed open as a panicked man rushed in. He demanded to see Caroline. Startled, she asked what was happening. There was an absolute emergency. Richard needed her help immediately. Caroline rushed after him, demanding to know what caused the uproar. She froze. William was lying on the bed, his skin completely shattered. Deep cracks ran across his entire body. What could have caused this? The group crowded around the comatose boy as the scout explained everything. He was found deep in the woods, barely alive and in terrible condition. The scout assumed that one of Hayden's men did it. Richard patted him. He thanked the young man and sent him to grab a bucket of water. He immediately complied. He left the cabin that very second to fetch it. Meanwhile, Caroline stared in absolute silence at the broken, unconscious William. Richard asked if the situation was bad. Her response, it was completely hopeless. Honestly, she was shocked the boy was still breathing. Richard asked for help. Since she was the best healer in this tutorial, she could save him. Caroline scoffed loudly. She found this entire conversation utterly pointless. She asked if they even needed him. To her, it was pointless. A stunned Richard asked if she was really suggesting they let him die. Caroline snapped back. It was extremely dangerous, even if she fought for him. There was absolutely no guarantee that she could actually save his life. William had already brought them nothing but trouble. Maybe death was the best. Enraged, Richard reminded her of his leniency. He gave her complete freedom here. But that freedom had clear limits. He made the hard calls in camp. If he told her to cure the guy, she had to obey. Raising his voice, Richard bellowed that she was obligated to save William. No excuses. Caroline flinched. The raw fury in his voice genuinely terrified her. Tears welled in her eyes, but she still forced herself to obey him. She stepped over to William's dying body and prepared to heal him. She began pressing on his chest to kickstart his regeneration. Soon, a brilliant golden light erupted from her hands, filling the cabin. That warm, life-giving energy surged into the boy's chest, fighting the darkness. She was sweating profusely from the strain, the blinding glow forcing a squint. It was a desperate struggle, but after a few moments, the light faded. It seemed William was out of immediate danger, though still deeply unconscious. Richard leaned back on a straw bale, asking calmly who could have done this. He guessed Casper, but Caroline immediately shot that idea down. Casper relies on dark curses. This was definitely a potent poison. She kept patching him up. Richard then wondered if a monster attacked. Again, Caroline disagreed. The deep cut on his stomach came from a weapon. So it had to be an accomplice of Hayden. but that made no sense. They had never seen Hayden use a poison this incredibly deadly. Richard sighed. A dangerous new player had entered the game. That was just what they needed, especially with all their other mounting problems. Meanwhile, across the camp, Adam approached Joanna with a large wooden box. He proudly handed over the box of crafting fabrics she had desperately requested. Joanna smiled warmly at the group leader, thanking him for the massive favor. She truly needed those materials, but then Adam noticed a tense crowd gathering. He asked what was going on. Xian replied that there was an emergency. A scout had just run in. Adam asked if a hunter got hurt. Xian said nobody was sure, but some saw William being carried inside. Hearing William's name, Adam froze in complete, silent shock. Just then the cabin door swung open, and Richard slowly stepped out. House telling the gathered crowd to disperse because there was nothing to see. She clears the area while a knocked-out William is carried from the house on a stretcher. Adam places a hand on Caroline's shoulder, asking, "What is happening?" and she says she was actually looking for him before getting dragged in. He asks if William is all right and where they are taking his limp body. Caroline tries to dodge the question, claiming they are only moving him over to Richard's house. Apparently, he thinks William needs some quiet alone time. Bewildered. Adam offers his help, saying he can carry any medical equipment they need. But Caroline quickly brushes him off, insisting they are completely fine before walking away. She promises to find him later, leaving him in total, absolute confusion. Unsure of what is really happening, he just watches her go without pushing further. Then he looks up at the high ground, wondering where Casper could possibly be. Since William is in so much trouble, Adam clenches his fist in frustration. Realizing he has lost complete control of the situation, he absolutely hates this feeling. Still, he tells himself not to lose hope and to keep fighting forward. He fights the dark thoughts. Suddenly, William snaps awake in a bizarre environment. His parents are sitting nearby, and his grieving mother says she feels like she lost both of her sons tonight, left completely in the dark. William looks around the room carefully, wondering if he is back in therapy. The doctor adjusts her glasses and asks him what he thinks about everything. William just stares at her, completely bewildered by the sudden shift in reality. He has no idea what is going on and asks what exactly she wants his opinion on. She explains his mother feels she lost both of her boys, then asks how William feels. William hides his true feelings. He is incredibly insulted, offended, and betrayed. How could they possibly compare a defective product of a brother to him? The therapist notices the raw anger washing over his face and asks what is wrong. William scratches the back of his head and quickly offers a fake apology, claiming he only pretended not to care because he thought it was best. He is extremely uncomfortable and will say absolutely anything just to make them leave him alone. Suddenly, Richard asks the therapist if the treatment is working. He just wants to ensure the kid is okay, but William notices a massive detail. That man is not his father. The therapist reassures him that the medicine is working beautifully, even joking that William probably has more tutorial points than Richard now. William stares at her, his mind spinning as he tries to process what other training points she could possibly mean. The therapist makes herself comfortable, crossing her legs as she asks the young man if he remembers their previous conversation. He grows increasingly nervous but tries his best to hide it, insisting he has absolutely no idea what is actually going on here. The therapist claims they were discussing what William lacks, but he cannot recall it. Wait for it. Sudden, suffocating panic grips his mind as he senses a dark presence. He feels that familiar, terrifying aura he had briefly tapped into before. The woman flashes a sinister smile and repeats that they were discussing how weak William truly is, terrifying him even further. Her smile grows wider and more horrific as she calls him pathetic, thick veins bulging all across her face. The entity morphs, whispering that William is simply too broken and weak to survive. Unable to gather even a drop of strength, the boy shivered in fear and asked who was there. Suddenly, Jake stepped through the door, holding the very dagger he used to wound William earlier. Panic gripped the young man, making him almost fall backward in his chair. He immediately recognized the terrifying figure who had thoroughly beaten him before. Leaping up from his seat, he shrieked in absolute terror. It was the relentless archer who had every intention of slaughtering him. William screamed, realizing there was no escape before Jake's blade struck once more. The cold dagger sunk right into his stomach as his tormentor mocked him. His parents, his therapist, and even Richard were all laughing at his weakness. The defenseless boy completely broke down and wept, helpless against the cruelty. With a desperate shriek, he suddenly jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat. Disoriented and terrified, William had no idea where he actually was. He gasped heavily, sweat pouring down as his mind slowly cleared. Looking down at his scarred, cracked hands, he tried to ground himself. A heavy sigh escaped him. It was just a dream. Meanwhile, sitting at the table, sat Richard alongside a somewhat worried Caroline, hoping William was finally rested. Richard stared intensely into the eyes of the terrified young man. He said they needed to talk. Caroline walked over right after. She let out a small giggle, asking how he was holding up. Breathing heavily, the exhausted boy asked the massive shield warrior how he got here. Richard explained that one of their scouts stumbled upon him unconscious in the woods. He was incredibly lucky, otherwise he would have been a goner by now. The leader demanded to know what happened, so William claimed he was helping Casper. He lied, saying he only went out to check on Casper in case of danger. Richard told him to cut the garbage. They already knew he wanted Casper dead. He demanded the absolute truth. Stunned, William asked how they found out. Richard smirked, noting they had ignored his obvious rookie mistakes for too long. Knowing better than to argue, the boy silently stretched his sore muscles. He was just trying to recover. Richard admitted he had met people like him before. Yet he called the young man a rare talent with endless potential. The massive leader focused on that specific potential. He was highly interested in the boy's proficiency with throwing weapons. William let out a sly smile, asking when exactly he realized this. Things were getting interesting. Richard explained his suspicion began on day one. He first noticed it when they met, seeing William bleeding by a tree. Even back then, bloody and cornered by their squad, something was off. The boss saw it instantly in the blood-drenched boy's eyes. Pure, unadulterated bloodlust. William cut him off, not wanting to hear any more. He asked if the giant wanted him to serve as a common soldier. But Richard scoffed. He wanted the kid to become something much greater. An ultimate super soldier, backed fully by himself and Caroline. Together, they would help the young man rule this entire forest. Confused, William asked why he should agree and what stopped him from killing Richard. The giant leader chuckled, noting that his death would yield massive experience. He would gain tons of levels and training points, but lose everything else. Cooperating with Richard would bring him even greater rewards. Hearing this, William smirked, realizing he was finally noticed and no longer just a pawn. He actually jumped up and down on his bed, celebrating this incredible newfound value. Someone finally recognized how truly valuable he was, prompting Richard to ask. If he was ready to cooperate, William was more than happy to shake hands. The kid was ready. Richard headed for the exit, asking Caroline to leave as well. Letting the injured kid get some rest. A nervous William called out, asking if he was just leaving him there. Richard told him to find him once he got back in shape, then they would talk. They would have a real talk about the complete idiot who had attacked him. The surprised blonde was left entirely to himself now. He lay there thinking to himself, completely unable to believe his luck had finally turned. Once outside, Caroline whispered that everything went exactly as Richard had planned. He laughed, noting that idiots like William always think they are geniuses. Honestly, the man is a genius. Tell these fools what they want to hear, and they dance. Easy money. Just an hour before, they were sitting in that room. They were in there while William slept, quietly laying out the master plan. Richard understood why she wanted the kid dead, but knew there was a far better way. There was a far better way to handle him, making Caroline look up with interest. Caroline stared earnestly into his eyes, asking what he meant. Richard explained that William is extremely cocky. William is just a cocky kid who always acts like he has never been hit before. This near-death experience would shake him up, but he still would not learn his lesson. His pride would explode, craving even more raw power than before. That vulnerability made him perfect for easy manipulation. All they had to do was stroke his massive, fragile ego just a little bit. He wanted to lower his guard completely, and then they could easily negotiate a deal. But Caroline hesitated, asking how he could guarantee the kid wouldn't betray them. What if they became the prey instead? But a confident Richard just smiled at her. He explained that, luckily for them, he had the perfect skill for this. This took Caroline by surprise. The boss revealed he had unlocked a new skill weeks ago. He kept it hidden, as it was actually tied to a unique system quest. It triggered back when he was on a massive hunt and secured those countless deer carcasses. The system required him to unite survivors and crush any rivals in his path. To help with this, the system granted him an incredibly useful tool. It was a rare skill that exposed the true feelings of his subordinates toward him. Hearing this, a slightly nervous Caroline asked what the skill revealed about her loyalty. Sweat dripped down her cheek as Richard calmly assured her she was totally fine with him. He claimed she had been friendly since day one, which he highly appreciated. Richard added that he never once doubted Caroline, making her smile with absolute relief. Absolute genius, the cunning boss was laughing inside the whole time. Caroline was incredibly naive, and everything was going exactly according to his master plan. He could never reveal that he was already using William as a tool, weeding out any weak links in their little faction. To Richard, this ruthless manipulation was the mark of a true, capable leader. He stared down at Caroline's happy, unsuspecting face, fully pleased with himself. Outside, the leader stands with the kids as Caroline asks a quiet question. She wants to know what his training screen shows. He looks over. Richard tells her the skill is locked in, so she has nothing to fear. He thinks for a second, then flashes a grin. Things will change soon. But for now, they can manage. Caroline still looks pretty uneasy. She mutters that she is no fool. She knows exactly what William did. He will never willingly return. Suddenly, the smile vanishes from Richard's face. He tells her not to believe everything she sees and just calm down. He reminds her that William is just a simple dog, useful but dangerous. A dog-like that can easily turn and bite the hand that feeds him. Sure, he might stay loyal for a bit, but Richard has no illusions. The cold leader is simply using him until they deal with Hayden. Once their quest is complete, things will change for the beast. When they get what they want, the dog will have to be put down. It is that simple. Caroline smiles, pleased with her leader's dark plan. She nods in full agreement, then turns around to head out. Left alone, Richard starts sizing up the rebels who dare defy him. First is the golden-armed blacksmith, a man with a heart of flint. Next is Bertram, the fearless powerhouse of their little community. He easily hoists a log, weighing over 100 kilograms, onto his shoulder. Finally, there is Adam, the quiet leader who plays by his own rules. He avoids open fights, but he never takes orders from anyone. Richard smirks, swearing to himself that he will crush them all soon. He will stand at the very top. Meanwhile, Jake is deep in training. He slowly draws back his bowstring, testing his newly unlocked skill. Crouched behind a thick tree, he locks his eyes onto a massive ostrich. That bird is exactly the food supply he needs right now. He refuses to rush, quietly biding his time for the perfect shot. His magical wristbands flare to life, crackling with intense, sparkling energy. Yet his hands remain completely steady. Just a few more seconds, he thinks. He is almost ready to release, but suddenly the ostrich snaps its head. Right on cue, a cheerful Cecil flies straight toward the focused young man. He loudly announces he found mushrooms, completely breaking Jake's stealth. The startled bird spots the glowing bow hidden behind the tree trunk. Sensing immediate danger, the terrified ostrich panics and bolts. Before Jake can even release the arrow, his target is running. Desperate not to lose his chance, he lets the string fly. The iron-tipped projectile tears through the air with terrifying speed. The massive bird barely evades the blazing shot as it passes. The flaming arrow splinters a tree trunk and singes the beast's feathers. Cecil gasps in utter shock, but Jake just smiles at the sheer destruction. That was a fully charged shot, he explains calmly. Cecil wonders why he did not use this power against William. It is incredibly strong, Jake admits, but there is a major catch. He has to stand perfectly still for several seconds to charge it up. Decent damage, but Jake complains that charging up that heavy strike for 12 seconds almost tore his arm off. Still, Seal thinks the results are actually pretty good for an opener. Jake agrees, realizing that if he manages to land an ambush, they have a shot at winning. Then, the system alerts the hero that he successfully hunted an ostrich, rewarding him with 4,000 points and 1 free point. Leveling up is definitely slowing down, probably because the other survivors cleaned out most of the local monsters while he was stuck inside that dungeon. Jake realizes he is basically dealing with leftover scraps here, meaning he needs a brand new strategy. Seal hesitantly chimes in, suggesting that if Jake wants to farm experience faster, their best bet is heading much deeper into the dangerous forest. This suggestion gets the young hunter thinking, and he admits his companion is absolutely right. He has actually been considering the exact same thing lately. But pushing deeper means risking a run-in with his old comrades, and looking back at their tense history, he has no idea what he would even say. To them, deep down, anxiety creeps in as Jake wonders how he would react. If he discovered his old friends were already dead, still, he decides they should scout the area while actively avoiding survivor camps and established groups, because if a conflict erupts, he wants zero part in it. Seal ponders this for a moment, and finally understands why the young man is avoiding civilization. Soon after, the beast watches a focused Jake taking dead aim at a wild boar. Right in front of him, later on, the young hunter scales a massive tree, spotting a bird's nest and snatching up every single egg, absolutely infuriating the mother. 2 hours later, the agile hunter is diving underwater, attempting to spear a fast-moving fish. Suddenly, a system alert announces the discovery of a special training dungeon with entry requirements that our hero has already managed to fulfill. A surprised Jake remarks that the place feels familiar, while Seal notes there are way fewer glowing mushrooms around this time. Jake recalls reading that players can enter and leave these zones freely, meaning it shouldn't be nearly as lethal as his last dungeon run. Jake asks Seal if he's ready to tag along, explaining that he really needs to grind levels, and this is the perfect shortcut. Accepting the prompt, the system welcomes him into the Badger's Lair dungeon, where the main objective is to put down the matriarch of the den. Jake confidently remarks that going in and clearing out the boss sounds simple enough, but Seal grumbles that they've basically been thrown into a pit to die. Right on cue, the duo stumbles upon a massive, red-eyed badger who looks incredibly aggressive, showing absolutely zero hospitality. Seeing the monster, Seal immediately panics, crying out that they have definitely found exactly what they were looking for. They are facing venomous badgers, and Jake immediately notices these are much larger than the woodland variety. Instead of backing down, Jake is eager for a fight, while a trembling Seal asks for permission to hide inside his safe soul necklace. The little beast tries to settle down in there, telling Jake to call him if he needs help or even just to chat. Reaching into his quiver, the young hunter confidently reassures his companion that he can easily handle 2 venomous badgers all on his own, with complete confidence. He declares that even if more of these wild beasts show up, they stand absolutely zero chance. Instantly, 2 sharp poison-tipped arrows fly straight toward their targets. A massive mistake. Danger. 2 sharp poison arrows flew straight toward the badgers, cutting through the air like lightning. A split. An instant later, the first swift arrow strikes home, hitting one of the badgers dead on. Bleeding out, sadly, the second arrow completely misses its target, landing right by the venomous creature's claw. Now, it is absolutely furious. The venomous beast lunges directly at Jake, who desperately tries to pull his arm back. Knowing there is zero time to dodge, the badger clamps down. It sinks its teeth into his wrist. Jake struggles to shake it off, urging himself to block the pain as the rabid monster keeps tearing deeper and deeper into his arm, feeding on his blood without a single shred of mercy. The agonizing venom burns, those razor-sharp teeth locked in tight. He cannot break free, but suddenly Jake smirks, muttering that the beast is finally trapped. The oblivious creature just keeps on draining his blood, thinking it won. Taking absolute advantage of its blind greed, Jake reaches way back into his quiver for his final arrow. This sharp, venomous point is about to end things. He drives the sharp tip directly into the ravenous monster's heart with absolute zero hesitation. Its eyes dim instantly. Right on cue, a system alert flashes before him, notifying him that he successfully defeated a level 35 poisonous badger, rewarding him with massive experience points. 4,000 experience points. He tosses the carcass aside, hitting level 20. But trust me, this dungeon is not going to let him slide that easily. Smiling confidently, Jake declares it is time to start farming ordinary badger mobs. Soon, level 21 is reached, and our hero realizes their main threat lies in the deadly venom coating their saliva. Suddenly, a whole pack of badgers lunges at him. Defending himself, he quickly reaches level 22. He realizes his alchemist skill, Malignant Viper, makes him highly resistant to their basic attacks. After clearing out an absolutely massive swarm of beasts, he collapses from sheer exhaustion. Still, he admits the training is going great, and he actually enjoys it. From inside his necklace, a cautious seal asks him if he can see it. Jake spots a glowing, magical treasure box containing an incredibly rare item sitting right in front of him. Resting nearby, he grins, declaring it is time to claim some fresh loot. Wasting no time, he cracks open the rare container, hoping for something powerful. Inside the rare chest rests the legendary sword of icy winds, made of pure frost steel. It instantly infuses every single attack with frost magic. Jake quickly realizes this weapon will slow down and freeze any targets he slashes. Suddenly, a new system notification pops up out of nowhere, revealing that a brand new skill is finally unlocked. To his surprise, he has unlocked the ancient double fang combat style. This legendary dual-wielding mastery grants a massive permanent boost to both his dexterity and strength. Since he has messed around with dual-wielding before, the game system finally recognizes his hidden potential, allowing him to use both weapons at the same time. An excited grin spreads across his face as he tells Seal this run was absolutely worth it, even without finding the main treasure. Suddenly, a deep and incredibly loud rumbling sound echoes from the absolute darkest depths of the cavern, drawing his attention, instantly on high alert. Jake mutters to himself that while he has not found the boss yet, it has clearly made its presence known. He quietly crouches behind a nearby rock to get a clear view of the massive mother badger's den, and he realizes it is time. There she was. Jake squinted through the shadows, confirming this beast was indeed the den mother. But her power level, completely hidden, that lack of information made him immediately on guard. Usually the system reveals everything, but here it was just blank. Wearing his signature necklace, Cecil suggested they finally turn around and escape this dungeon. Jake absolutely refused to back down. He remembered how his alien guide described these creatures. That strange extraterrestrial had specifically warned him about the legendary beast lords. Looking at her now, he felt certain this terrifying den mother was one of them. Cecil questioned his theory, but Jake pointed out a very simple fact of gaming. Any boss this ridiculously overpowered had to be a high-ranking beast lord. Secure on his high ledge, he knew he had the perfect vantage point. A single poison arrow combined with his charged shot could deal massive damage. Cecil sighed, utterly exhausted by the constant violence and wishing he was back in his cozy library. He seriously regretted leaving those peaceful books behind. Meanwhile, Jake was already moving. Without wasting a second, our hero drew back his bowstring, aiming for an instant kill. He locked his eyes onto the target, holding his breath as the skill began charging. Quietly, the massive badger mother began to sense a strange disturbance in the air. She grew tense and alert, though she did not descend into panic just yet. Blocking out all distractions, Jake slowly aligned his sights right on her head. He silently counted all the way to 12 before finally releasing the string. The fully charged arrow erupted from the bow, tearing through the air like lightning. It soared directly toward the nesting beast, while Jake watched with absolute focus. Suddenly, the monstrous badger whipped her head around, glaring directly at his position. She sensed the danger immediately. Talk about some absolutely terrifying reflexes. Could she really detect an attack from this far away? He wondered. Fortunately, the projectile had already reached her, slicing deep into her side. It was a direct hit. Now the poison would finally start doing its job. Jake let out a quick breath, glad to see his plan actually succeeding. The wounded beast shrieked in fury, dark blood dripping slowly from the fresh puncture. Jake immediately prepared his next shot, realizing these monsters were truly built different. He admitted aloud that a beast lord was definitely on a whole other level. Blinded by pure rage, the ferocious beast charged straight toward his hiding spot. Jake held his ground, letting loose another deadly projectile in a matter of seconds. The sharp tip cut the air, flying directly toward the oncoming beast lord. But the badger suddenly halted, opening her massive jaws to unleash a horrific wail. The sound waves vibrated violently through the cavern, intercepting his incoming attack. Under that intense sonic pressure, the flying arrow simply shattered into tiny splinters. Jake clutched his ringing ears in agony, realizing she possessed some sort of sonic boom. Exploiting his momentary weakness, she lunged forward, slashing her razor claws across his side. Deep gashes tore open, and warm blood immediately began soaking through his clothes. The devastating impact left him coughing up blood, though he forced himself to stay standing. He had assumed his poison immunity would protect him, but this toxin felt entirely different. The den mother's venom was vastly superior to anything he had faced before. Now the bloodthirsty beast was closing the distance again, eager to finish the job. Jake realized he couldn't survive another direct hit. He needed space and fast. Retreating was his only option if he wanted to live through this nightmare. Jake asks Cecil if there are any healing potions left, but the big guy is sweating bullets. He rummages through his pack only to find nothing but bottles of poison. Jake pauses, a wild idea hits him. That poison is his ticket out. It is the perfect weapon to take down the den mother. He turns back to her. Jake mocks the massive badger woman, calling her a rat-faced coward to her face. Standing his ground, our hero pulls out a vial of toxic necrotic poison. He yells out that round 2 is starting right now. His absolute confidence completely snaps her temper, and she charges straight at him. Jake does not hesitate for a second. He hurls the necrotic poison directly at her. He is betting everything on this working. If his calculations are correct, she will react. The den mother will instinctively protect herself from the incoming projectile. She will blast it with a sonic scream that will shatter the glass. And that is exactly what Jake wants. The shattered bottle means one thing. The furious boss is now wide open to the burning necrotic liquid inside. Jake smirks. She fell right into his trap. The splash is a direct hit. The plan worked beautifully as the dark acid drenches her entire face. The den mother screeches at the top of her lungs, absolutely consumed by agony. The caustic poison burns her flesh. Our tired hero watches her clutch her head. She covers her face, thrashing wildly. Jake wonders what she is planning next. Turns out her agonizing screams were actually a distress signal summoning her pack. Ferocious, bloodthirsty badgers begin creeping out of the darkness, surrounding him. They growl in unison, trying to break his mental focus with sheer terror. The rabid pack whips itself into a frenzy, ready to pounce any second. These beasts are nearly level 50, and Cecil asks if Jake sees the danger. Talk about an absolute nightmare. Our hero grits his teeth, feeling the pressure. He knows the boss just called in her entire personal army. Jake reaches for his ice sword. He wanted to test it later, but plans change. Instead, he whips out a wicked curved dagger from his belt. Instantly, his lethal double fang combat style activates with a flash. Jake charges forward, slicing and gutting every beast that dares leap at him. He does not give them a single opening. He keeps moving forward like a blender. He cuts a bloody path, harvesting lives left and right without mercy. His curved dagger drives straight through the heart of a dazed opponent. The beast dies before it even registers what happened, but the chaos is thick. A sneaky predator slips through his blind spot while he is busy fighting. Teeth sink deep into his leg, drawing fresh blood. Jake reacts instantly. He drives his dagger down, putting the beast out cold immediately. It collapses. Suddenly, another beast lunges and bites him right in the shoulder. Blood sprays again, but Jake is way too fast to let it slide. His blade buries itself in the beast's skull, draining its life instantly. The creature drops limp, but the relentless onslaught is far from over. Several more ravenous beasts leap at his exposed back. Jake hears them coming. He spins on his heel with absolute ice-cold focus. In just minutes, the entire pack is slaughtered. They lie in a heap. Jake stands tall and yells that it is finally over. The surprised mother of the den stands nearby, watching as the young man gets ready. To finally put an end to her too, he grips his twin blades tightly and screams at the top of his lungs that she is next, completely infuriating her. Losing her absolute mind in rage, the massive badger lunges straight at him once more. She is desperate to crush him right now, but things are about to shift dramatically. An enraged Jake delivers an incredibly powerful twin blade strike, slicing directly through the dungeon lord and cutting her in half. The level 68 beast is dead. This massive kill rewards our young hero with 94,000 bonus experience points. Cecil is completely speechless, unable to believe his young ally actually did it. Completely alone, exhausted, Jake just drops his blades. From his tired hands as he stands completely silent in the empty dungeon room, he closes. His tired eyes, the blood of those vicious beasts drying on his face. Suddenly, he clenches his fist tightly and lets out a deafening roar to claim his title as the new dungeon. Lord Cecil is totally shocked and complains about the mess, but the tired hero just mumbles that he seriously needs a nap. Clearing the dungeon brings some great rewards. He hits level 29, 6 free points are now his. Is pretty surprised to see he jumped up by 6 whole levels, while the long-eared beast calls it solid. Jake stretches his limbs and suggests they finally get out of this place before any new badgers decide to show up. But suddenly, a flashing new notification completely distracts him and pulls his attention. Right back, completely caught off guard, Jake looks over at the digital display in surprise, wondering if there might be another skill. The system awards him the rare Shadow Vault of Umbra, allowing the young archer to merge into solid walls for a brief moment. Jake ponders the name, trying to figure out why it sounds so incredibly familiar to him. He mentions that he remembers seeing this exact name in a book back in the library. Racking his brain to remember, he tells himself that if his memory is correct, Umbra is some kind of deity. Cecil nervously hopes the vicious viper goddess won't get angry over such potential blasphemy, but our hero assures him the viper isn't that petty. Then he considers it and adds that this skill is just too good to pass up anyway. An hour later, they are out of the dungeon where Jake is extremely eager to test out his brand new ability. The skill brings a massive smile to his face as he realizes how useful it will be in the heat of battle. It lets the young man teleport from place to place at blinding speeds to outmaneuver his foes. Standing high up on a rock, the boy yells down to Cecil to watch his jump, drawing the creatures full attention. Jake once again triggers his newfound power for a quick jump, but he misjudges his own crazy speed and loses control, completely slamming forehead first right into a massive wooden tree trunk. Cecil is pretty annoyed with Jake for treating such a dangerous skill so lightly. The boy instantly claps a hand to his head, groaning from the sudden painful impact. Though the damage is already done, Cecil strolls over to him and says, "It is actually quite comforting to know there is finally something he sucks at," and the young warrior just mutters that he needs a day or two, looking at his palms. Needing a day or two, the hero stared at his palms. The mysterious ability is wrapped in magic, but Jake explains the principle is quite simple. He compares the feeling to flooring a powerful motorcycle while remembering a really wonderful moment. It feels slightly jarring, but Jake is confident he will adjust to it soon. He feels a bit awkward, but he is sure he will adapt quickly. Seal listens to him closely, asking if he means this is basically just high-speed teleportation. But the hero quickly shakes his head, saying that is not quite right. The hero explains that it is hard to put into words, but he literally turns into a shadow. This dark shape then makes a lightning-fast dash in a straight line toward his target. Because the dash is insanely fast, it looks exactly like instant travel. However, Jake does not think he can phase through solid walls. Eeyore speaks up, asking if that means no massive bank robberies are in their future. The young man laughs, replying that the skill is still pretty basic. But once he fully levels up this broken skill, who knows what it can do. Meanwhile, far away inside the gloomy temple of the malignant viper, a lone girl sits on the cold floor, surrounded by a ring of glowing candles. She is deeply focused, meditating in absolute, heavy and peaceful silence. For generations, her devoted people have waited for this incredible moment to finally take place. Era after era passed, yet their burning hope never faded away. But now only a single sacred hall remains standing in this world. This is the sacred domain of the beautiful young mistress with her long emerald hair. Gazing at the giant viper mural, she eagerly awaits any divine sign. Many doubt his return, and honestly, can you blame them? Suddenly, the quiet meditation is broken as a guard in purple robes rushes in to speak. Annoyed, she demands to know exactly why he is disrupting her deep and sacred focus. She warns him of severe punishment if this is another petty dispute. The trembling servant bows low, saying the Lord Protector summoned her. She is ordered to report to his royal chambers without any delay. Shocked, she asks if something terrible has happened for such a summons. Sweating profusely, the guard trembles as he admits that he has absolutely no clue why. He explains that his only duty was to pass on this urgent command immediately. Mistress absorbs his words, nodding slowly as she processes the news. Without hesitation, she declares she will depart for the Lord Protector at once. Walking down the endless corridor, she realizes this is only the second time she has visited. Previously, he only appeared for a brief moment during her inauguration ceremony. The Lord Protector did not even attend the previous leader's funeral. This strange absence makes her deeply curious about what is happening now. Suddenly, her eyes widen as a thrilling realization strikes her mind. Could the grand event she has waited for her entire life finally be coming to pass? Forcing herself to stay calm, she steps through the glowing portal. Arriving before a massive stone gate, she respectfully announces her presence to the great leader. As she speaks, the heavy stone barrier slowly begins to rumble and slide completely open. From within, the ancient voice of the elder urges her to enter. Heart racing, she walks forward with trembling legs, completely oblivious to what lies directly ahead. Stepping inside, she spots a massive emerald statue standing near her master. She gasps in complete shock, wondering what this legendary artifact could be. The obelisk flares up, the hall mistress stares, completely dumbfounded. She notices the pulsing light. The Lord Protector looks over with extreme gravity. He reveals the shocking truth: the legendary malicious viper is finally returning. Knowing their savior is finally returning, the hall mistress can barely contain her excitement. Viper will lead their sacred order straight to glory, and her heart overflows with joy. All those years of faith were not in vain, bringing immense happiness to everyone here. But panic quickly sets in as she remembers the endless list of tasks still ahead. Time is running dangerously thin. She frantically starts ticking off everything they desperately need to prepare. They must make the hall spotless, notify the other High Lords, and mobilize all regional branches. She panics, clutching her head. The young mistress desperately prays for a few extra days. Her only hope is that the great malicious viper delays his arrival, if only briefly. And right on cue, the emerald obelisk starts glowing with a completely different, eerie light. Suddenly, a flash of light. Viper materializes right before the startled Lord Protector. He flashes a smug grin and greets the gray-bearded elder, teasingly calling him Baby Snappy. Viper asks if the old man missed him, while the startled girl quickly hides behind her leader. The stunned elder stares in absolute disbelief at his master's return, completely frozen in place. Recognizing how much the old man has struggled in his absence, Viper offers a soft apology. He pulls the elder into a warm hug, praising him for holding the order together all alone. Seeing the stern Lord Protector, openly weeping, leaves the young mistress completely speechless with shock. This emotional display is nothing like the grand, terrifying return she had spent years imagining. Spotting her, Viper curiously asks about her identity, breaking the heavy, emotional silence in the room. Lord Protector Snappy introduces her, explaining she is the newly appointed mistress of the hall. She is now the highest-ranking member here. Viper turns his gaze toward her with a gentle smile. He softly asks for her name, leaving the bewildered girl scrambling to find her voice. She stammers out her name, Vidya, before instantly dropping to her knees in pure panic. Desperate for approval, she vows to fix every single mistake made in his absence. Mildly amused, Viper tells Vidya to calm down, explaining he only wanted a simple introduction. There is absolutely no need to throw herself at his feet over a simple name exchange. He adds that if she expects a formal apology, she should forget it right now. He already apologized to Lord Protector Snappy, and he never, ever repeats himself. With a satisfied smirk, Viper gently pats Vidya on her head as a quiet reward. To him, simply keeping the order alive this whole time is impressive enough. Vidya's cheeks flush bright red with sudden shyness, deeply thrilled by this unexpected, gentle gesture. Lord Protector Snappy respectfully asks if he might know why the master returned at this moment. It is a miracle, but he wonders if his return relates to the cosmic integration. Viper chuckles softly, asking the old man if his sudden arrival truly caused such a panic. He casually suggests they could use a drink. Vidya instantly moves to help. Hearing this, Vidya instantly bolts out of the room to fetch the finest wine. Amused by her speed, he notes the new mistress is full of raw energy. Placing a hand on the elder's shoulder, Viper confirms his return involves the new universe. He asks the loyal old man if he still remembers his ultimate creation from long ago. The one designed specifically in preparation for this upcoming, chaotic new age. Our Lord Protector wonders if he means the spikes, and Viper nods in confirmation. The startled elder asks if the grand creation has finally found its worthy successor. But Viper simply shakes his head, revealing that there is actually no successor yet. He could barely believe his own luck. He might have actually made a brand new friend. Meanwhile, Jake sat by the crackling fire, staring at a mushroom, wondering which option was actually worse. Was it the fact that he had eaten nothing but mushrooms for a whole week? Or the terrifying realization that he was actually starting to enjoy the taste? Seal thought about it, pointing out it was way better than eating dirt and moss. Jake sighed, fondly remembering his home planet, where they had actual juicy steaks. He would absolutely kill for one right now. Jake then asked the demon, Why he always seemed so bored of his own world, but he got no answer. Seal stayed silent. Jake looked at him, noting how secretive the demon always was. He never did explain how he ended up trapped inside that magic necklace. Seal smirked, calling it a long story that would cost Jake a few drinks first. But in an instant, Jake froze, his face tightening with sudden, intense caution. Danger was extremely close. He urged Seal to hide immediately, ordering him to get back into the safe space of the necklace immediately when the demon hesitated. Seal was terrified, his long ears twitching wildly. He did not understand the situation, but he quickly obeyed. Jake crept quietly toward a nearby giant boulder, knowing exactly where the ambush was waiting. Calling out, he asked the hidden group if they really thought they could hide. A group stepped out, and their swordsman demanded to know who he was. Jake slowly raised his hands to show he was unarmed, claiming he was just a simple hunter. He told them he had no bad intentions and meant no harm. But their angry mage stepped forward, demanding to know if he was Jake. Our hero locked eyes with her, calmly confirming his identity with a nod. How did she know? The girl gritted her teeth, raising her staff. She screamed that he was a psycho, swearing revenge for Mickey right now. Jake leaped back, dodging a sudden magic blast while wondering who Mickey even was. He shouted that this was a complete misunderstanding, with no reason to fight. But the swordsman urged the girl to ignore him, warning her of his tricks. He reminded her that Richard had warned them about his deceptive nature. Everything clicked. These guys were allies of William and his crew. Richard must have put a bounty on him after the clash with the metal mage. Looking at their furious, bloodthirsty faces, Jake knew talking was completely useless. They wanted blood. Nothing he said was going to change their minds. Quietly reaching back into his leather quiver, he drew a sharp, deadly arrow out from his packed gear. He murmured that he had hoped to settle this peacefully, but they refused. He slowly drew back his bowstring, his voice turning cold and threatening. He warned them that now, none of the five would leave here alive. The swordsman lunged forward, shouting that they would see who dies first. His heavy companion charged right behind him, brandishing a massive warhammer. Weapons slammed into the dirt as Jake swiftly rolled away to dodge. Instantly, another attacker lunged with a sharp, wooden spear to finish him. The group leader swung his blade, shouting for his team to flank. He ordered his men to lock him down, but Jake kept dodging effortlessly. Pure shock, the leader realized the kid had completely vanished. He was nowhere to be seen until Jake suddenly appeared right behind them. Someone hides behind a tree trunk, pulling back a lethal arrow and yelling that he's here. At that exact second, a blazing fire arrow capable of ending Jake's life right then and there comes. Screaming right toward him, catching him off guard, Jake quickly snaps his attention. To the side, wondering if the enemy squad brought along a sniper. Just in time, he evades the deadly shot as the fiery arrow obliterates a nearby tree. Jake stares at the enemy archer preparing another shot, recognizing the signature build of a power shot. Ability, a high-stakes archer's duel begins, and Jake realizes he has a clear way to shut things down by interrupting the shooter's reload, but then a twist. His plans are shattered when a mage conjures a massive wall of ice to protect the sniper, easily deflecting the incoming arrow. Jake realizes right away that this is a highly coordinated team cover, seamlessly watching each other's blind spots. Suddenly, another arrow whizzes straight for his throat. Fortunately, he taps into his fresh mobility skill and flashes to the side at absolute breakneck speed. Our main character remains perfectly calm. Still, he knows this skirmish is about to get incredibly tough. Right on cue, a swordsman charges ahead alongside a massive frontliner. Wielding a giant warhammer, Jake knows his trusty bow won't help him here, and instantly switches to his lethal double fang skill, getting ready to counter. They charge in cold, ruthless, but our hero quickly parries their relentless strikes with a conjured ice sword. Meanwhile, a dual-wielding assassin lurks close by, waiting for the perfect split second of distraction to strike him down. Jake senses he's caught in a dangerous corner, completely surrounded by his opponents. They definitely have the tactical high ground here. Right then, he also notices the sneaky assassin creeping up from behind, forcing him to stay hyper-alert. The swordsman lunges, guessing Jake will have to teleport to escape this fatal blow. Landing spot, he can end him. Talk about a crazy move, the swordsman freezes in shock as Jake willingly takes the stab of a dagger straight to his body. It's a crazy move nobody saw coming. Jake locks eyes with him, a cold and bloodshot glare. Wondering if this sheer insanity finally caught them off guard, Just then, the giant hammer wielder swings down with full force, roaring out that he finally caught the kid. No hesitation, Jake drives his sharp ice sword straight into the man's gut. Coldly whispering that he is simply too slow, the hulking fighter doesn't even have a moment to process what happened. Suddenly, the enemy leader's face is splattered with his allies' fresh blood. He stares at the scene in absolute disbelief. Completely frozen, the mage stands paralyzed with pure horror, unable to comprehend that Jake just ruthlessly slaughtered her comrade right in front of her. Covered in blood, Jake glares at the survivors and asks who wants to go next. Now let's jump back a few weeks. Jake sat on a cliffside with Viper asking how one gets used to this lifestyle, and the god asked him what he meant. Jake replies that he is talking about taking lives, urging him not to misunderstand. He has no intention of harming innocent souls, but the transition is brutal. Jake explains that in just a few short weeks, he went from a simple office desk worker to a hardened warrior. Scratching the back of his head, he admits that he would be flat out lying if he claimed this brutal new life wasn't weighing heavily on him. Viper listens closely to the young warrior and decides to share an ancient story. He begins explaining that back in the day, before he ascended to godhood and had right after taking his human form, a strange thought came to him. Back then, the Viper actually believed it was a good idea to try and blend into the civilized world. He explained that he was mostly used to dealing with wild beasts. Because a wild beast would just attack and kill directly, it was simple, but the civilized races, as he called them, had a truly repulsive trait. They were the real monsters, completely ruthless when it came to hurting others. Within a single year, he was betrayed by a man he called a friend. He trusted those people, but they only wanted to steal everything from him. The moment the god let his guard down, they stabbed him in the back. The rage that followed triggered an epic, brutal war that ended up destroying as many as 9 whole planets. Viper casually admitted that maybe some found that a bit extreme, but nobody dared cross him after that. Jake, highly intrigued, asked if he really blew up 9 worlds, and the god smiled, saying that was a story for another day. He only added that man must act without any regret and absolutely never show mercy. Jake was left completely stunned by this cold advice, but Viper insisted it was the only way, since people never return kindness anyway. Back in the present, the surviving teammates were terrified because Jake had just slain their ally without a second thought. The female mage urged the others not to let this monster scare them, or they would lose all will to fight. She raised her staff, preparing to unleash a massive spell, and yelled at the rest to buy her time so she could blow Jake to pieces. The swordsman realized she was charging her ultimate attack, which meant he had to keep the enemy busy. Gripping his hilt tightly, he charged forward. He lunged right at the hero, but Jake did not hesitate for a second. He intercepted the strike with dual blades, his sheer intensity catching the warrior off guard. The swordsman quickly pulled his weapon back to keep Jake from immediately counterattacking. Right then, he noticed the young man's knuckles turning white. A deadly strike was coming his way. The entire battlefield became a chaotic blur of steel as neither side backed down. The leader of the enemy squad grit his teeth in frustration, seeing that the hero's attacks were becoming insanely sharp and fast. Jake was actually feeling a little tense himself, struggling to find a clean opening in their solid defense, but suddenly, a flaming arrow came screaming through the air, forcing him to adapt. Just a split second before the massive blast could take his life, Jake activated his teleportation skill to vanish entirely. The shocked swordsman screamed that he had escaped, ordering everyone to locate him instantly. The assassin tried to focus, putting his sharp senses on maximum alert. Yet even with his heightened instincts, there was no sign of Jake. Then in a horrific flash, a blade tore straight through his back. Jake coldly ripped the bloodied steel out, letting the lifeless body fall. "That is one down," he muttered, his eyes filled with absolute resolve. Meanwhile, the mage was still channeling her destructive magic, but the long casting time was ending, but the enemy archer still stood ready. He remained completely calm, asking his team if they heard those strange noises. Then, danger, he realized it was closing in and yelled at them to run. But their leader stood frozen, looking completely clueless. That split-second hesitation cost him everything as a flaming arrow pierced him. Watching him fall, the archer locked up in absolute horror. Shaking violently, he realized he was next. Yet fear quickly turned into pure rage. Some pathetic brat had just killed more than one of his comrades. He drew his bow, screaming for Jake to face him, but Jake instantly appeared behind him, claiming his head in one swift motion. It happened so fast the team mage could not even react. Her face was sprayed with blood, panic set in. She was completely alone now, watching her ally's head snap to the side. Jake did not blink, ice cold. The mage tried to cast a spell, hoping to blast him, but our lethal hero was already steps ahead. He ran her through, leaving her zero hope. Jake whispered, "Close." He told her in a low, terrifying voice she had 1 minute left. Answer his questions, and he would hand over a healing potion. Keeping his sword embedded, he asked why Richard and William targeted him. Gasping for breath, she muttered that it was all just business. Jake frowned. Why target him when he only acted in self-defense? The bloody girl spat that he started this war by killing everyone. She spat that he deserved to die. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind. He remembered William mentioning that Richard was feuding with someone. The puzzle pieces fit, while the dying girl was fading fast. She desperately needed the medicine. Jake kept his word and offered it. He handed her the healing potion, but then, talk about a brutal choice, she slapped it away, glaring with absolute hatred. The glass shattered. She croaked that she would rather die. She refused his pity. Jake watched her, feeling incredibly agitated and stunned. He demanded to know why she did that, but her breath simply stopped. She slumped onto the cold ground with no signs of life. Jake stared, utterly lost. Sweat dripped down his face, completely unsure of how to react. He summoned Seal. Using his necklace, he released the beast, who looked around anxiously. Jake admitted he had no clue, but he definitely did not start this. Seal asked if this was all just a massive misunderstanding. Jake shook his head. They were not confused, they were manipulated. Someone was actively setting him up to take the fall. That scheming snake, William, immediately popped right into his mind. Jake slung his bow, determined not to let this slide. He refused to just stand by. Later, he gathered the lifeless bodies together. He piled them up and set them ablaze to erase the evidence. Bright flames consumed the corpses as the pair watched in silence. Seal looked up, asking if he wanted to say a final parting word. But Jake just stared at the fire, his expression completely blank. Silence. Jake felt completely lousy at that moment, staying quiet because he knew the truth. These people were just helpless, easily manipulated puppets. Jake apologized for the tragedy, saying that if things had been up to him, no one would have died. He had no idea how Richard or William had fooled the entire crew into believing he was the monster who started this war. Clenching his fist, Jake swore that the innocents who died would be avenged, promising to end this madness. Seal softly asked them to sleep in peace, calling them poor children who died for someone else's sins. Suddenly, the system chimed. Jake had officially reached level 31, earning a massive stat boost alongside 2 free points. Looking at those notifications made him feel absolutely sick. Honestly, can you blame him? Reaching this level came at a terrible price. The interface showed he had gained almost 600,000 points right there. But he felt like a thief stealing from the dead. Seal insisted he earned those points fairly, but Jake argued that a real reward is earned. In combat not like this, he remembered his furious screams. After conquering the boss, that was a challenge he accepted and conquered. Jake turned his exhausted eyes toward the charred skeleton nearby. Muttering that this was nothing but senseless slaughter, Seal gently reminded him that the system rewards points regardless of his feelings, and now it only matters what he chooses to do next. The cold truth did not make Jake feel any better. Staring down at his bloodstained hand, he wondered about his next move. He could not just march into Richard's camp demanding justice. Even with his growing power, he was not ready to take on an entire army. Beast noted that while this is a war, it might only involve a couple dozen fighters on each side. Jake agreed, but warned that hundreds of innocent lives could easily get dragged in, meaning they must prepare. Sighing heavily, the young man looked to the heavens. Needing a clear head, he wondered what Adam would do in this position. While he is planning his next move, things are getting extremely tense elsewhere. Adam was deep in the woods with Richard, awaiting a meeting with Hayden. He was incredibly nervous, silently praying his friend Jake had not gone too far. Hayden broke the silence, asking if they seriously expected him to believe. The lone archer was wiping out entire squads without anyone noticing. Richard countered that this was no ordinary archer. His name is Thain, indeed. A man obsessed with winning the training, he explained that the system promises a massive reward to whoever kills the target, and Jake wants that prize. Hayden coldly stared into Richard's eyes, demanding to know if he truly believed Jake Thain had murdered his son. The massive, red-haired warrior replied with total seriousness that his own faction had never crossed paths with Hayden's men. Richard noted they only found the mangled bodies, claiming none of his crew could inflict such damage. Hayden grew thoughtful, highly suspicious of how Richard even discovered this mysterious archer. Feeling like the pieces of this puzzle were not quite lining up, Adam spoke up, revealing that the archer was one of his former coworkers. Though he highly doubted Jake was responsible, he insisted that Jake was a decent guy, a bit of a loner, but definitely not some bloodthirsty murderer. During their training, the main character proved he was actually a highly capable fighter, a dangerous opponent. But Adam argues they have already seen plenty of skilled warriors, like William. He fully agrees with Richard that someone else is behind this mess. The boss stays dead silent, keeping his cool during this explanation. A flustered Adam claims there is no proof pointing to Jake. But Richard cuts him off, asking Hayden to forgive the boy's outburst. He claims that old attachments are clearly clouding his judgment. As Adam struggles, the boss declares Jake is their prime suspect. They could sit here debating all night, but reality demands action. The leader looks sternly at Adam, telling him to face the truth. A thoughtful Hayden turns to Richard and asks for his suggestions. He wants to know what steps they should take. Richard insists they must combine forces to hunt down the target. They need to comb the woods, find Jake Thain, and end him. The gray-haired leader hesitates, as this is no ordinary offer to accept. He shakes Richard's hand, agreeing to a temporary alliance until Jake is dead. Adam panics. His hopes for peaceful talks have just been completely crushed. Instead, they target an innocent man. The real villain goes free. The bloodthirsty William is out there, and now it is too late. Little do they know, the monster is currently deep inside the forest, farming points. He ruthlessly slaughters undead velociraptors to boost his combat ranking. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the sly villain smiles in self-satisfaction. He figures their little meeting must be wrapping up exactly as planned. Within a week, that annoying archer will finally meet a brutal end. His ultimate demise is fast approaching now. The system awards him 48,000 points for killing the raptors. He also achieves level 43 as a specialized metal class fighter. Suddenly, a brand new skill option flashes across his digital screen. He has unlocked the legendary Spear of Theros. He activates it. Instantly, his power shifts to a new level. Right then, an aggressive velociraptor stalks out from the dark bushes. He smiles. This is the perfect test for his skill. It is an ideal opportunity to try out his brand new combat power. The vicious beast growls and lunges, but his quick reflexes are ready. Dropping into a solid fighting stance, he prepares to unleash the ultimate strike. He takes dead aim to wipe out the approaching threat. With a powerful throw, he hurls the spear straight at the dinosaur. The strike is absolute perfection, piercing right through the beast's throat. The creature falls. It dies before even registering the blow. William smiles at the devastating results, knowing his hunts will go faster. He confidently recalls his past defeat, admitting Jake got the better of him. That was then. Now he is far more powerful. There is absolutely no way the hero can survive against this next strike. Only dry bones remain of the slain beast. William carefully picks it up, taking it with him. The young man is overflowing with complete confidence, telling himself that he will be the undisputed winner of this training. Meanwhile, Vidya sits in her great hall, wondering how on earth that vicious viper could have found a mortal friend. It is completely unheard of for an ancient, primordial creature to befriend a simple human, especially someone who has not even been fully trained yet. The mistress of the hall is supposed to hold supreme authority over the mortal realm, and now this newcomer is threatening her rank. A subordinate suddenly enters the hall, asking the mistress if she had summoned him. Vidya tells him she has a highly demanding day ahead of her, so she needs him to retrieve something, prompting the servant to ask what she wants. The hostess demands a vast collection of ancient records, and the confused servant asks which specific documents she needs. She replies in an incredibly sharp tone. She wants every single piece of information on a man named Jake Thain, ordering the servant to dig up everything immediately. She plans to pay this mysterious man a visit very soon. Meanwhile, Jake is wandering deep into the dark forest, searching for Adam and Caroline. While hoping someone answers his calls, the flustered hero shouts into the dark to see if anyone is out there, but only silence answers. Suddenly, he hears a faint rustling in the nearby bushes, instantly putting him on alert. Ready to fight, Jake demands that whoever is hiding show themselves right now. To his absolute shock, get ready for this, a heavily wounded figure crawls out of the grass. It is a bloody Casper, who never expected to find Jake out here. The exhausted boy collapses to his knees, whispering in a shaky, broken voice that he cannot go any further. A panicked Jake rushes over to grab his shoulder, demanding to know who did this. Casper gasps that William and Richard ambush their entire camp. Terrified by the memory, Casper grabs Jake by his shirt, crying out in sheer terror that absolutely everyone has been killed. His eyes are wide with the absolute horror of the slaughter. In a trembling voice, he warns that the entire camp was brutally slaughtered. Casper breaks down in tears, his voice dripping with agonizing pain as he asks the hero why he decided to abandon them and leave them behind. Jake is completely stunned, his mind scrambling for any kind of answer. Before he can speak, Casper demands to know why he simply let them all die, but suddenly Jake snaps awake in a cold sweat next to his campfire. He slowly catches his breath, realizing that the horrific scene was just a dream. None of it actually happened. Sitting beside him, Seal quietly looks over and asks if the nightmare was truly that awful. Jake mutters that those wild mushrooms must be messing with his brain. He wipes the cold sweat away, noting that his visions are getting more terrifying every single night. The imp explains that dreams are just the brain trying to process and solve heavy problems. Or maybe it just needs to release all that pent-up stress. But Jake knows the spirit just likes to hear himself talk, asking what nightmares he is fleeing since he is also wide awake. Seal sighs, explaining that while trapped inside that necklace, all he did was sleep, living out his worst nightmare. Jake wolfs down his sausage and decides it is finally time to ask. He wants to know why a demon is trapped inside the necklace. Jake suggests sharing his own nightmares with Eeyore, if the demon then explains his own imprisonment. A grumpy Cecil agrees to the deal and shakes on it. Now ready to listen, Cecil watches as the young man looks up at the starry sky. Jake speaks in a quiet voice, explaining that his nightmares are about his former coworkers. Back then, Jake entered a training program alongside people he barely knew and a few friends. At his previous desk job, he was nothing more than an awkward, low-level administrator. He was a total nobody who could not talk to save his life. But the moment they stepped into the great forest, he felt a strange sense of hope. He thought they were safe, but time would prove him terribly wrong. You see, his old coworkers only wanted to survive, while Jake actually wanted to live. They violently disagreed, tearing their fragile group completely apart. After multiple massive fights, Jake eventually walked away to focus on his own path. He left them behind, right in the hands of the killers who later hunted him. Now those brutal memories haunt his sleep, showing his former colleagues being slaughtered. In every dream, different faces speak to him, but the message never changes. The voices of those tortured souls always ask him the same thing. They ask why he abandoned them and blame him for their deaths, and Jake fears they are right. If he had stayed to protect them, they would likely still be breathing today. Hearing this, Cecil sadly droops his ears, admitting he never expected such a tragic tale. Jake lets out a heavy sigh and tells the demon it is finally his turn. Cecil mutters that he really wishes his past was some grand, legendary saga instead. But truth be told, his actual history is far from a heroic adventure. Long ago, he was just a pathetic, low-ranking member of the Viper cult. He was the laughingstock of the group, constantly mocked even by the newest recruits. Only one specific group of demons treated him with any kind of decency. That small kindness brought him comfort, and Cecil truly believed they were his friends. He eagerly helped them test new spells, but looking back, the truth is much darker. Cecil was never a friend to them, he was just their helpless guinea pig. One day, his so-called friends asked him to try on a special necklace. Being completely naive and trusting, the poor beast agreed without a second thought. That decision cost him everything, as he was instantly dragged into another world. Suddenly, Cecil found himself trapped in a cold, empty dimension. Though completely isolated, he could still look out and see the real world. Right away, he noticed the panicked, worried faces of his companions outside. They seemed desperate to pull him back, scrambling to break the spell. But all their frantic efforts failed, and then the unthinkable happened. Demons casually tossed the necklace to the ground and walked away without looking back. Thick layers of dust slowly began to cover the discarded jewelry over the years. Cecil remained trapped inside, forced to watch the passage of lonely time. Occasionally, cult members would walk past, briefly wondering where he had gone. They would just laugh, assuming the pathetic weakling had died a miserable death. With absolutely no one searching for him, Cecil slowly abandoned all hope of escape. Staring into the campfire, he quietly tells Jake that those friends completely abandoned him. Leaving him sealed inside the necklace, Jake looks at the small beast and speaks up. He notes his companions abandoned him just like he walked away from his own people. Seal sighs. The little imp was never bitter. Mistakes happen at the worst times. Everyone slips up. One truth still deeply bothers the small demon. His companions never even thought about coming back for him, even if they feared the worst. They simply chose to forget. To them, the little imp was just a discarded memory. Seal tells Jake that this is the main difference in their current situations. Jake asks what if they are dead and how he can ever escape the guilt. What if they were already killed? Seal tries to soothe his panic. He tells Jake to face that bridge when they cross it, but they need him now. Guilt washes over Jake as he thinks back to his final words to them. He had told them he needed to focus on his own solo training targets. He placed his hands on Casper and Adam's shoulders, offering a hard truth. Their odds of surviving the tutorial were way higher if they joined Richard's faction. Back then, Jake told them not to worry and gave a firm promise. He swore he would find them later, but now that old guilt eats him alive. It haunts him every single second, a constant, sharp pain in his chest. He abandoned them, the only people he actually cared about in this world. With a grim expression, Jake stands up and admits Seal is completely right. The little demon watches quietly as the young hunter finally stops running. Too long, Jake admits he has been avoiding these heavy problems. Clenching his fists, he gathers his resolve and makes a final decision. Tomorrow he will track down Adam and face his past. Dawn breaks and Jake heads out into the woods with Seal flying alongside him. The annoyed imp asks where they are even going after walking for hours. So far, they have only run into a couple of low-level, bloodthirsty wolves. One wolf actually tried to bite Seal, but ended up terrified and whimpering. Jake laughs, pointing out that the health potion he gave Seal makes him untouchable. The beast cannot hurt him, but the little demon is still pretty annoyed. Seal complains about his emotional trauma. Jake just chuckles at him. Calling the imp a total crybaby, Jake admits he has no map to Richard's camp. However, if they just follow the winding river, they are bound to find it. A river means people, like local fishermen operating near the banks. They might spot people washing clothes nearby, a clear sign of a settlement. Where there is fresh water, a larger camp is never too far away. You might even see children running down to the water for a quick drink. Seal notes that Jake is finally starting to sound like a real, experienced hunter. Jake replies that a month of brutal training forces you to learn survival skills. The demon seems pleased, but then drops a pretty serious question. He asks if Jake has figured out what to say to his old friends. Jake grows quiet before suggesting they should inspect the camp from afar first. He wants to assess their situation before making any sudden moves. Remember, Casper was already getting pretty good with traps before they split up. If Casper kept leveling, the surrounding woods could be a total minefield. His old friend has had plenty of time to sharpen those deadly tracking skills. If that was true, Jake risked a lot. He was walking straight into a minefield. Seal spoke up. It sounded like the young man was just distracting himself. He needed to focus on the upcoming fight. They were heading to his friends. Jake thought of his past. Some of those people actually were his friends. But some wanted him dead. He remembered a warm, brotherly hug from Adam. His mind flashed to Richard and William. They were deeply conniving and dangerous. Jake knew his first mission. He had to deal with this war. Adam had to learn he was framed. If lucky, the others would listen. Seal listened carefully to his intentions and wondered what the backup was. What would happen if luck ran out? Jake had a cold response. If that happened, there would be far more deadly traps he would need to avoid. Seal kept following. He suggested they just hope for the best right now. They tried to ignore the danger. Suddenly, Jake stopped, his face tense. He sensed something wrong again. The anxious little demon immediately questioned him. Jake cut him off instantly. He urged the beast to remain quiet. Jake pointed his finger straight ahead and asked Seal if he saw it. The little companion strained his eyes, trying to figure out the issue. Between the thick trees, an almost invisible veil shimmered right before them. They had never encountered this. Seal gasped, wondering if it was water. Jake shook his head. It was actually some kind of powerful magic. They moved closer. Jake noted that the view warped as they approached. His reflection was totally distorted. It was definitely a magical barrier. This realization filled the anxious, long-eared demon with a deep sense of dread. They could not cross it. Seal guessed it was keeping something locked inside. Honestly, just imagining what was locked up in there is enough to give anyone chills. Jake bit his lip. He did not know what this was, but wanted to find out. He tried to reach through, but Seal stopped him immediately. Seal slapped him. He told Jake to relax and keep his head cool. If they entered, they might never find a way back out again. Jake would lose his chance to save his friends. He sighed deeply. The little beast on his shoulder was absolutely right. He knew it. He had to let this go. There were more important things first. He would find his friends first, then return to handle the barrier. Seal agreed. He could not wait to see what was hidden inside. And get this, hiding right behind that wall was an eerie, wolf-like beast. Soon Jake arrived near Richard's camp. He stopped to take a closer look. Seal was completely amazed by how incredibly sharp Jake's vision was. The little demon only saw blurry spots, but Jake calmly told him not to worry. He was not missing much anyway. From afar, only a few silhouettes were visible. A couple of men were doing morning routines. Nothing was interesting about it. Jake noticed sturdy wooden houses. They looked remarkably solid and safe. Clearly, the inhabitants lived in total security. There was also a blacksmith. A burly blacksmith was working hard, shaping red-hot metal with heavy strikes. Over at a wooden table in the courtyard, Jake spotted 3 girls. They were happily knitting and smiling. What he saw next completely shocked him. One of the girls looked familiar, prompting Cecil to ask what was wrong. He instantly realized Jean was sitting at the table, realizing his old allies had done the impossible. Who had somehow managed to heal her leg. Imp asked if she was really one of his former comrades, and a pleased Jake replied that she indeed was. He then explained how he was right there when Jean was first ambushed. During training, prompting him to rush to her rescue, although he ran. Even though he ran to help immediately, he still could not save the poor girl before she was brutally wounded. It looked like Caroline had finally found a miraculous way to cure Jean after all, which made Cecil happy just to see him smile. Jake admitted it was great to see familiar faces, and seeing her alive made him hope others were too. Alive, maybe others were too. He looked toward the largest house. He stared toward the main camp, reminding himself that his ultimate goal right now was to track down Adam. Inside that very house, Adam woke up early, yawning tiredly as he got out of bed. Smiling, he looked at the sweetly sleeping Caroline and decided. He wanted to let her sleep, letting her quietly rest up and fully regain her exhausted strength. The training panel, realizing there were only 25 days left until which meant they had only 25 days before finally returning to their normal, peaceful everyday lives. The young man then began to stretch, reminding himself that he had a hunt starting in a few hours, but first he had to visit the blacksmith. Stepping outside, Adam realized he had slept much longer than planned. Seeing everyone already busy, he hoped the day would pass. He hoped his day would pass without trouble, but he was instantly forced on high alert. He heard a strange, sharp sound nearby and quickly shifted his gaze. Spotting an arrow flying toward him at incredible speed, he froze. It thudded down inches from his leg, leaving him highly wary and wondering what was going on. What on earth was going on? A small scroll caught his eye, tied to the shaft, and he immediately reached out to grab it. Unrolling the parchment, he stared in complete disbelief, and honestly, you would be absolutely stunned too. He simply could not believe who this letter was actually written by. The short message was indeed written by Jake, who was simply proposing they meet up somewhere. Meanwhile, the cunning William racked up 54,000 points in extra experience by slaying a level 46 bat, a swarm of venomous bats tried to swarm him, driven by their desperate, bloodthirsty hunger, while the exhausted young warrior stood firm. On the other hand, grabbed another 51,000 points for slaying yet another high-level flying beast. He continued to mercilessly pulverize them, racking up massive points. In the process, William deftly impaled the flying pests with his new spear, leaving those hungry predators with absolutely zero chance of survival in this brutal cave. strike him from behind, but the deadly sneak attack failed miserably and didn't even come close. Within seconds, the frozen bat was tossed aside, stripped of its life. Exhausted, William realized he had just spent the entire morning testing his new skills and hunting dangerous beasts, which was starting to feel incredibly boring. Still, he closed his tired eyes and smiled, knowing this was true life. After a while, the self-satisfied young man returned to their camp, telling himself that he had never felt so absolutely powerful and unstoppable as he did now. He used to wash off the blood after a hunt, but now he didn't care. As for Richard, he found it completely pointless. The bloodthirsty rookies smirked, wondering what was wrong with him, looking quite intimidating to everyone standing nearby. No one was falling for his naive act anymore, yet there was absolutely nothing they could do. Satisfied with himself, William punched the air, muttering that everything changed the moment he got power. Wandering through the camp, the young man wondered where everyone had gone, since there was usually a crowd out at this hour. He quickly noticed a large crowd gathered right outside one of the cabins, which felt incredibly strange. A suspicious William realized something major was going down inside Caroline's cabin, but he reminded himself he didn't have to fake his concern anymore. If anything exciting happened, Richard would fill him in later. Meanwhile, the camp leader gathered with the others inside the hut, demanding to know what was going on. A furious Bertram slammed a sharp arrow straight into the table, shouting that someone had ambushed Adam this morning, but a nervous Adam clarified it wasn't an attack, but rather a direct message from Jake, who wanted to meet. Richard quickly grabbed the arrow to find Jake's hidden message. He read the written note and pointed out that Jake was never one to say much, sensing that the guy was setting a trap. Adam argued that if Jake wanted him dead, he would have easily put an arrow through his throat. Instead, this could be peace talks, which of course absolutely sets Richard off. He viewed Jake as a mere obstacle that had to be eliminated immediately. Adam suggested that someone might have tipped Jake off about their alliance with Hayden. If Jake felt hunted, wanting to talk made perfect sense. But Richard snapped back that they actually were hunting him, urging them to consider that the kid was trying to strike first. A frustrated Jean muttered that all this bloodshed was breaking her heart, yet Jake initiated this war and they were simply defending themselves. She admitted she barely knew him, but never believed he was truly evil, especially since he rescued her on that very first night. Caroline stared at the grieving Jean, questioning if Jake truly intended to save her during those awful events. Hiller chimed in, suggesting Jake was merely chasing a cheap thrill and used Jean to get it. Richard quickly grew bored and demanded everyone clear the room, since this endless debate was utterly pointless. He remarked that Jean and Bertram were great, but knew they would never reach a consensus with so many loud voices in the room. The camp leader declared in a heavy tone that he wanted to discuss this grave matter strictly with Adam and Caroline. Bertram shot a glance at Adam, who agreed it was the right call, telling everyone not to worry, promising to update them. Soon after, within seconds, the heavy door slammed shut and Richard sneered. They were finally alone at last. The real talk begins as the stressed leader warns that Jake might have been a friend, but they cannot risk their only heavy hitter, a confidant. Adam firmly and resolutely announced that he would meet him solo to avoid putting anyone else in harm's way. Standing close, Caroline placed a hand on her lover's shoulder, warning him he wasn't going anywhere alone. Adam insisted it was the safest choice, but she sharply retorted that either he stayed behind, either they went together or not at all. Richard stared at them. He wondered if they were genuinely trying to talk him into a death trap. Aggressive and completely furious, he jabbed a finger right at the guy, calling him a leader. He was supposed to be a role model, not a killer. Richard demanded to know how Adam planned to stop a rogue warrior capable of wiping out their entire team. The excited kid argued that they could set up a meeting very close to camp. If anything went wrong, they would just bolt. Richard asked why he was being so stubborn. He was risking his life for some mere coworker, but Adam quickly fired back. He argued that the boss simply did not understand Jake the way he did. He had faithfully followed every single order for a month, asking only for trust now. Things were about to get ugly. Richard grabbed his shirt, snarling in his face. He accused Adam of defending Jake from day one, who knew he wasn't the enemy. Caroline stepped in quickly to defuse the fight. She desperately ordered them to calm down immediately before things exploded. She pleaded with Adam, asking him to let her talk to Jean and Bertram. She begged him to step back. He realized he had zero leverage right now. So he just stared silently at the floor, his face dark with frustration. Finally giving up, he headed for the exit, telling her she could do whatever. As he stepped outside, Bertram immediately ran up to ask how it went. Adam snapped that it was a total disaster, but he honestly did not care anymore. He was meeting Jake regardless. His associate placed a hand on his shoulder. He admitted he agreed with the boss. Walking into those woods was crazy. Adam looked completely stunned, asking if his friend honestly believed Jake would ever hurt them. After so many years of friendship, it seemed completely impossible. Bertram countered that they had not seen Jake's true power on that first night. Since that fateful night, the rogue warrior had brutally killed nearly a dozen of Richard's men. Adam asked if he trusted him. Bertram answered that he always did. He then insisted the looming war, everyone feared, had absolutely nothing to do with Jake. Just then, a smiling Caroline stepped outside, announcing she had successfully convinced the boss. She announced they could finally go to the meeting tomorrow. Shocked, her boyfriend eagerly asked how she had made the stubborn boss change his mind. Caroline just giggled, explaining it was tough, but she was their only real fighter. So she used her leverage and threatened to pack her bags and leave. Stunned by her dedication, Adam asked if she truly would have abandoned the entire camp. Caroline smiled, explaining that although she and Jake clashed, he would never hurt her. Besides, this meeting was incredibly important to him, making it just as important to her. Since it meant absolutely everything to her boyfriend, she was willing to risk it all. She gently cupped his face, and he beamed back with overwhelming gratitude. He pulled his favorite girl into a tight, incredibly warm hug. Caroline whispered that she was with him until the very end, and to remember that. Neither of them realized that Richard was staring down at them from the cabin. His boiling anger flared as he watched. Meanwhile, Jake navigated through the thick, overgrown wilderness, using a massive, unmistakable boulder as his guide. He also spotted a narrow, rushing stream nearby, serving as a second marker. Finally, he found an old tree stump, confirming he was on the right path. Realizing that he had finally made it to the designated meeting spot, Jake looked round to make sure of it. Meanwhile, Seal sat down, completely exhausted. Resting on a tree stump, the long-eared demon looked up, asking why on earth his friend would pick such a bizarre spot to meet. Jake replied that it was actually quite close to the main camp, meaning they wouldn't struggle in the woods. He had another theory. His former teammates would suspect an ambush and want a quick escape route. Seal smirked, asking Jake if being a massive pessimist was a full-time job, or if a tiny bit of optimism would actually kill him. Our hero admitted he trusted Adam and Casper, but he couldn't ignore the grim reality that they had been running with Richard for way too long, a whole month. It was plenty of time to brainwash Caroline, Bertram, and Jean to side with William. Seal prayed otherwise. That kid was a complete lunatic. Jake agreed, unstable and incredibly dangerous on top of that. Jake then instructed the demon to retreat into his necklace, warning him that this meeting could turn ugly. Seal reluctantly agreed, but made sure to ask him not to die. Do not leave him hanging. The two companions bumped fists. Jake promised to survive, and Seal placed his full trust in him. Then it began. Seal dissolved quietly back into the necklace. A final look, the two friends locked eyes one last time. Meanwhile, Jake's former teammates walked through the quiet forest, where Bertram anxiously asked Adam about their plan. Adam immediately told his companion to let go of his sword, relax, they weren't looking for a fight. Bertram apologized, letting go. He was just a little too on edge. Ready for anything, Adam asked his nervous companion to let him handle it and guide the discussion, doing his best to keep everything civil and polite. After all, this was supposed to be a friendly reunion among old colleagues. Even so, Caroline couldn't stop sweating, her nerves totally getting the better of her. The leader spun around. There was Jake sitting on a nearby boulder, gesturing to his allies that it was finally time. A relieved Adam smiled at the hero, asking if it was really him. While the hooded figure stared silently at the ground, suddenly he moved. He pulled back his hood, smiling warmly. They had finally made it. The surprised band leader froze on the spot, offering a belated apology. Noting that Jake looked quite different now, our main character felt a bit awkward, mumbling that it was probably just from getting plenty of exercise. Adam chuckled to himself, thinking that Jake had clearly bulked up his muscles, but remained the exact same ball of raw nerves. He then approached his old friend, casually asking how things were going. The hero smiled back, saying, "Everything was great," but then a heavily tense silence fell over them, making everyone extremely nervous as they stared at their old acquaintance. Jake felt a bit uncomfortable himself, so he quickly asked how everyone else was doing. Adam spoke up for the squad, giving his longtime buddy a genuine smile. As he assured him they were doing just fine, Caroline remained silent. Wondering why this reunion felt so incredibly awkward, the group leader was completely. He urged them not to waste time, reminding everyone that Jake called this meeting anyway. Then he asked what was actually going on. Jake explained he had run into some strange people. Out in the woods, they accused him of things he had absolutely nothing to do with. Caroline cut in sharply, shifting the conversation to a much more hostile tone. She asked point-blank how many people he had killed during training, prompting Adam to quickly intervene. Adam could not believe the raw malice dripping from his own girlfriend right now. But Caroline ignored him, demanding Jake answer. The hero quietly admitted to his actions. He had been forced into 3 fights since they parted ways, but nothing more. None of those clashes could have triggered a war. Scowling, Bertram demanded to know the absolute truth. He warned Jake that if he was lying, they would find out soon enough. Jake swore on his very life that it was pure self-defense, not an act of aggression. Observing him closely, Caroline realized Jake did not match the monster they expected. William's description had painted him as some kind of manic, bloodthirsty menace. Adam calmly pointed out that this proved his point. Jake was innocent, meaning William lied. Hearing this, Jake narrowed his eyes, utterly exhausted by the accusations. He asked with deep weariness if that brat had been spreading rumors about him. The trembling survivor admitted William was indeed one of the men Jake had clashed with. Jake countered that the guy had tried to ambush him right before this meeting. William flared up in anger, desperately begging Adam not to believe a single word from Jake. The group leader thought it over, admitting he already had some serious doubts about William. Wait, if Jake was telling the truth, that meant William killed Casper. Hearing that name, Jake froze as a cold dread washed over him. Casper had been his dearest friend, and he had no idea he was dead. Bertram sighed heavily, surprised to realize the hero was completely in the dark. Jake lowered his gaze, explaining how he had been keeping track of survivors. Every single night, he would lie awake wondering who among them had perished. They could not possibly comprehend the overwhelming relief he felt finding their camp, especially when he saw Jean standing there alive and well, giving him hope. He believed that if Jean could make it, then surely everyone else survived too. The others watched in silence. Jake could not hold back his tears any longer. He choked out that he never, ever expected Casper to be the one gone. A flustered Adam asked if he was all right, and Jake quickly wiped his face, nodding. He was just deeply shaken by the sudden news. Caroline shifted uncomfortably. She muttered that coming here was a terrible mistake they should have avoided. Adam turned to her, completely baffled by her sudden change of heart. He pressed her, demanding to know what she was talking about. She bit her lip. Sweat dripping down her face, she whispered that Adam should have stayed far away. But it was too late. Suddenly, Jake snapped his head up, sensing danger. His sharp perception picked up a sudden rustling coming from the nearby bushes. Sensing an imminent threat, the hero wasted no time and prepared to fight. His hand flew straight to his quiver, pulling out a sharp arrow. In one fluid motion, he drew back his bow and aimed directly at the brush. He roared into the thick foliage, warning them that hiding was completely useless now. Panic-stricken, Adam begged Jake to stop before things turned into a bloodbath. Right then, the thick branches parted, and something emerged from the shadows. The massive Richard calmly strides toward our hero, acting as if absolutely nothing is wrong. Meeting Jake's icy gaze, he mockingly calls him clever. He casually rests his colossal sword right on his shoulder. He claims he is genuinely glad to see him, but it is pure hypocrisy. A highly irritated Jake spins around. Did Adam set him up? Shaking, the terrified boy stammers. He denied everything. Richard just smiles. He tells the hunter to relax, claiming the kid knew absolutely nothing. Richard mockingly apologizes to the boy. It was necessary. He explains that involving him would have completely ruined the plan. Adam explodes. Furious, he turns to Caroline and demands to know her part. She can only offer a quiet apology, talk about a brutal betrayal. He cannot believe she lied. Caroline desperately tries to defend her actions. She claims anyone would doubt him after hearing the rumors calling him a monster. But the furious young man shouts back that he still trusted his friend. He demands to know why she could not do the exact same thing. She lowers her tearful gaze in shame. Meanwhile, Richard keeps his smug grin. The massive warrior smoothly invites Jake to cooperate and walk with them. The hero is incredibly tense as the big man keeps up his fake friendly act. He promises they can let bygones be bygones if Jake is truly innocent. The giant casually adds that he almost forgot about his fallen archer. Jake killed Nicholas. It was their first clash. Rage flares. Jake's eyes burn with anger at that exact moment. He can clearly feel Richard's thick bloodlust washing over the clearing. Looking at that devious, scarred face, he knows every single word is a lie. Jake quickly draws a sharp arrow, ordering Richard to back off immediately. Only then can they talk. Suddenly, a panicked Hell spins around. He realizes Richard has backup, spelling absolute disaster for everyone present. Hayden steps out of the thick foliage, flanked by an entire army. He smugly agrees that Jake is a highly capable and dangerous hunter. Richard gladly introduces his partner, revealing their secret little alliance. They teamed up for this project. Adam is absolutely stunned. Realizing the meeting was a trap, he screams at the top of his lungs. He never signed up for this, and now Jake is completely surrounded. He desperately wonders how on earth they managed to sneak past him. Richard drops his smile, coldly ordering him to surrender right now. He threatens to take the hunter's life if he refuses to yield. Our hero's heart races as he frantically searches for any possible escape. But he vows never to give up. Hayden prepares a massive flame spear. Realizing the hunter will fight to the death, Hayden decides to end him here. He twirls the blazing weapon with absolute cold blood, declaring his time is up. A massive, scorching sphere of flames is launched directly at the young man. Jake drops flat on the ground at the absolute last fraction of a second. He instantly retaliates, letting loose a deadly, lightning-fast countershot. Hayden expected his spell to kill the boy, but now an arrow is coming. Yet the smug leader stands his ground, hiding a deadly ace up his sleeve. A sturdy shield successfully blocks the strike, letting the arrow ricochet off. Richard quickly raises his heavy steel blade and commands the rest of his warriors to retreat immediately. To avoid the incoming fire, meanwhile, the old leader taps his magic staff and orders the mages to completely restrict Jake's movements. The three spellcasters drop down to one knee in perfect unison, focusing entirely on the task given by their leader. Jake panics. He senses a massive, oncoming danger. He feels the enemy mages destroying the ground beneath him, causing his legs to tremble violently. Stand still, suicide. He immediately leaps to the side. He shields his head in panic, fully aware that this situation has gone terribly wrong. Hayden refuses to give him any chance to escape, prepping another fireball. While screaming out that there is absolutely nowhere left to run, the powerful ball of fire detonates instantly, but Hayden notices that Jake has miraculously shifted. Meanwhile, the young warrior quickly retreats to a nearby fallen tree stump, desperately trying to recover. And predict his opponent's next move, a terrified Adam begs Richard to call off the fighters, but he coldly replies that the kid already had his chance. And this is the only option left. Fearing for his friend, Adam turns to Caroline with a shaking voice, begging her to do something, but she stands completely helpless. He knows his companion is in grave danger, but Jake is currently busy dodging lethal enemy arrows. A panicked Caroline cries out in deep fear to help because she is not the person who decides anything here. The archers receive orders to keep attacking, and three of them quickly draw their bows once more. Richard commands everyone to give Jake no breathing room. No time to think while the mages prepare to launch throwing knives. One summoner focuses all his energy to create a deadly, glowing sphere of pure magic. Knowing they cannot allow their enemy a single moment to rest, Hayden screams at his subordinates to attack with everything they have, hurling another massive fireball at Jake. Meanwhile, Richard points his sharp sword directly at our protagonist, ordering his troops forward. To deal with him, a worried Cecil watches the chaotic scene, clutching her necklace, unable to believe that fellow humans have turned against Jake. The demon trembles in sheer terror, pleading that the hero must escape this place immediately, since he is completely surrounded on all sides with no easy way out, covered in dirt. Jake bitterly realizes he is completely helpless against this massive wave of attacks. He suddenly notices that a mage is somehow preventing his use of shadows. The enemies are closing in from all sides. Talk about a truly desperate situation. Jake cannot even take a single step, making the entire situation incredibly critical for him now. Suddenly, a thorny plant erupts from the ground, wrapping itself tightly around his left leg. Jake quickly looks down and realizes he is now completely stuck in a trap. He is finished, unable to move. Jake watches in sheer horror as Richard barks an aggressive order, commanding his archers to nail the young man directly to the bloody spot. Immediately, two deadly arrows fly straight toward our defenseless protagonist, spelling his tragic end. No way to dodge, the first razor-sharp arrow swiftly strikes his body, wounding him deeply in the shoulder and causing a sudden, massive rush of dark blood. The second projectile does not miss either, tearing clean through his right leg, causing a terrible amount of fresh bleeding. In unbearable pain, our hero grits his teeth tightly as the thick vines trap Jake completely, locking him in place. He screams at the top of his lungs, telling these cowards to release him because he is innocent. Looking completely satisfied with their trap, Richard rests his heavy steel sword right on his shoulder, announcing that now is the perfect time to end this. Terrified, Adam begs them to stop, but absolutely nobody is listening to him now. Cecil is panicking so hard his stomach twists in knots, realizing these executioners are going to kill Jake. Richard approaches the kneeling hero, mocking him with a fake, highly sympathetic look, and says this is his absolute end. Jake is bleeding out heavily, struggling to survive the intense pain, completely unable to look his enemy in the eye. The scarred giant raises his massive sword without a shred of mercy. He screams that the hero dies today as Jake looks down at the ground with a hollow gaze, telling himself that there is absolutely no escape. His entire life flashes before his eyes, bringing back painful memories of every brutal battle he fought. He remembers his hardest victories, bleeding for every inch of ground, and the monsters he managed to kill all alone. But despite everything he survived, this cruel, unforgivable betrayal cuts far too deep. Adam tries to rush forward to save his friend, but Caroline holds him back. Cecil can only watch in absolute, helpless, crushing horror. His close friend is about to be executed right before his eyes. Jake closes his eyes, his face full of quiet despair, waiting for the fatal strike. He silently accepts his death, but right then, a sudden system notification flashes in front of him. Wait, is his dormant bloodline finally awakening? The system is boosting his power. Stunned, Jake stares blankly at the screen in absolute disbelief. The system notification explains that his body has fully adapted to this strange new world's energy. He has climbed the evolutionary ladder, adapting to this new world. Jake cannot comprehend what is happening, reading the notification over and over. Suddenly, he notices his heart starting to race at an alarming speed. The intense pounding in his chest gets louder, filling him with dread. But along with that rapid heartbeat, his survival instincts completely take over. A surge of hope sparks within him as the sharp blade edges closer to his exposed neck. Everything around him suddenly grinds to a complete halt. Time slows down. He senses the vast pool of mana in the air, flooding directly into his body. Pure, thick energy fills every single cell, making him stronger by the second. With this incredible surge of power, he finally has a chance to fight back. Fueled by sheer rage against his betrayers, Jake snaps his head up, glaring at them. He realizes he has to unleash this wild power right now to survive. He makes a choice, letting the raw energy explode outward from within. A massive shockwave of mana erupts, blowing the entire area apart. The violent blast sends all his enemies flying backward, even the massive Richard is thrown back, losing his grip on that heavy steel sword. Furious, Jake unleashes even more energy, refusing to let these backstabbers take his life. The smug, scarred executioner is completely thrown off by this sudden turn. He looks on in pure shock, completely lost. Behind him, Hayden panics and screams that this must be magic, but how do they even fight it? Clueless, meanwhile, a raging Jake was clawing with his bare hands at the thorny, razor-sharp vines wrapping tightly around his entire body. Under a minute, he tore through the dark green shackles, limping slightly. From a fresh leg wound, Adam stood entirely frozen, staring at his friend. With intense worry, though he was relieved the guy had somehow survived. Then he asked Jake what had happened to him, but the young man stayed silent. With a cold, terrifying glare, a deeply shaken Caroline stared with pity at our protagonist, deeply relieved that they were finally safe. But with her own eyes, she realized Jake was actually a terrifying monster, capable of wiping out anyone standing in his way. Richard desperately tried to rally his men, screaming at them not to let this single opponent shake their resolve. After all, he could never take down their entire squad alone. He then leaped up, ordering all personnel to launch an all-out attack on the lone target. The commander's subordinates immediately charged at Jake, who did not show a shred of fear. Our cold-blooded protagonist instantly unsheathed his sharp ice sword, ready for action. In those final seconds right before the brutal clash, Jake just took a slow, steady breath of freezing air. He then unleashed a flurry of strikes, slashing gracefully through the battlefield to claim his very first victim. Just seconds later, an enemy swordsman collapsed, dead before he could even swing his weapon, leaving his blade shattered. Next was a stealthy assassin, armed with a sharp dagger, who also perished before landing a single blow. A trio of elites crashed to the ground within the first minute, sending shockwaves of absolute terror through the remaining troops. Richard grew deeply anxious because the lone fighter was breaking their ranks, quickly ordering his squad to fall back and form up. The heavily armored knights instantly obeyed, hiding behind their massive shields and bracing for whatever came next. But those shields meant absolutely nothing to Jake, who launched himself high into the air to execute a deadly aerial attack. In his hand, he gripped 3 vials of lethal necrotic poison, prepared to turn the tide of battle. The glass flasks were hurled straight at the defensive wall of paralyzed knights, who had no idea how to protect themselves. The glass shattered and the highly corrosive liquid sprayed all over their bare, unprotected skin, and they instantly felt a horrific, blinding pain. Their weapons and heavy shields fell. Agonizing pain radiates from the victim's hands. They are writhing in pure torment. Meanwhile, Jake lands calmly on the ground, totally unbothered by the chaos. Necrotic poison is relentlessly eating away at the skin of the helpless swordsmen. Screaming in agony, but nobody can help them, a worried Adam stands back, completely unable to believe his eyes. He has no right to interfere anyway. He is shocked. Absolutely nobody can stop Jake, who moves with lightning speed. As Jake ruthlessly claims his opponent's lives, the heavy losses do not faze Hayden. Instead, he grins. Walking toward the hero, he declares the fight isn't over. Skipping all standard formalities, Hayden decides to unleash his ultimate trump card, a devastating spell reserved only for emergencies. Suddenly, Hayden begins to float upward. Sprouting massive fiery wings, he mutters that he really has no other choice now. Furious, Hayden launches an attack on Jake Thain, screaming that he will not let. He had to escape right now or Jake was going to die. The young hero tried to break away from his winged opponent to avoid another devastating attack and recognized that Hayden was pretty fast. The enemy tried to attack him, but the young warrior managed to dodge and slip behind his back every single time. Hayden tried to keep his temper in check, knowing that getting enraged would lead to costly mistakes. Catching his breath, an exhausted Jake reminded himself that those massive wings were incredibly dangerous, and he would die if he failed to dodge. The winged beast took off again and rushed in, yelling at the hero that escape was impossible and he should just surrender. The wounded young man looked right into his opponent's eyes, silently admitting that he was right. Realizing he was slower than his foe, Jake also knew that Hayden's reinforcements would arrive any second now. Fighting was not an option, so he dropped to his knees. The only way out of this mess was to escape right now by melting into the shadows. The young hero focused his mind completely to avoid making a single mistake, believing he would make it out alive. Inside the necklace, Seal worried deeply for his companion and desperately tried to warn him about a barrier ahead, but Jake did not have time to react and slammed right into the cubic barrier. Instantly, he realized he was trapped. He frantically looked around in every direction, trying to find the culprit, when Caroline suddenly stepped forward and apologized to him. And get this, Caroline was the one behind the barrier, softly saying that things had already gone way too far. Caroline startled the young man by declaring they could not let him escape. He was completely lost and confused. Just then, Adam rushed in to save his old friend, determined to stop his lover and free Jake. The protagonist was stunned to see his friend risk everything to help him, immediately worrying for his safety. Worried for his life, Adam screamed that he would not let them kill him. Because Jake should not die, Caroline kept holding the hero inside the barrier, and though her lover tried to stop her, she refused to listen. Out of nowhere, a heavy steel hilt strikes Adam right on the head. Knocking him out cold, the strike came from Richard, standing behind him, muttering that Adam never changes and should not be disturbed. The brute turned to Jake, admitting that they almost missed him because the boy was so insanely fast. With a smug grin, the creep added that their worst fears were confirmed, proving that Jake was indeed the killer. Richard sneered that it was too dangerous to let the protagonist live, sending a wave of absolute fury through Jake inside his cage. He asked Hayden if he wanted to play a deadly game. The winged man landed, replying that he would love to play. Blood dripped heavily from Jake's wounds as he grew frantic inside the tight barrier, unable to summon any of his skills. He realized that if he only had a little time, he could load an arrow and shatter this cage, but time was a luxury he did not have. Still, the hero knew he could counterattack. He just needed to make it work. Left was to make it work. An enraged Hayden lunged at Jake, desperate to avenge his fallen son, blaming the boy for his death. The deadly blow was struck. He gets blasted straight into the barrier by a sudden, blinding plume of searing embers. Our hero is caught off guard, totally helpless. Hayden's sharp spear stabs straight into the center of his chest. He falls back, dazed. Hayden laughs. He finally has his revenge for his dead son. He keeps driving the bloody tip deeper into the boy's ribs, chest, gloating that there is absolutely nowhere left for him to run. Jake is helpless. Blood pours from his mouth, choking him. He gasps for air. The vicious warrior pins him to a tree. Against a tree, refusing to pull the weapon out as he sneers. It is over for the murderer. The trunk behind them is painted. Heavy broken branches snap and crash to the ground, stained dark red. Hayden relishes every moment of Jake's agony, whispering his dark wish that he's dying still. Jake tries to mutter some last words. Hayden actually leans closer, quiet for a moment to hear his final words. Suddenly, Jake rasps that he is taking Hayden down to hell with him, before slamming his hand onto the older man's shoulder, catching him off guard. Jake's skin is coated in deadly necrotic venom, making Hayden stammer in terror. He asks why his shoulder is burning. Jake smirks, whispering that it took weeks of hard work to brew this highly toxic, flesh-melting fluid. He had secretly coated his palms right before Hayden lunged, planning this trap. Squeezing tighter, Jake laughs, pointing out that his own unique poison resistance. He barely feels a single sting. His poison resistance is too high. His smile turns absolutely terrifying as he warns that it will melt him. In seconds, Hayden breaks into a cold, frantic sweat as panic sets in. He realizes he must get away before the lethal toxin eats him alive. Terrified, the older warrior leaps backward with all his remaining strength, leaving his spear impaled deep inside the young man's chest. Seizing this desperate moment, Jake grabs the rough wooden shaft of the weapon. The agony is absolute as he slowly drags the metal blade out. He screams at the top of his lungs, dark blood spraying from his mouth, yet his pure willpower pays off in the end. The spear finally slides free from his broken ribs, leaving him bleeding out. Wiping sweat from his brow, Hayden mutters that pulling it out changes nothing. Jake is far too weak to defend himself now. Hayden channels his entire mana reserve to summon a massive fire sphere to finish him off. Clutching his open wound, the exhausted young man knows he is right. He has absolutely nothing left. A massive fire sphere is unleashed directly toward him. It flies forward at an incredible, blinding speed, making Hayden sure of victory. But our hero had anticipated this exact move. A sly, blood-smeared grin creeps across his face. He is ready for what comes next. The devastating fireball impacts, blowing the giant tree into a million flaming splinters. Suddenly, Richard and Caroline sprint into the clearing. Toward Hayden, he stands frozen as the allies demand to know what happened. Richard demands to know where Jake is, as the venom begins to melt Hayden's arm. The furious, red-haired boss screams in rage. Jake's broken body lay there. Caroline stared in terror, while Hayden grinned wide. Hayden mumbled that their target had escaped, proving he was no pushover. Meanwhile, Jake ran deep into the forest, telling himself not to stop, thanks to his shadow powers. He managed to slip away, but they were still hot on his trail. Cecil inside the necklace asked anxiously if he was okay, deeply worried for him. Bleeding heavily from several deep wounds, Jake could barely offer a response. He only warned Cecil to stay inside because they were still in serious danger, the hero says. that Cecil cannot come out until they find a safe spot to hide and heal. The archers, meanwhile, received orders to sweep the entire massive forest. Immediately, because Jake could not be allowed to escape, with no time to waste, they set off while Richard declared this was their only shot at catching the rat. Shouting loudly, he ordered them to kill Jake Thain immediately, showing absolutely no mercy. At all, the bleeding hero cautiously looked back because he sensed his enemies nearby, realizing they would soon pick up his trail. Shivering with fear, Cecil warned the young man to stop because something lay ahead. An obstacle blocked their path. The wounded Jake stopped near a small river. Staring at the massive barrier, he knew they could not pass through easily. Then he suddenly remembered seeing this exact same barrier on their way here. Back then, he had been pretty curious to find out what lay behind it. He figured it was some kind of trial dungeon, and maybe this energy wall could only be crossed by high-level people. Jake suggested hiding inside to escape their pursuers, but Cecil hated the idea, worriedly asking if it was simply too dangerous. But Jake looked at the situation logically. Knowing they had absolutely no other choice, he slowly reached his hand through the glowing barrier. Without a single second thought, he stepped right through the energy wall, completely safe and unharmed. The exhausted hero let out a sigh of relief, thinking he could finally catch his breath and rest, but as it turned out, his relief was incredibly short-lived. Watch this. Just seconds later, he sensed a strange presence nearby, not far from the young warrior stood 3 hungry dinosaurs, their eyes locked onto him, making it clear there would be no resting here. But does he look scared? No way. Fight, calling this a pretty stupid way to die, he tightly clenched his fists. The pack of bloodthirsty beasts immediately began circling around him. The young man, who was slowly losing way too much blood, he could no longer feel the pain, when suddenly one beast lunged and bit down hard on his arm. Another monster bit his already injured leg, forcing Jake to wonder if this was how he would go out. The predators kept swarming and biting him, leaving the hero feeling deeply frustrated and defeated by how things turned out. Bleeding out, he wondered if he was really dying, not against some legendary opponent, but to these worthless weak mobs. Suddenly, Jake stood face to face with the wicked Viper, who mockingly asked if he knew how rude it was to barge into someone's home uninvited. The heavily dazed hero froze on the spot, weakly asking what happened since he was just in those deep woods seconds ago. Viper smirked, calling that a great question before asking if the young man still remembered the special blessing he received during their last encounter. Jake feels a sudden wave of anxiety, but the ancient deity explains it simply. They share a two-way connection, a spiritual link between them. Smiling, Viper adds that this is a first, an unprecedented event in all his existence. He never expected the young hunter to show up like this. Jake, still clutching his bleeding chest wound, Jake asks if he has been drafted here. The god chuckles, saying that is not exactly how this works. While the deity eased the transition, Jake was the one who triggered it. He asks where they are, and Viper calls it his personal headquarters. A nice, quiet place. Jake scans the room soberly, noting it matches the dark, malicious style of the Viper perfectly. The god laughs. He calls such cynicism a vital trait for ascension. Any future deity needs that sharp edge. Then he cordially invites Jake to sit down. Suddenly, panic grips the young hunter. He realizes his necklace is gone. The relic housing Cecil is missing. Viper waves his hand, telling him to relax. The little imp remained with his real body, released just before he collapsed. Trying to calm his racing mind, Jake sits down across from the god. He quietly asks if he is truly gone. Viper sips some wine and replies that Jake is not dead, but he is not fully alive either. Desperate, the agitated young hunter demands to go back. Cecil is in danger. Viper urges him to calm down. Stress will only damage his soul. Jake just stares. What on earth is this crazy god talking about? None of this sounds plausible, but the ancient god merely shrugs. He explains that karmic projections are too complex for low-level mortals. No use explaining, but there is a reason his soul came here. Deep down, his soul instinctively recognized this realm as his ultimate safe haven. It was a risky move, but his survival instincts chose it over certain death. Jake looks at his clenched fists, admitting his instincts have been working overtime lately. They keep saving him. He asks how to return to his physical body. Viper tells him he must simply wait for his flesh to repair itself and pray nobody finds him. Hearing this, sheer terror fills Jake's eyes. He stammers, desperately asking what happens if someone discovers his physical body. The god delivers a chilling truth. If anyone finds that body, he dies. Meanwhile, Cecil is desperately dragging Jake's limp, heavy body with all his might. The little imp is furious. He warned Jake that this place was dangerous. He strains with every ounce of strength, cursing that nobody ever listens to demons. Looking down at Jake's bloody face, he grudgingly offers a quick thank you. At least Jake released him before passing out. Even so, Cecil was left alone. Surrounded by terrifying raptors, he did whatever he could to scare them away. He is only glad that Jake lost weight, or dragging him would be impossible. Cecil grumbles that he really should have just left him out there. But anger quickly fades into deep worry. He sighs, knowing he cannot. Looking at the lifeless hunter, the frustrated imp has no idea what to do. How will he survive without him? He just wants the guy to wake up. Meanwhile, Vidya is hiding nearby, secretly eavesdropping on this mysterious conversation. She hears the god scheming, completely unaware of the danger brewing outside. Vidya is. She was curious, who was Viper talking to so casually? Vidya realized this was some kind of test, and she had to pass it. She assumed the god wanted her to keep Jake safe. Taking a deep breath, Vidya swung the heavy doors to the room open. She let go of her doubts and stepped right inside the room. Walking in without even knocking, she flashed a bright, confident smile. "Sorry to interrupt," she said. Her arrival startled both men. They stared in surprise. Viper quickly gestured for her to sit. He introduced her to Jake, explaining she was in charge of local mortals. Vidya glared coldly, realizing this boy was the god's human friend. How was a mere human resisting a god's crushing pressure? Jake offered an awkward wave, forcing a friendly smile onto his face. "Nice to meet you," he said. Vidya quickly apologized again. Viper sighed, complaining that she was totally embarrassing him in front of his guest. "Sit down with us," he offered. They were discussing her murderous ex-lover. That crazy bastard was still hunting her, but Jake had doubts. He still couldn't shake the feeling that this was all a misunderstanding. Viper scoffed, "You fell for another stupid trap because you never learn." The god added that it was time to crush that worthless scum. Jake tried to suggest a real plan, but the god wouldn't even listen. "You're too weak to be making foolish mistakes," the god declared coldly. Vidya quickly chimed in, saying the divine patron's words were always absolute truth. "Devout followers are great," Viper laughed, "but they make boring conversation." Sipping his wine, the god asked what Jake actually wanted. He didn't hesitate for a second. He wanted his body back and to survive. Viper stretched lazily, urging the young hero to start thinking much bigger. "What is your real, ultimate goal?" Jake stared at the floor, his expression heavy. Honestly, he hadn't thought that far ahead, but he wanted answers from them. He needed to settle things once and for all with Adam and the others. He wanted bloody payback on Hayden for that cursed spear. The young man also had a massive bone to pick with Richard. Richard and William had brought a massive amount of trouble to his friends. But in the end, Jake clenched his fist tightly. He just wanted to fight. To him, battle was the only thing that gave his entire life real meaning. He wanted strong opponents, real monsters. Only then did victory feel real. His mind cleared. The hero made his firm declaration. "I want to get stronger, strong enough to do whatever I want." Viper raised his glass of wine, praising it as a goal worth pursuing. But the truly free can never let themselves be chained by the past. Freedom isn't free. It takes raw, overwhelming power to keep it. So climb higher, Jake, and make sure nobody can ever betray you again. Once you crush them like ants, you'll stand atop a pile of corpses. Stand on a mountain of corpses. Jake visualized the dark scene. Viper smiled, telling him to make sure he was the last one standing. Jake listened silently, clenching his fists as the god's words sank in. So this was true freedom. Vidya stared at Jake with wide, open eyes. She called him the chosen one, whispering that he was literally shining right now, and indeed, something was happening. Jake realized it. His body had actually started to glow with a strange blue light. The light was highly unusual. Nearby, the sly Viper said it was parting time. He said his final goodbyes, adding that maybe their paths would cross again soon. They bumped fists in mutual respect, and Jake gave him one last sincere thank you. He thanked Viper for the talk, admitting he really needed to hear those words. Moments later, the hero faded back into the normal world, leaving the mistress alone. God asked the mistress what she thought of him, and Vidya expressed her deep admiration. She called the chosen one amazing, a compliment that even made her blush. Sometime later, back in the normal world, Jake was busy grinding out intense ob workouts. He counted his reps toward 100 while Cecil slept soundly beside him. Gradually, the long-eared demon slowly opened his eyes, starting to regain his senses. Meanwhile, our sweat-drenched protagonist kept performing ob curls with total focus. He pushed through the heavy burn, finally hitting 99 repetitions. Despite his intense fatigue, Jake finished his final 100th rep to meet his goal. Rest at last, a completely stunned Cecil stared right at him. The demon kept his mouth wide open, unable to believe Jake was actually alive. No dream, Jake stood up, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He casually greeted the bewildered demon, who still couldn't believe his eyes. The overjoyed imp immediately threw his arms around Jake in a tight hug. He cried that he thought he lost him, but Jake just blamed it on luck. Jake apologized for making Cecil drag him all the way to this cave. The imp admitted it pissed him off initially, but then he realized something. Jake saved him. He freed him from the necklace right before collapsing. Whether Jake was conscious or not, that brave action saved his life. With a shaky voice, Cecil admitted that if Jake had died back there, he'd be trapped. He would have been stuck inside that cursed necklace forever with no escape. Even in a deadly crisis, Jake still saved him, leaving a debt he could never repay. The loyal friends bumped fists in absolute respect, cementing their strong bond. Jake simply smiled, stating that this is exactly what true friends are for. Cecil gently asked if he wanted to talk about it, but Jake declined. He replied that he made a mistake, accepted the lesson, and moved on. Still feeling guilty, the demon admitted it was his pitch that started everything. Jake told him a clash would have inevitably happened sooner or later anyway. He analyzed the situation, knowing he simply didn't have the strength to win. If he had been more powerful, he easily could have crushed them. Clenching his fist tightly, Jake declared that the playful games were officially over. Now watch, it was time to pick himself up and fiercely strike back against his enemies. Inbox full, a sharp system ping warned him of unread notifications. He realized he hadn't checked a single notification since their battle ended. Deciding to investigate, he opened the massive folder of unread mail. Immediately, the non-stop blaring chime of endless alerts nearly drove him insane. The system notified him that he had slain an apprentice smoldering ember. For this impressive feat, he was rewarded with over 600,000 points. Jake realized it was Hayden, but he was totally baffled. He knew. He had not actually killed him. That small dose of poison could not have buried him, but then Jake noticed something else. The digital folder was filled with notifications claiming he had slaughtered dozens of people, Seal muttered. Guessing that someone else had finished them off, Jake instantly felt his blood boil. Realizing only Richard could pull off something this vile, gritting his teeth in furious rage, Jake spat that he was just a pawn used for their own agenda, and right here, the whole puzzle finally clicked together. This entire chaotic nightmare was Richard's doing. He had planned every detail. Seal tried to calm his furious friend down, pointing out that he at least pocketed massive experience from the chaos. Talk about perfect timing. Right then, a glowing yellow prompt flashed before him, announcing he had met all requirements for a class evolution. The blinding light left him completely stunned. Seal watched in awe, whispering that it must be incredibly rare to glow like that. Then, the system praised Jake's relentless versatility and absolute drive to survive at any cost. It asked if he was ready to begin. A dark smirk crossed Jake's face, declaring this was exactly the power-up he needed to survive. The system offered congratulations on his successful upgrade. He had now reached level 21, earning 4 free attribute points. His new class name was Ambitious Hunter. Reading those words, Jake let out a satisfied laugh. These hunters thrived on deadly challenges, prioritizing extreme agility over raw strength. Jake found this upgrade incredibly fascinating, especially with all the brand new skills and massive boosts to his perception and critical damage. Seal listened intently to the breakdown, a spark of hope in his eyes, asking if this crazy power-up would finally let them catch up with the others. Jake scooped his black robe from the dirt and agreed, warning they had absolutely zero time to waste. There were only 25 days of training left, and the clock was ticking. Jake forced himself to stay totally focused. Coldly declaring they would eliminate every target here, Seal silently fell into step. Meanwhile, Adam had completely lost faith in Caroline, turning his back. He started walking away while she desperately tried to stop him, choking. Back tears, she cried out hysterically, arguing she only did what was best for them. They simply could not take any chances with Jake. Adam whirled around, roaring that she had lied and used him to murder. An innocent, Caroline pleaded through her pain, admitting it was crazy, but insisting she did it to protect them. Adam flinched in absolute disgust, asking if after what happened to Casper, she actually believed Jake's death would make him any happier. She broke down completely, asking if she and Bertram meant nothing to him anymore, since they were his remaining family. Adam grabbed his head, admitting he no longer recognized the woman standing before him. She had once been his entire world. Caroline wiped her tears away, begging for forgiveness and promising to do whatever he wanted to fix this, but he was done listening. Adam simply turned away in silence, asking for some time alone to figure things out. Left all alone, Caroline watched her departing lover. The pain in her soul was absolute. She did not even try to stop him anymore, choosing instead to give him time to be alone. But lurking right behind the doorframe was the cunning Richard. He was watching. Trouble in paradise. Frustrated, the poor girl simply clutched her head in despair. Nothing went to plan. She had risked everything and still had nothing to show. Jake was still alive. Hearing this, Richard placed a hand on her crying shoulder. Don't cry, he told her to remember that Jake was not their only target. He let Hayden launch that final attack just to drain his strength. A smart tactical play, it gave them a massive edge. Their exhausted opponents would never expect a sudden, brutal counterstrike now. Talk about a genius play. Richard admitted that without this clever distraction, he never could have won. Plunging a sharp sword into the mighty Hayden's back took perfect timing. With Hayden gone, his camp was in complete chaos. Still, Caroline wanted to stop. Why keep fighting? Richard coldly replied that wiping out their enemies was inevitable. The war would end soon. With a sudden jerk, Richard released the weeping girl. She cried out in hysterics. What was the point of this if Jay left? Frowning heavily, the big man muttered that absolutely nobody had expected this outcome. He should have never escaped. By all accounts, he was completely trapped. But they were not wrong. That massive explosion confirmed their absolute worst fears. Caroline listened closely. Richard explained the grim conclusion they had finally reached. Even if Jake had not committed those murders, nothing would stop him now. He was coming for revenge. Confidently, Richard declared they would be fully prepared. They would be ready for whatever the furious protagonist threw at them. Meanwhile, hidden deep in the shadows of the forge, William was working. He hammered away at a sharp steel blade, muttering angrily to himself. If only he had returned from the hunt sooner, he could have ambushed him. He ground his teeth in rage. How could his allies miss that bastard? Unbelievable, but he forced himself to calm down and gripped the hilt tightly. Tomorrow brought another raid on Hayden's camp. His opportunity was finally coming. William smiled excitedly. He knew what to do.